Well, well, well. Look who it is. Which horse was just shaking their head? That was Ella, I think. That 1 second. Why the fuck is the patch not out? I'm going, bro, you'll be fine. Why are you mad? Hmm? Terra's Land Tree Challenge Mode? Nah. Nah, we're done. They made the game too easy. Is there any class discussion today? Oh, we can go live, by the way. I don't think so. I don't believe there's going to be any, I mean, we have to kill some time. I was thinking of doing, like, a draft with Dratnos and the boys. But we'd have to think about what we actually want to do. So once we figure that out, maybe we'll do that. Do the class discussion again like you did with DK? No, I don't feel like it today. What changes would you make to Silken Court, or do you want to keep it the same and challenging? I don't know. The boss before wasn't very good, so they just need to make it better, I think. Main thing. What's even new today? I think basically you'll be able to play Dragonflight with all of the War Within beta talents and shit like that. So you'll be able to get weird with it, as they say. Wait a second. I have no static right now. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. I think I just fixed it. Dude, all I had to do is just tighten the screw on my mic. Huh. Stay small, everybody. Pinned message. When was the last time you pooped your pant? When was the last time we shit our pants? I don't know. Probably when I was a baby. I don't think I've ever done that as like a functioning non-baby. That's a lie. I'm not. I mean, I would think I would remember. Guys, I usually keep it a buck with you. I would tell you if I remembered. I don't think so. There's been some times where I almost have, but I don't think I've ever done it. Well, now I feel left out because it sounds like a lot of people have. Maybe I should do that just so I can fit in. It can be nice when it's warm. All right, a little psycho, but all good. Yo, Max, do you have any view on sports? More precise, what do you think about LeBron James on the Olympic squad? What's more interesting is how do you think that affects Messi and Ronaldo's legacy? All right, we'll go live. Fuck it, we'll go live. Why not? Hello, hello, my little subjects. What's up? You little fucking rats. Hmm? Speaking only to Twitch chat, by the way. I would never talk to YouTube like that. Dude, I'm serious. I don't have any more static, I don't think. Wait, maybe it's the way my mic is. There's just no static. Why not? I like this a lot. This is fucking ideal. Do you think that servers will come up early? I feel like we're on a pretty long streak of servers being extended. There was like a 3 to 4 year stretch from End of Legion all the way through Shadowlands where every time they announced maintenance, it was like a 70-80% chance it came up like halfway through the maintenance time. So it was just kind of like a surprise whenever it came up. And then they either changed something or something happened. But for the last like year and a half, it's taken like the entire maintenance time or longer. Max, you have gifts? Do a gift reveal. Do I have gifts? Give me gift. World of Warcraft, Charming, Courier, and Swoopy. What's this from? Thanks for subscribing to 12 months of WoW. Enjoy a new mount for WoW and pet for Cataclysm Classic. Sweet. Claim. Give. You know what the best part about this is? Is I don't even have a 12-month sub. Well, I think I technically have a 12-month sub. But I like bought a 12-month sub at one point, and then I've just keep extending it with game time, with like WoW tokens for game time with in-game gold. And as long as it never reaches 0 on the game time, it doesn't charge you for the 12-month sub, but it considers you on a 12-month subscription. So it's a sick, crazy hack. If you want all those cosmetics, you just pay for it one time, and then you just keep redeeming gold, and then you get all the benefits. I haven't paid attention to WoW news in the last couple months. What's happening today? Well, it's like when most expansions launch, there's like a pre-patch a couple weeks before the expansion goes live where you get all the new class changes and stuff. That's going live today. So you're like, what are the classes that are going to be like majorly different today? Like Ellie, Resto. Well, every class is getting their hero talents today, right? Except you can't level, so you don't have access to all of it or any of it, right? So it's mainly just like the class changes, I guess. Yeah, you can't level yet, so it's you get all your class changes. So like, yeah, but all specs of shaman are hella different. Mages are hella different. Hunters are hella different. Windwalker's hella different. Ret's pretty different. Warlock's pretty different. DH and Rogue are actually the same but worse. So that's fun. Yeah, DK's very different. What? Max, do you think that WoW could do Mythic Plus dungeons with no timer, but mobs still scale up? Helps alleviate the mega pull problem. Well, in that case, aren't you just sitting before every pack and lusting before every pull and waiting 10 minutes? If you keep scaling higher? That's like even worse, right? Max, did you see the Tettles video posted last night? Nope. You could just limit the amount of lust per dungeon. Or we could... I don't know, I feel like we could just not do that, right? I feel like there's not a lot there. New interview from Mr. Gim. Is that on Wowhead? Is that even... Did you just make that up? I think it goes hard as fuck if you did. I feel like Mr. GM usually asks things that are not super what I care about, which is also fine, but it would determine whether I covered it or not. What is Tettle's video? New affixes, or wait, Mythic Plus and Heroic Raid gearing gets much worse in the War Within. How is Heroic Raid? Wait, did they drop Heroic Raid upgrade track? Does Heroic Raid not drop whatever the thing is right below the Mythic track? That would be crazy. It's about the difference between Heroic and Mythic being 13 eye levels now. Isn't that what it always is? Right? It's 6 at max upgrade like it was in... No, it was 8? Just watch the video? Maybe not. I'm trying to think. What's the eye level? What was the eye level in Season 3? In Murdersill? Trying to remember the numbers. Wasn't it like 4... What was base mythic? 489? Yeah, it was 483, but wasn't base heroic 470? Heroic 6 out of 6 is only a 6 out. Oh, so you're talking like, okay, full upgrades. Yeah, but you're not going to have full upgrades early. You mean like at the end of the season, I guess? The reason the mythic track going up to 6, I mean, that kind of makes sense because like you ran out of aspect crest progression pretty early, so it'll kind of extend that. And it'll also increase the gear level you guys have versus the initial teams, which will make a lot of the rating content a lot easier by default, which is really good. That's like 6 eye levels on your whole character more than what we'll have, which was a huge issue on Tindril because you guys had the same gear as us. No, you're misunderstanding. All right, fuck it. We'll watch it.
So I'm sitting here on the beta, looking at the dungeon journal. Been asked it many times.
All right, let's just look at it.
Tells, are you not reading in War Within? No, I don't need to. Dragonflight was fine. And then I came to the realization that Blizzard fucking hates Mythic Plus players.
What a fucking banger start. What an absolute banger.
Because I've now realized that Blizzard has now made the myth track gearing 6 out of 6 as opposed to out of 4. Like it was in Dragonflight. And so let me kind of show you guys the implications. So I had to map this out. And I went and did Dragonflight Season 4. I did the entire thing because
Okay, fuck. He did Season 4, which sucks for me because none of this is going to mean anything to me. I wish he used Season 3 eye levels.
Because there was charts on it online, so it was pretty easy to track. You know, 535 was very rare items. Crafted gear ends at 3 out of 4 myth. Mythic raid starts at, 519 item level. Heroic goes to 6 out of 6 hero, which is 2 out of 4 myth. Now, 6 out of 6 hero still going to 2 out of 4 myth. That's going to be at 626 item level. That's standard. Myth track ending at 623, or starting at 623. That makes sense. The vault, you also still start getting vault gear. You get myth 1 out of the vault now, instead of myth 2 that you would get previously.
Oh, wow. To get, you actually need straight up 10s for the Great Vault now.
Now it's that 620.
Damn, so Mythic Plusers, if you purely Mythic Plus and don't raid, you're going to have to... You're only going to get, like, basically 1 Mythic piece per week. And it's going to start at Mythic 1. Yeah, but I mean, like, the intention of the game is that you're weaving and doing both, right? Like, if you want to raid, you need to Mythic Plus. And if you want to Mythic Plus, they want you to raid. So, like, yeah, I mean, if you're someone who just wants to raid, or if you're someone who just wants to Mythic Plus, which has... They have been trying to push you away from that for years, you're going to continue to be mad, yeah.
23 item level gear. So now we're getting myth 1 out of the vault. Not a big deal.
But wasn't that the same as before? I guess if you did high enough keys before, you got, like... You could save a few aspect crests because you would get it. It would drop 3 eye levels higher.
Whenever I saw this post earlier, that was talking.
But that's so far. This isn't Blizzard hates Mythic Plus players. This is like pretty. This is like pretty similar to how it was before, I guess.
So now we're getting myth 1 out of the vault. Not a big deal. Whenever I saw this post earlier that was talking about, the expansion cadence for like M plus and stuff like that opening up, I was like, okay, maybe it's a little bit weird. And so then this is why I actually started looking into this, is because I recognized that this was going to be myth 1. So, and then I recognized that there were 6 tracks on the myth slot, and also recognized that crafted gear only gets crafted all the way up to 629 item level. So now, instead of playing down, if you're just an M plus only player, a lot of your gear would actually have been 522 for an extended period of time, meaning that you would only be playing down 6 item levels over people that had 4 out of 4 myth in those slots. But now instead, you're going to be playing down 13 item levels, which is in my opinion, unacceptable, because basically now every single piece of gear that you're going to be wearing is the very rare equivalent, as opposed to just like the normal 4 out of 4 myth equivalent. And
I mean, it kind of makes sense. It also, it's weird because didn't Blizzard spend all of Dragonflight kind of giving Mythic Plusers more and more rewards? Like, I think Dragonflight was like the closest a pure Mythic Pluser could ever get to like someone who purely does raid, I guess. But now I guess they're walking that back, if this is intentional at least. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, everyone I know that raids Mythic Pluses, Blizzard's probably like, hey, if you want to have the best gear for Mythic Plus, you're going to also have to do the one time you can loot a week raid. And that's just kind of how the game's always been. It's probably going to continue to do that. Right? So, I mean, that's kind of how it probably is always going to be.
with the crafted gear is just going to be significantly worse relative to max item level gear. And this is really bad because for Mythic Plus,
Max, you need 1,000 plus Aspect Crest to upgrade your gear. Yeah, I mean, they probably want to extend the duration at which you feel upgrades. And that's not purely a, like, well, what is, like, people always say that, like, really bad take that people, it's like they're extending playtime metrics for shareholders. That's, like, one of the most made-up things ever. Like, it turns out that, like, you play a game for fun, but like it can add a little bit of extra fun when you're playing it and you're also feeling some kind of reward, right? So like logging in and doing 4 Mythic Plus dungeons, you might enjoy doing those 4 Mythic Plus dungeons, but while you're also pushing up bars on your character, and what that can mean is increasing your reputation or increasing your eye level or increasing your power in some way, you're like, that's how MMOs grab you. That's how RPGs grab you, because you're doing multiple progression things at once and you feel like you're like progressing, right? That's the feeling. One of the issues with the upgrade system is if you go really hard at the beginning, you stop progressing like pretty soon into the season. So adding more upgrade tracks for Mythic, I don't think is bad. Like if you're looking down the barrel of the total amount of aspect things, if you're playing your main, it's just there's going to be more weeks when you're playing the game and you feel like you're getting stronger, which I think is better for everyone. The really bad part of it, which is already a huge issue in the game, is how it's going to feel to play an alt that's behind. That's already something that's like super dog shit. And maybe they can fix that with like Warbound crests and some shit like that, hopefully, since like the game should be more account wide now. But like you get done in these seasons within like 5 or 6 weeks, basically. Your character's like fully done. This is basically just gonna extend that for like 3 or 4 weeks. And I think most people playing their main, that gameplay loop is going to keep them playing the patch longer, but having more fun when they're playing. Like, not keeping you playing the game like, oh, Blizzard's forcing me to play. Like you're gonna be doing the same content you would already be doing, but you're gonna feel like your character's progressing. That sounds good to me. Adding more upgrade paths. I don't know exactly what the sweet spot is, because like let's just say there's 20 mythic upgrade tracks. Is that too much where it takes 6 months to get fully geared? That sounds awful, right? There's some middle ground there where I think it being better, more than 4 is good. What is it? 5 to 6 weeks is a stretch. If you did only Mythic Plus in Season 4, it took you 8 to 9 weeks. Yeah, but we're not talking about only doing Mythic Plus. Guys, if you're only doing Raid or only doing Mythic Plus, you're going to be significantly less geared than everyone else. That's been the case always. That will always continue to be the case. Right? The best way to gear in PvE is to do both of them. That's never going to change. I also don't think that's bad. Let's see. In Season 4, I maxed my character's gear and immediately lost all motivation to keep playing them. Yeah, well, not all people are like that. There are some people, like JB types, that wish there wasn't any gear. They wish they had just logged in day one, they had max eye level for the patch, and they just queued content just to play. That is an extremely small subsection of players, right? An unbelievably small. Most people enjoy the content, but they also really enjoy themselves progressing their character in multiple ways, and they're using the content to do that. And in the content, it's great that the content is fun, but like actually why you're playing is to like improve your guy. By giving you more ways to gear your guy, giving you more weeks to play the game where you're playing it because you enjoy it, but you're also making your guy better, is going to increase most people's enjoyment of the game.
Only players, basically the only way that you can get myth track level gear is via the vault. as you may know, this is pretty.
Wasn't that the same? Wasn't that the same as last expansion? Isn't the only way to get Mythic Plus gear from the vault? Okay, let's try to theorize. Let's just try to be fair for a second. Is there, like, in the current way that Mythic Plus works, is there any other way you should be able to get Mythic Plus gear from, or Mythic Track gear from Mythic Plus on an infinitely farmable thing? Like should Mythic Track gear drop out of 15s? Like, no. Like, obviously not. Maybe, like, once a week or something, you can get an extra one, like doubling the amount or something like that. Because that would benefit everyone. Like, because think about it, right? Like, gearing for, like, he just mentioned this earlier. He pulled it up on stream. There's like a list somewhere. He dragged it down. You showed it. Show it again. Show it again, big dog. Was it before this? Oh yeah, here we go. So, like, how much gear you get, right? Like, gear only goes to Hero Track 2 and it's in a plus 10, and then gearing stops. But is a plus 15 harder than a plus 10? Yes. So why doesn't plus 15 drop Hero Track 3 or Hero Track 4 or Mythic Track 1 or whatever, right? I don't think any level of Mythic Plus should repeatedly drop Mythic Track gear. I think that's a problem. But I don't know. I could see, like, Mythic Plus players being able to get, and raiders be able to get a Great Vault from Mythic Plus Mythic Track piece. But then also once a week, you can get one more Mythic Track item, and it can just, like, randomly drop out of a 15 or something. Like, if you're doing a 15, you can randomly get a piece on Mythic Track, and then, like, that's your one piece of the week that's going to drop natty, and then it can't drop again. I'd be okay with that. Just, like, a little something like that. That would double the amount of Mythic Track items that pure Mythic Plusters can get, while also being a chase item for raiders. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the downside of that. Oh, sorry, we have raid leaders, so I need to run 15s, which I normally don't like doing, and I just have to spam 15s to hope I get an extra Mythic Track piece. Oh, wait, I got some, like, shitty trinket, and now I'm mad. And now I'm mad. I guess that's kind of like Great Vault, though. Sometimes you can just get a bad piece. But I don't know. I think most of this you're going to hear is just pure Mythic Plusers. This has happened for years, where it's like pure Mythic Plusers are just going to complain that they can't only Mythic Plus to get all the gear in the game. But that's just, like, I just think that's fucking whining, man. Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be arguing and you don't deserve, like, more than whatever you get, right? But I don't know, like, raiders, like, raiders don't get to just raid and not do Mythic Plus. Like, if you just raid and don't do Mythic Plus, your gear's gonna be dog shit. It's probably gonna be the same way both ways around. I don't foresee a world where Blizzard's ever going to fully separate them. This is just what it is, right? I don't know. You just have to do it. I think another thing that is important too is they're nerfing crafted gear, right? I wonder how that feels. So, like, crafted gear, this season 3 and season 4 was 3 eye levels below what a like, very rare item was, potentially. So, like, in a lot of cases, it would still be best to get that non-crafted piece because it would have a little bit more stats, but you'd have to get one with the right secondaries on it. But it did feel kind of weird, especially, like, early in season. Was it season 2 where, like, almost your entire gear was crafted? Like, that just felt like crafting had too much of an impact. And then it was, like, season 3, I think they made it a little bit less weird somehow. But in general, I like crafting gear being relevant as long as it's not your entire loadout. But I don't know how I feel about it being... What is crafted gear going to be? 3, 6, 9. Crafted gear is going to be 9 eye levels below max eye level non-very rare? Or 10? Something like 9 or 10, one of those two. That is a... What a fucking take in chat. Mythic Raid is miserable and unapproachable. Mythic Plus is more popular and far more approachable, so Mythic Plus should give more rewards. Mythic Raiders should just have a tournament realm for the 80 people that do the race. Yeah, this is an unbiased take, by the way. This person trying to understand all sides, not just their own, for sure. That should be a mod, actually. Just fucking rip it. Dude, I love when people just say shit. It goes crazy when someone just, like, they don't even, like, read it. They're just like, I'm gonna fucking rip this. Let's see. Don't do Mythic Raid. I do Heroic Mythic Plus, and I love the balance. It does suck a bit, sure, but who cares? It's a fun game with fun times. Fuck yeah. Woo, everything's fun. I mean, yeah, if you want the best gear, you're going to have to do both. The question is, should the gap be bigger than it was before? Mythic Pluses would tell you no. Someone who's going to purely raid would probably tell you, make it as big as possible, I guess. That would just be purely biased. So someone who does both, I know there's one thing that Blizzard was concerned with last expansion. It was that at least, I don't know about Mythic Raid eye level, but I know Heroic Raid eye level felt irrelevant. Like, Heroic Raid just felt completely trivial. Like, why would you do Heroic Raid? And I know they like to have, like, they want you to have a reason to do everything. And I think there should be a reason to do, well, most things of relevant content. Like, you shouldn't feel like you need to do LFR or normal if you're, like, past that, right? But, like, Heroic just felt like something that wasn't, like, with the way rewards worked, it just felt like Heroic didn't have a place. And maybe this is because of that. Like, we're looking at the Mythic side of it, but I wonder if they want to make Heroic more relevant. No, I think it would still be the same. Like, the fact that you can get Hero Track Gear and Mythic Plus still, right? Isn't that still the case? He showed it earlier on his stream. Was it right? Tettles. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, you can, bro, starting from a +7, you can just farm Hero Track Gear. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, the actual gear from Mythic Plus makes, like, infinitely farmable Mythic Plus makes Heroic Raids still irrelevant, really. So, this is, like, kind of purely a Mythic Raid change. This is Art Max, 3-minute video turned into a movie. Yep, I was fucking born for this shit. There should be an Olympics for yapping. I don't think I'd win, but I'd fucking compete, bro. I'd be a competitor, bro. I'd be in there. Max, what do you plan to do on pre-patch? Dude, honestly, I'm gonna like log in. I'm gonna log into my monk for the first time in like 2 seasons. I'm gonna make my new talent tree. I'm just gonna feel some shit out, and then I'm gonna do one thing and then log off, I think. Actually, I don't know. The thing is, I haven't played in season 4. Apparently the you can get like really good gear for the expansion in pre-patch, because I know a lot of our guildies were thinking about leveling their characters for the expansion and like doing heroic splits, but they were like, there's no reason to, because the gear you're going to get in pre-patch is just better. So that's the word on the street I heard. So that's next week. Oh, it's in 1 week from now. Ah, shit. You don't have the season 4 KSM mount? I have not done a single dungeon raid or any content in season 4. First season, I haven't done that in 10 years. More than 10 years. It's been Firelands. Since Firelands, there's never been a patch where I haven't played until season 4 of this expansion, which is kind of crazy. I'm not even over the game either. I still love playing WoW. I probably played more in, was it season 3? That was probably my most played season in like a year or two, because I just loved DH so much. But I mean, season 4 is just, you're just not gonna get me out of bed with old content, old dungeons, old raids. Fucking get me the fuck out of there. That is not. But also that's like a purely me thing. Like I am just completely and totally opposed to repeating content. I love doing raid content. I love figuring them out. I love killing them really fast, and then I never want to do them again. I want to do like a up to a 25 or what used to be a 25, like 15, 16, 17, 18 in a dungeon to where it's like fun and you're figuring out damage patterns and stops and stuff like that, optimizing. And then it's like once you do 98% of the optimizing, I'm just going to skip the last 2% where you just deplete keys and run into the problem of doing the same dungeons over and over again. Like at a certain point, it just gets old. And it's usually around those numbers where I'm like, could I keep doing this and go higher? Yeah, but like, why though? You know? I'm not that addicted to the game anymore. I'm just that's when it crosses the fun threshold of just playing other games. That's how WoW is for me. WoW for me, a new WoW patch is still better than any game for me. Here's the fun meter, right? New WoW patch, it's like up here, and then you're doing the raid, Race World First. Yeah, Race World First is over. Okay, now I get to play my guy. All right, cool. We're gonna do some heroic viewer raids. We're gonna steal loot from all my viewers. And then we're like gonna do some fucking Mythic Plus. Woo! I'm playing a class really like. Okay, maybe an alt, little fun. Okay, too many aspect crests to farm. Let's not do that. Go back down. And then it's like, okay, now I've done every dungeon on Mythic Plus above a current 15 or 16 like 10 times, and it's like minor optimizations, and I've already kind of figured out how to play it. And then the fun goes down to like here, and it's very simple. The best game I could be playing besides WoW is always at like a pretty static this level. So every season I'm like, fuck yeah, woo, I'm playing WoW. Look at me, I'm just fucking doing it. And then it's like, oh wait, this is old. And as soon as that happens, it's like, I'm gonna play other games for 3 months. And then the new season comes back out, and then it's more fun again, and then I come back to WoW. I'm telling you, guys, if you haven't tried it, this is by far the most enjoyable way to play this game. Like this is the way you play WoW, and every time you stop playing it, you don't like slander devs on the internet and like be mad. This is like, bro, you're permanently happy if you do this. Or what you can do, and this does go hard, is you can just imagine that other games don't exist. And instead of that other game line being there, you just keep sending it down the whole road of the WoW season. And then right around this point, the Twitter trend starts where people are like, WoW fucking sucks, huh? And it's because they're just doing this on purpose. Bro, just play another game for like just a couple weeks and you'll be fucking chilling. Do you know how weird it is to like play a game, enjoy it, and then stop? Or keep playing it, but then hate it and like actively tweet and comment on how much you hate it rather than just like doing anything else? Or quitting and then having the game that you quit and enjoyed at one point now occupy your mind negatively instead of just like doing literally anything else? Like, why would you ever think about a game after you stop playing it? Wouldn't you just you would just have to just do something other than that, right? What is it? You should see how mad Reddit is about the delay Mythic Plus release for Heroic Week. I mean, that was kind of assumed it would be the case, but I mean, I do understand. Like, if you are someone who Mythic Pluses, that is what you do in this game. You don't really care about raid. You don't care about the casual shit. You like doing Mythic Plus dungeons. Why wouldn't you be mad? Basically, you're just getting your season 1 week later than everyone else, right? Especially if you're a degenerate Mythic Pluser. And what I mean by a degenerate is like someone who doesn't have a job and they play games all day, every day. They either live with their parents or for whatever reason they just have a ton of time. I was a degenerate for a long time. Shout out degens. I'm not looking down on you. That's the lifestyle. I get it. But so like those people who do Mythic Plus are gonna be super mad. I even think people who enjoy Mythic Plus but have something to do during the day, I actually think those people would like the thing, because like the alternative of Heroic Raid and uncapped Mythic Plus just being available right away is like such a massive power jump that anyone who can't play all day every day is gonna feel left behind. And I feel like that isn't good for the majority of people who play WoW, or even the majority of people who play Mythic Plus. But people who play it all the time, I think those people are certainly going to be mad, and it would make sense for them to be mad because it's just you're delaying your content, right? What is it? Couldn't they just super cap the eye level from Mythic Plus the first week? That's what they did before. So they used to cap Mythic Plus at a +7, but now a +7 is below what a Mythic 0 is in the new system. So they just have Mythic 0. So actually you're able to do higher content than you ever used to be able to do with capped Mythic Plus. But I heard something that apparently they nerfed Mythic Plus eye level though, or Mythic 0 eye level. Is that true? What is actually, do they have this here? Where's Mythic 0? It says Heroic Raid, Mythic Raid. Where's Mythic 0? Mythic 0's veteran gear? Not even champ? Wait, where does, he pulled up the thing not too long ago. So, Mythic 0 is veteran 4. And then 2, so you'd get 593. I mean, yeah, that's pretty fucking bad. So basically you just want to be full 593 in Heroic Week. I mean, the alternative is that I wonder if we're going to get all crests that week. Are we going to get aspect crests that week too, even though we can't spend them? Oh, yeah, I guess you can't. Doesn't later heroic bosses drop mythic track gear? Like the last boss on heroic or something? Max, did your dog break her foot? No, she tore her dew claw off, unfortunately. So it's all wrapped up so she doesn't fuck with it. She didn't break her foot or anything. She's fine. I bet that hurt, though. We always had our dog's dew claws removed. No. I don't know. I've taken them to like vets throughout their life. I've never had someone be like, you should get those removed. I feel like they need it just in case they're fighting like a bear or something. Right? That's a good situation to consider. Yep, I'm just thinking about it. That's all. Reptar lazy as fuck right now? Dude, he is. He's built lazy. I threw the ball with him a lot this morning. It's kind of hot out, too. Isn't it hot as fuck? I mean, it's LA, so, like, hot here is, like, 78 degrees and not humid. The sun was a little hot, though. Dude, I wonder if there's like a... There's a lot of EU people that watch my stream, and they're probably not used to hearing Americans refer to degrees in Fahrenheit instead of Celsius. So I wonder if any of them have a jump scare where I said, this isn't even that hot here. It's only 78 degrees, and they're sitting here like, bro, that's as hot as the surface of the sun. Well, not really, but you get it. Hot as fuck. Like, actually just dead. Everyone here's dead. Dude, there's a YouTube video about that. McKinney is dead. Yeah. Bro, check out what this weatherman did. He saw a typo on the screen and he made the best of it.
Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that. Probably.
Possibly the most.
Yep. A fucking fact, bro. Everyone in McKinney's dead.
Everyone in McKinney is dead.
Looks right at the fucking screen. Keeping it real. You guys said Mr. GM had an interview? Okay. I asked for an interview a while ago, and then they were like, we'll give you an interview, but we want to get some other creators' interviews first because you've had a lot of them. And I didn't even push back on that. I'm like, you're right. Fucking give everyone their interviews because I think I did like fucking 6 in Dragonflight, like a ton. Right? That's what they said, and I was like, totally get it. But I've seen Mr. GM do like fucking 4 since then. So I think I'm in trouble or something. I think I'm in trouble. I don't know. Actually, not really, because they just reached out to me recently to do like some partnership stuff with them. But someone over there is like, fuck this guy, I think. Yapped way too much? Yeah, probably. You broke too many NDAs? I've never broken an NDA. WoW developer interview, Warbands and Hero Talents deep dive. This was released 2 hours ago. For the love of God, please tell me he has timestamps with the questions.
Hello there and welcome back.
Oh my God. Please tell me someone did it in the comments. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no way. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's just terrible stream content if you can't bounce around to the stuff you care about, because you just end up half the video is stuff you don't want to listen to, and then the stuff that's there, you just don't know where it is. I'll just wait till someone gives me the timestamps. Max, do you have any experience with OLED screens in WoW? Do you recommend them? I mean, it's just like an OLED screen. So, I mean, I guess... I mean, I'm using an OLED screen now. Alienware sent me a... I think it's a 27-inch OLED 360 hertz monitor. Goes fucking crazy. And I don't know, it looks good, you know? I don't know. It looks like a screen. Yeah, the box is still right behind me. If you want to see it. Max, where's our beta build? Wait, I don't think we're getting a beta build today, are we? Maybe we are. We're getting pre-patch, but I imagine the pre-patch launch is going to be a lot. They're not going to want to do beta at the same time. But if beta servers are down, then maybe they are releasing a build. That would be kind of crazy. I'm assuming this is going to come out tomorrow. But who knows? It's all made up, so... Max, they said there was a beta build today last week. Where? Max, I DM'd you a link to the TLDR of the Mr. GM interview. I need timestamps, or else I can't really watch it. Oh, Icy Veins did a TLDR? I don't care. Yeah, I don't want the TLDR. I want timestamps, and I don't like listening to the... I don't like reading TLDRs. I like hearing the devs say it. I think that matters a lot. But I want to have timestamps, yeah. Or else, I mean, I don't care about, like, I can just not watch it. That's fine. But it would be great to watch it if there's timestamps, but I won't watch it without it. Beta build has to be today because we have raid testing tomorrow. Oh, you sweet summer child. You haven't been around for the raid test where the realms go up 1 hour before and the servers are like totally unusable. Max, are you playing Marvel Rivals closed beta today? Certainly not. No. Max, I've consumed much less interview content of The War Within than any other expansion before. Yeah, maybe it was like a different time in gaming, but I can tell you from viewer interest and just overall interest in WoW, like the Dragonflight beta absolutely crammed views. Like there was a ton of viewers. Everyone was into it. And the viewership and intrigue around the War Within beta has been significantly less. But I can't tell. That's because of a few factors, I think. So number one, Dragonflight beta was right after Shadowlands, and Shadowlands was super big because of the pandemic. Also, just random shout out, could they have possibly fucked up an expansion more than Shadowlands being the, like, one expansion you had to get right because everyone was playing WoW due to COVID, and you just fucking came out with Shadowlands? Anyways, so Dragonflight beta comes out. The reason why I think maybe Dragonflight beta is a little bit more popular is it also had spec trees and class trees being introduced, which is like a huge, like a major implementation. Like, hero talents are nowhere near the same level of complexity. Also, not a lot of people got into the alpha and beta of Dragonflight, where the War Within, you could get into beta if you wanted to. There's probably a lot less reason to watch a stream about someone playing your class if you can just have beta by buying the expansion, right? Not everyone did that, but, like, I don't know, probably a fair amount of people did, so... yeah, I'm not sure. Max, Shadowlands was horrible, lol, sorry. Why are you saying sorry to me? I just said that too. Who are you saying? What are you cooking? Fucking sorry guys. Just throwing it out there. What is it? Max, did you watch Haruma Red's video for the top 10 Race World first moments? I did, but it was like a fucking Mickey Mouse list. They didn't mention Paragon one time. In a video of the top 10 moments of the Race World first, they didn't mention Paragon once. Mickey Mouse list. Yep, Twitch L. So right, YouTube. So right. Not sure if it's me, but Max seems bitter about interviews ever since Blizz stopped giving him priority. Yeah, man, they're not giving it to me, so, like, I listen to the interviews and I react to them, but I'm so salty. Just every question they ask, I'm just like, ugh, I would have asked that so much better. Disgusting. As if, like, being an interviewer is being the star of the show and not just someone who's just fucking asking for information like a beggar. No, look at me, I'm salty, just like that. Look at that, and now I'm mad. I just realized that I have some deep-rooted issues with this. Holy moly. I just want a clip of you commenting on the Havoc changes. There is no clip, right? Or maybe that's the point. Where is this? The War Within pre-expansion content goes live. Here's everything that changed. Give me the list here. Where is it? It's one of these posts. Same. Oh, here it is. Classes. All right, here we go, guys. Ready? Death Knight. Woo! Blood, Frost, Unholy. Like 200 lines of text. Druid. Insane. Evoker, insane. Hunter, insane. Mage, insane. Monk, insane. Warlock, so many changes. Let's go back to DH. Oh, just kidding. I fucking actually went past it. You just didn't even notice it. You ready for it? Fucking right here. Here's all the Demon Hunter changes. We nerfed Illuminated Sigils and Sigil of Misery Disorient. And you know that really cool tier set you guys like where Throwglaive gets cast on Blade Dance and the Hunt has a ton of CDR and does a ton of damage? Well, now the Hunt doesn't do any damage anymore, and that's gone. Woo! Woohoo! It's not a surprise, though. Do you guys think they just randomly picked DH and Rogue? DH and Rogue were the two classes that had the had their changes going into Season 3, right? DH and Rogue were like the two big reworks of Season 3, the most recent, like, real WoW season. So they're probably last in line to get worked on in the expansion, and they just ran out of time. Get owned. It's crazy how much better talent trees get over time. Because, like, just in the rotation of all the classes, if they were to just do them in order, every new iteration, you would feel behind by being the last one again. I mean, I don't know. I don't think... Like, I've heard the gameplay and stuff is bad. I don't know if, like, the trees are as bad for, like, DH specifically. At least the last time I looked at it. It's not a massive tree issue. It's like... I think the rogue trees are bad. But DH is like, I think it's just like gameplay, playstyle, what's doing damage is just like worse than live. That's some white leg right there. You guys want more leg, by the way? I can show more leg. I'll fucking do it too. I might even show ankle. Someone in chat just typed slut. What a message. You know what might be a good idea today? Doing another one of those little drafts with Dratty and the boys, but I don't really know what to do it on yet. We would just have to YOLO it. I don't want to do the Mythic Plus one today. And then I'd have to have that guy who normally makes draft sheets for me make one, and I don't even know if he's around. Draft a custom class with abilities from any class. That is what we talked about. Dratnos actually said that. I asked him today, and he said build a class. Pick a defensive, an offensive, a rotational movement, and then a CC. From, like, all classes in the game. But, like, I feel like it's hard to do that right. I feel like that content might be better if you, like, really cook it and do it right. YOLO it, most OP one wins. I mean, it kind of sounds fun. The thing is like, I'm not going to be able to make a sheet for it. I'm going to have to do it all in Notepad. It's so pointless, though. That's just fun content. And then you guys get to vote on who creates the most OP class. I won't compete in it because you guys are biased against me. But I will, like, moderate it and tell people when they're going, and then I'll be able to shit talk all of them in chat with you guys and mute my mic. I'll vote for you if you shit your pants on stream. Bro, that has to be the worst fucking I offer you this and then get this in return shit ever. Like that, like, do you know that deal is significantly worse for me than it is for you, right? Like, you lose nothing by voting for me. That's a crazy fucking, yeah, it's a trade alert. You not doing it makes the content 50% worse. I'm just never going to do it. If you guys voted normally instead of being biased, I would do it, but you guys fucking caused this. It's your all's fault. Let's see. Max, give Hunter's Demon Hunter flap ability done. That's more changes than Blizzard did to DH. Okay, let me get Dratnos' idea. Okay, so defensive CD, offensive CD, movement, CC ability, and what else is cool? Like random cool niche class button. Even stupid ones like Flap. So what would be interesting, guys, if we get all the boys together? Would it be... Okay, so build a class draft. Okay. You do... offensive CD, defensive CD, movement ability, CC ability, raid buff, raid cooldown. So raid buff would be like Mark of the Wild, raid cooldown would be like AMZ, barrier, shit like that. It's just mage. Yeah, but like it's 5 people drafting against each other, so you can't all take mage stuff, right? And then I guess wild card. No, like a wild card, you can choose. No, then you just choose like an extra raid buff. Ooh, like class defining ability? What would those be? Like Army of the Dead? It's not like a super... That's not about how OP the button is. It's like the coolest flavor ability. Like literally just a coolest spell. Like, it doesn't matter how good it is. It's purely there just to be like, holy fuck, I have this spell and this spell's cool. And that's purely up to the user to interpret how cool that is. Like, someone might put Flap, and then someone's like, that goes fucking hard. And then someone else might choose like an OP ability, and then some fucking tryhard loser will be like, that's fucking cool because it's objectively the best. And it's just all up to the interpretation of the voter. I like this. The question is, how the fuck are we gonna do this without it just being stupid as fuck? Do I still have that sheet that has the... Let me see if I still have the sheet. So, snake draft of bosses. I guess I could just, like, alter this sheet, although it's super bright. I don't want to show this being super bright. Can I go dark mode? Does that work? Yeah, that's much better. Okay, but then I could just, like... It doesn't have to be super fancy like this. It could be... I just want, like, the general idea. Like, dude, can I just, like, fucking copy this? Make a new sheet. Literally just do this. Max. Or no, I'm not doing it. Dratnos. Let me see who else is around. Dorky. Growl. Automatic Jack. Max, the sheet guy is gonna hate you. Oh, I'll be alright. Who else would we do? This posture is fucking wild. Bro, I'm fucking lounging. What do you mean? My posture right now is I'm laying back in my chair. My right leg is fully outstretched and on my desk, and my left leg is like crossed over my right leg. I am fucking vibing right now. I am in an incredible fucking... This is amazing. I'm leaned back. At least I'm not shrimping. Oh, I'm the opposite of shrimping. My back is like a fucking brick house right now. Max, I made timestamps under the Mr. GM video with comments for you. Oh my god, really? Dude, you absolute monster. Did you actually? Oh, yes, you did. Holy shit, I'm giving you mod. And I'm giving mod to that guy earlier that just randomly called me a slut for putting my leg on camera. I don't know if I spelled your name right, but... Alright. Alright, Dorky's down. Let me see if Growl is down. Alright, I guess we could do a couple of these. So which one of these timestamps are interesting to us? Challenges. This is so good why they're... Because I can already see like 10 of these that I would never listen to. Challenges when doing the warband conversion. That means nothing to me. Will there be an introductory tutorial for hero talents? Nope. Are there going to be major changes to hero talents in the future? That's a 1-minute answer, which basically means, of course. How important was feedback on beta for hero talents? Irrelevant. Legacy account-wide reputations when? I don't care about rep. Class-specific items not being warband collectibles. Maybe that one, actually. Challenges when balancing classes, plus do delves affect balancing. 4-minute answer. Excellent. We'll listen to that. More classes for Drakthir. And what's going to happen to their racials? Very important question. Good question. Will there be a way to disable XP bonus from new... Don't care. Are there plans to make changes to Pursuit in the open world? Don't care. What would they make... What would they like to make warband level in the future? Great question. Raid skips being warband wide. They answered that in 30 seconds, so who cares? Cadence of item spell, hero talents of future expansion. What's your plans? Favorite hero talent? Okay, nice. There's literally like 3 questions we need to listen to. This is exactly... Thank you for doing this. All right. Okay, so where do we start? Give him an update. Oh shit, alright. I'll like that shit. What was the first thing I wanted to listen to? Challenges on balancing classes and do delves affect balancing? I think it's that one. Challenges when balancing classes. Let's do it.
So what are like some of the challenges a team faces when balancing classes?
Dude, my neck is
I guess
fucking
now as well with
bricked.
with the war.
Do you guys
within
ever
with
get like
being,
weird
a solo activity? Does that
you
affect
slip on your
class
neck
balancing
weird?
as well as obviously having to think about various other types of content with classes?
I didn't hear a word of that.
How much time do we have? Challenges
1 second.
for tuning in.
Does that affect class balancing as well as obviously having to think about various other types of content?
Well, it
with
obviously
classes?
affects class balancing, yeah.
How much time do we have? Challenges for tuning in World of Warcraft? Yeah, I mean, WoW is, at its core, it's a really big game, and there's a lot of game modes that we need to support. Like you mentioned, Delves is one of them, but, you know, even looking
My
at
neck is
raids,
fucked due to
there's single
shrimping.
target
Bro, I'm not
fights, there's
shrimping.
AoE
I'm
fights,
sitting
there's
straight as
fights
fuck
with
right now.
Cleave, there's fights with 2 targets. There's Mythic Plus and Tyrannical versus Fortified. There's also PvP with, you know, arenas versus battlegrounds. All of these
Guys, I'm
have
not shrimping.
different sort of combinatorics and factors.
I'm
and
not fucking shrimp. Look at me. I'm sitting up straight. This is a normal fucking sit. This is shrimping is like you're like this. Your back is like a C. I'm sitting up like a regular dude, not shrimping.
involved with tuning, and that is sort of a very big challenge to make sure we're spending the right amount of time and the right amount of effort on all of them. So I would say that's the biggest challenge, just the wide variety of, you know, content that we need to support. And then you combine that
Guys,
with,
I'm not
you know,
shrimping.
Classes having talents.
I'm
Those
literally the
are additional
opposite of a shrimp.
combinations
When
and-
I sit, this is me. Ready? I sit like this. I sit like I don't put my back on the chair. I don't sit up. I literally just do this. This is what I'm doing. This is what you're watching right here. Ready? Turning, you can see side profile. I'm just sitting normal. This is a normal sit. It's a normal sit. And shrimping is like, it's like, dude, I don't even know how to do it. How do you do it? Is it like fucking, no, you put your butt forward and then, oh, that's the shrimp. Oh, this is fucking demonic. Oh my God. I could feel it, dude. I could feel my back. It's like, oh my God. Whew. That's fucking weird, man. You got to put the arms back. Holy shit.
hero talents on top of that. I would say just a wide variety of content that needs supporting is probably our biggest challenge. In terms of content like Delves, yeah, absolutely. When we look at Delves and we realize that, hey, players are going to do this as solo, you know, I would say probably quite often, we want to make sure that players can actually solo content, especially higher end Delves. They have the defensive things that they need to survive, damage taken. Things of that nature are definitely top of mind for us. I will say, with hero talents, it is additional layer, but there are a few things that we're doing to make it a little bit easier on our end to make sure things are balanced. So for example, with hero talents, you're getting everything for the most part. There are going to be choice nodes that you pick, you know, one or the other. But since you're getting everything, we as developers know that, all right, this is a Sun Fury Fire Mage. They're going to have X, Y, and Z talent for the most part. And that basically gives us an avenue to sort of tweak things as appropriate. So if you're playing a single target fight and you're comparing, you know, a Sun Fury Fire Mage and a Sun Fury Arcane Mage, and Fire is underperforming or overperforming, we can just tweak a specific talent that all Sun Fury Fire Mages have. Should pick an easier to say hero talent tree spec combination. But we could tweak that, knowing that it's going to affect everyone, while also not upsetting the balance of Sun Fury Arcane Mages. Also, one of our design goals is to make sure that all hero talents have built-in defensives and built-in movement speeds, or movement utility affecting talents. So that's another thing that we can sort of rely on, making sure that we're not spreading defensives too wide or too thin in some cases.
Really? I actually think defensives and mobility being in hero talents at all, like across the board, I actually think makes these harder to balance. Is he making the argument that it's the opposite of that? Because like some hero talents, I'm not going to pull them up on stream because there's going to be people in certain classes that are like, he's going to get us nerfed like that. But like there are some where you have like a 5 to 20% passive damage reduction. There are some where it gives you basically nothing, where like druids who need like DRs the most, have to like regrowth themselves to get a worse DR than some other classes are getting permanently. So like that clearly affects balance. And then forget about different classes, because you could argue different classes need different defensives. Not saying that those classes who needed them got them or whatever. I mean, I guess shamans probably needed them the most rather than anyone, and shamans are like significantly tankier now. Maybe druid, probably just still boonkin. But like even within specs, like imagine you're a DK and you're a DPS DK and you don't want to play Rider, you want to play the other one, so like either Sandlane or Deathbringer, but you're like, but I can't really do that because for this fight I need to have the most unbelievably broken movement hero talent of I can turn my Death's Advance into a Paladin horse that lasts 10 seconds with 2 charges. Like there are going to be fights, like can you imagine Razageth? Right? Well, actually I guess Razageth, just the Death's Advance effect alone would have been fine, but like think about Broodkeeper, like running around the room with Broodkeeper, like having that horse would have been fucking broken, right? So like you could be playing different hero talents and the balance isn't purely DPS. Like I think having movement and defensives on hero talents I think makes your jobs harder, not to mention that, you know, if you just go back in time and you were to just ask the question, should hero talents be providing extra defensives across every class in the game? I would just say no, because the game already has too many defensives, and you're seeing how it negatively affects the way you play the game already. It's been talked about ad nauseum, but I don't know. I just don't think that that point doesn't make sense to me.
And I guess lastly, the thing is, since these are shared between 2 specs, so if let's
Guys,
say
I'm not shrimping.
Stormbringer enhancement shaman is
I'm fucking
underperforming or overperforming.
Wait, I
but
did
Stormbringer-
actually, I did feel myself kind of, dude, I like did the shrimp pose on stream, and now my body's like, yes, revert back to the shrimp.
Your elemental is just fine. We could tweak Stormbringer specifically for enhancement.
I'm
to tune
fucking,
down a
I'm
little
sitting
bit.
as straight as, I'm
And
sitting
on top
straight
of all
up.
that, if you know we need to adjust for PvP specifically, we can mult them up or down as well. So we're giving ourselves quite a few sort of tools to sort of handle tuning for hero talents, and we feel pretty good about them.
That's good. That's good news. Yeah. I think generally speaking, it seems like people are pretty happy with the tuning, right? Well, obviously we haven't had the full tuning pass, I guess, apart from the tanks, but I can't speak on tanks. I know people probably would want me to ask, but I don't really know too much about it, unfortunately. So
Moving on. All right, next question. Oh, here we go. More classes for Drakthir. What will happen to their racials? Let's do it.
This is one I definitely wanted to ask. So in a recent interview with Ian, we
Go back to slut pose? Okay.
had me and a couple other creators in. I asked about class race combinations, and Ian said that kind of more classes for Drakthir are planned in the future. He didn't say which specific classes they are, which is fine.
Oh boy.
Really, the kind of you know he said that, but now people are thinking, right, like what could happen to those racials, because obviously the Drakthir evoker is very much like tied into their racials, I guess. Even some of the talents do affect the racial
Dude, this
abilities.
is the
Has
most
there been any
comfy
thoughts behind like what could
gaming
come of
position
those
ever.
racials? If let's say that we got a Drakthir warrior, would they still have the the wing buffet and things like that?
Yeah, good question. Yep, still planning on expanding Drakthir to multiple classes, not for launch, but in a future update. And as you mentioned, I think one of the first things we realized was like, oh, okay, what happens to a mage in PvP when they have these Drakthir racials? That seems to be a little bit too good. So it's certainly something we've been talking about. In fact,
Bro,
one
Mythic
avenue
Plus
that
would be
we're
an
currently
absolute
proposing
movie.
and discussing internally is like, what if we increase the cooldowns on the 2 active racials, so the knockup and the knockback, for all classes, but then we update the existing evoker class tree to lower the cooldown back to what it was before? Because I think right now there are talents in the evoker class tree that specifically reduce the cooldown at these already. So this means that the end result will be something like, an increased cooldown for, non-evokers, but an unchanged cooldown for evoker Drakthir. That's kind of what we're currently sort of leaning towards. There's a few other avenues that we're exploring.
Wait, let me hear that again.
Reduce the cooldown at these already. So this means that the end result will be something like, an increased cooldown for, non-evokers, but an unchanged cooldown for evoker Drakthir. That's kind of what we're currently sort of leaning towards. There's a few other.
So what? So they would get, so every class that plays Drakthir will get Glide, and their abilities like Wing Buffet and Tail Swipe will just be on a longer cooldown, and they'll give like built-in CDR to Evoker specifically. I mean, even still, like even if you're a DPS and you can only use tail swipe like 3 times a dungeon, it'll still be like the best Mythic Plus racial by far. Even if it's on a 5-minute cooldown, it would still be insanely good.
Other avenues we're exploring. So that's one angle. I'm sort of curious, like, what do you think of that? Do you think that's sort of a good thing to go down?
I think that sounds reasonable. Yeah. Obviously, you
Like,
don't want to.
What do you expect to get when you're like asking the interviewer like, what do you think? Because like we don't know fucking anything. Like I remember Ian did this to me, where like he like basically announced the simultaneous raid release in an interview on my channel, and then he was like, does that sound good? And I was like, my fucking mind was blown, and I didn't say yes really. I was just like, I had to think about it. I'm like, I don't know, I'll get back to you. And it definitely not good. But he just fucking blindsided me. Yeah, I like that shit.
I think that sounds reasonable. Yeah. Obviously, you don't want to upset current evoker players by making their racial abilities super long, so they'll still have the option to make it shorter if they wanted to. So yeah, I think it seems reasonable. I think like removing it obviously would have probably upset a bit more people. So I think like you have to find the path of least resistance, I suppose, with something like that. But I'm very excited for it.
Dude, someone in YouTube chat said, "Oh, here's Max getting pissed at the interview because it should be him."
I think that's going to be awesome, just to be able to play those kind of new classes as a
so
drag player is going to be
good.
a lot of fun.
YouTube
But,
W.
yeah, certainly, I'd imagine that
Oh
was
my
probably
God.
a challenge there.
Very excited. I am too, personally.
Dude, I'm just so jaded.
I
I'm
guess back
so
on
mad.
Warbands, actually, I got a few Warband ones that are relatively short, I hope. So let's start with this one. So
can't
there's
even
an
fucking-
achievement in the game to
Oh, God.
so
I'm
every
giving
max
that guy
level
a mod.
character you get on your Warband, you get a percentage of XP each time. I believe it goes up to I think it's 20% or something like that. This is
Sounds about right.
a super niche question, and I've had a few people ask this in my stream and things. Could there be a way to disable it?
It's a good question. I honestly don't
Wait,
know.
what is this?
I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah.
Oh, who
we can
cares?
certainly follow up to kind of double.
Huge who cares there. All right. Are there plans to make changes to personal loot in the open world? Nope. Raid skip a warband line, cadence of items and spell changes, hero talents and future expansions. I want to listen to this actually.
I guess another one on hero talents. So with hero talents being evergreen now, what is the kind of design philosophy behind the design regarding like?
Dude, you guys are so stupid. When that guy said that in Twitch chat, someone just spammed shrimp slut, shrimp slut.
Future expansions and
Like,
future
what is-
patches? Is it more
this
like
is not
balancing
gonna be a
numbers,
bit, man.
or more like changing and
That
not
is
fun,
so
like,
weird.
not-
Imagine someone coming to my channel for the first time and they're like, I wonder what this community's like. And then they just see you spam those two things specifically. It's just like so weird.
Sorry, is it more like balancing numbers long term and not the function and like design and feel? Like, kind of what could we expect going forward with hero talents?
It's a lot of both, honestly. Like I mentioned previously, they're here to stay. They're not going anywhere. They're gonna be part of your class and spec identity going forward. So if we need to update or iterate or even redesign specific hero talents, that's certainly on the table. We plan on supporting them following launch in the same capacity that we support things like classes and specs entirely. How classes and how specs feel is at its core really important to us, and hero talents are a really big part of that. So we're not just going to sort of ship them and not make updates towards them. So I would say, there's certainly updates and iteration and even potential redesigns on the table. It's all going to depend on how things land and sort of what the next few months have for us.
Excellent. I guess we're kind of wrapping up now, so I'll ask you a personal question. What's your favorite hero talent?
Peter?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's harder for George to answer. No, for me, so I main a Guardian Druid and mostly sort of do dungeon content. But I think out of all of the classes that I do play, I'm really, really looking forward to jumping into Frostfire.
Please. Oh, he said Frostfire Mage. I was like, please say some super dog shit like Demon Hunter hero talent. Be like, I main a Guardian Druid, but I've really just been taken back by Eldrachi Reaver. That would have, oh my god, the reaction from that would have been so funny.
For my Frost Mage. It just looks like it just speaks to me in some way that I'm
Fucking
really looking
fell
forward to getting to
scarred.
grips with.
I can't. I'm not sure if I could actually pick one because technically they're all my children and I have to love them all equally, and I do. I think I play a lot of healers on live. I have over the past, many expansions. So I probably will play a lot of, things like Lightsmith Paladin, Herald Paladin, Totemic and Farseer, Resto Shaman. I'm actually really excited for Flame Shaper, Preservation Evoker as well. I think it's probably one of my current favorites, but I've played a lot of them over the course of beta and alpha, so it's hard for me to just pick one. And honestly, like my guild's kind of frustrated with me because I haven't decided what I'm playing yet. So time will tell. Just a few weeks away.
I love that. Well, I guess that's kind of all the time we got for, but yeah, thank you very much for your time, guys. I really do appreciate it.
Dude, is Mr. GM's camera shaking, or do you think it's more likely that his camera shaking or that he's perpetually in an earthquake? Watch his camera.
I
You
guess
see
that's kind of all the time we got for,
Right
but
there.
yeah, thank you very much for your time, guys. I really do appreciate it. Pre-patch, obviously, next week. I'm sure you are super ready for everything to go really
It's probably just a little earthquake, and he didn't even react to it because he's a huge beast. What is it? Standing desk plus mount on the tabletop? Bro, I have a standing desk. This bitch doesn't shake. It goes straight up. It makes me look like I'm becoming a baby. I'm getting really small. I'm gone. I'm gone. We're fucking back up. We're fucking back up. Look at me. Standing up. I just grew in front of your own eyes. Can't shrimp when you're standing, boys. Wait, can't. That's weird. That doesn't work. Okay. Okay. Dude, you got me self-aware of my shrimping. How does one fix posture? That's a good question. I don't know how to answer it. I feel like you need to talk to a doctor, but I would bet a lot of you suffer from being shrimps. And the other thing too, probably. A lot of you. I know it. Just like me. All right. Your slut posture right now? Yep. Stay slutty. You know what it is. Dude, when the fuck is this shit gonna come out? Alright, Dratno said he's down to do the draft in 45... Oh, even longer. Dratnos is down for this draft in an hour and 15 minutes. So, 2 p.m.? Okay, I can get some people around for that. Dratnos has... What did I just read? Dratnos has sluts to see, shrimps to be. Jesus Christ. Y'all are out of control, man. I'm gonna grab some water. Be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna run an ad just because you guys are being mean. Get owned. Get persuaded. I bet you all aren't even going to buy this ad, but it's going to infest your mind. And the next time you're thinking about, like, I don't know, like, where to shop, you're just going to go to Target because you're watching a Target ad right now. here, Effie. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here, buddy. Dude, I think Reptar did something. Whenever he's like afraid to come to me, not like afraid, but like if I'm calling to him and he is ever like, I don't want to do this, I know he fucking did something in the house. He's so funny, man. Like, if he ever were to like poop or pee in the house, which he very rarely does, but if he does, like, he always is like giving me the side eye, like, oh my god, I hope he doesn't fucking know. All right. Max, you think there's a little chance for Blizzard to bring back the blood gameplay DK of DG for TWW? Guys, get these acronyms the fuck out of here. Don't ever do that to me. This is not a class Discord. Someone just posted this great Max pick in the Discord channel of General. Which one? This is just stupid. This isn't even shrimp. This isn't shrimping. This... Wait, what? Someone made AI shrimp. Wait, did they make the Team Liquid logo a shrimp? I like how on this one it's actually... Oh, that's good. That's good shit. That needs to go on pre-live starting screen. Aren't people gonna get mad at me? Doesn't AI art make people like explode on twitter.com? Anytime I see anything that's remotely related to that, people are insanely pissed. Max, your background right now is AI? No, it's not. I don't think it is. This is a moving background of one of the War Within zones, and it's from the same person that made the same moving backgrounds that I've used for the past 2 expansions before AI was even like a thing. Well, like before what you'd think of AI now was a thing. Max, real talk though, every time you have put something up on your walls, it just eventually falls off. What's going on there? All right. Maybe enough time has passed to talk about this, but basically I got sponsored by some wall companies. No wall company in particular, but I had a pretty bad experience with them. They ordered 2 streams. Ordered. Like you can go up to a fucking fast food window and just order some shit, but they ordered some streams from me, and then after the first one they were like, we don't like that, and I'm like, that's weird. Usually people don't have an issue with my sponsored streams, but I asked them why, and they were like, it wasn't high energy enough, and they linked an example of another ad someone did for them, and it was like a legit full mobile game ad, like Mr. Beast energy, like TikTok entertaining kids type beat, where it was like super energetic, like super fake, right? Like an adult trying to like entertain kids on YouTube Kids or something, like totally different shit. And I was like, and before they worked with me, they were like, we're a big fan of the race and we're a big fan of you, so we want that to We want that, and so we want to work with you. I was like, okay. And then like, you're a big fan of me, yet you thought I would ever do that. That was really weird. Anyways, regardless, they were like, we didn't like the first stream you did for us. We'd like you to do another one. Okay, so I did a makeup stream. Very rare that happens, but I fucking did it. Cool. And then after that, they were like, we're not going to pay you. Which, by the way, if you're unfamiliar with this space, that never happens. My agent had never heard of that. They were like, so also you did the 3 streams, we're just going to not pay you for what you did. And I was like, that's fucking weird. So they ended up paying half, I think, but even then, that's just like a total that never happens kind of thing. So yeah, so my only real way to deal with that was I just let their stuff naturally fall off my wall over the course of the next year or so, and I just left the graveyard and whatever ensued behind me on camera every day. That's it. If you're asking why there's stuff constantly falling off my walls, not anymore. There used to be. They used to be there. It's just spiting the wall companies. Max, are you goated with sauce on God? No cap, for real on a stack. Why did you just type that? Why would someone come into my stream and just type that? What a fucking crazy first message. But I mean, yeah, basically. On a stack, yeah. You have an agent like an actor? Why'd you or an accotor, whatever you just typed? Yeah. A lot of people who do this have that. I'm with United Talent Agency. They have a bunch of like United Talent Agency represents like so many different industries. I think they have people in the film industry. They have people in like news anchors and musicians and actors, as you put it. And they also have streamers, yeah. But UTA Max is not you. What do you go by on UTA? What? What are you fucking talking about? What are you saying? What do you mean? I mean, Max, how the hell you can hype up Senar's room? Yeah, Display didn't end up sponsoring our race at one point. But they were like, it's okay, we'll send you a bunch of displays. And then we opened the displays they sent us, and it was like random boss rooms. It wasn't like Razageth's room. It wasn't a display of Razageth. It was a display of the 4 different stages of Senarth, but specifically what it looks like on the mini-map. And it's like, dude, what a fucking collectible. Imagine going into someone's house and they have Senarth's fucking room as a display in their house. Oh my god, what a fucking amazing bit. It's one of the best things anyone's ever made. Just the most random boss. And the best part is, like, there's 4 pieces of it. You can collect, like, the Exodia of Senarth's map. Like I know THD has one, but it's only, like, P2 where you just see one small sliver of the ice thing that you're on. Because there's 3 different sections. Oh my god, man. It's so good. You'd be too powerful if you had all of Senarth map. You can only have one part. You have to keep them separate. Wait, what do you have, Frank? What is this? What did you just send me? Wait. Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is Tefis. are like the general manager of Liquid. Actually, is he head of esports? I think he's head of esports. He's a big deal. He said, question mark, this is in the apartment I found myself in this week. It's just a fucking, it's just a map of Senar's P3 platform. It's still in the fucking plastic too, mint condition. Those are rare, man. These things go for a lot. That's a display. Yeah, display sent us this unprompted. They're just like, here's Senar's room. Oh my god. It's so funny. Ugh. Oop, got a little text. Oh, it's an invoice for my detail the other day. Dude, if you guys are in the LA area, I don't know if they're in other areas, but shout out Bird's Detail. They fucking come right to your house. They're super tidy and they do a crazy good car detail. And it's affordable too. Fucking love that shit. Absolute beasts. Usually no free ads, but we'll give out the free ad today. Did a bird pay for this? Yeah, it's a detailing company run by the Throbbing Robin. He's the bird. It's run by birds, yeah. Max, real talk, do you feel better with a standing desk? Honestly, I don't know if it... Oh, someone posted the whole thing. God damn it. Yeah, I think, I don't know. Is it supposed to make you feel better? It's just like, I'm really active. I'm like, usually anytime I'm not at my computer, I'm doing something active. But like, if I'm streaming for like 8 hours, I don't want to be sitting down for 8 hours. But I don't know if like standing up for an hour or so actually makes me feel better. You know what I mean? To answer your question, I don't know. Like for most people, if like you're at a standing desk rather than sitting, like, are there some health benefits or something? Maybe, I don't know. Better for posture and blood flow. It's just easier to be in an ergonomically correct position while standing. Correct. But I'm in a perfectly ergonomic position while sitting, and I'm not shrimping. Max, Team Liquid collab with the Throbbing Robin. No. No. Could you imagine like a nice fancy Team Liquid logo, and then on the back of the shirt, it's just like the whole fucking thing? Holy shit. That would be insane. Speaking of that, by the way, while we're throwing out free ads, make sure you all check out the Team Liquid Deadpool collection for the Deadpool and Wolverine that just came out. I'm on the cover. I'm on the cover of this bitch, looking like a goddamn fucking machine. Right? And yeah, you can get it. We got like a nice little Letterman jacket. We got color blocking jacket. I don't know what that means. It's like a windbreaker kind of. We got the keycap sets. We got the nice shorts. You look at my butt. Look at my butt. Look at that thing. She's fucking pointing at it. What the fuck? All right. Yeah. Check that out. And then this. I wore this one yesterday. The long sleeve. Make sure you guys get this. I'll link it in chat. Buy something from this or else. Or else they're going to fire me. Think about me, guys. Not you. Me. Am I still VIP? They say as they are VIP. Can't you see your VIP before you send a message? I swear you can, because I'm a VIP in someone else's channel, and I think you can. So you were just flexing. Wait, someone's calling me. That's hype, dude. My new custom shadows are in. New skates came out not too long ago. Bauer released some new skates, hockey skates, and I got them custom like 6 weeks ago, and they just came in. I just have to drive to fucking Anaheim to get them because there's not a closer hockey store to me than there. But all good. All good. Why not? All good. Did you customize them with Senar's room? Could you imagine? I have hockey skates and I just fucking custom imprint Senar's room on the side, and like someone during a hockey game is like, bro, these are sick, what is that? I'm like, it's Senar's room. you just wait until some WoW player sees them and they're like, is that fucking Senar's room? And I just look at them, I'm like, yeah, you fucking know it is. Max, make me VIP because I am cool and I have never said you shrimp. All right, I'll make you mod Brick Ross. Your name's Brick Ross? What a fucking name. Let's go. Wait, I was supposed to give you VIP. I gave you mod, though. All good. You actually, do you know what's funny? You can't be a VIP and mod at the same time. They like, it just doesn't let you be both. Max, I won't abuse it. Don't worry your pretty little head. I feel like you're more likely to abuse it after, like, why would you say that, right? If you weren't, look, okay, now everyone's getting banned. And now everyone's banned, right? And you're telling me it just shouldn't be you. Scout's honor. Yeah, okay. Well, look at all these deleted messages then. Holy shit. Dude, honestly, he's kind of a powerful mod. Like, you could be looking at it like he's abusing his power, but you can't look past how fast he's able to delete messages. Like, that's incredible. Like, if this was like the draft combine of being a mod, he would be like running a sub 4-second 40 right now. So like, he's let it all go to his head, but he's got talent. He's gonna be well equipped for the race, where this is the actual rate at which you need to ban people. We're just testing right now. Have you been losing weight, Max? I've been trying to gain weight for the past month or so. I was at a caloric deficit for like 6 or 7 months, lost a ton of weight, and then now I'm eating at a surplus trying to put on a bit of mass. I'm trying to go for like 10 pounds or so natty by the end of the year. Cultivate that mass. Yeah, I'm trying to cultivate. You know? Gotta get fucking cultivated. Just straight up cultivate it. What is it? Stocking up like a bear in a race? Stocking up like a bear for the race. Yeah, I guess so. Max, I'm here from YouTube because you abuse us. Okay, that's not true. Do you have Deadpool mousepad booty cheeks to complement my Deadpool booty cheeks controller for the Team Liquid collab? What the fuck are you talking about? You have Deadpool booty cheeks controller? Look it up. Okay, I'm gonna look this up on my other monitor, but okay. Deadpool booty cheeks control. It actually it auto-filled to booty cheeks controller. This is a real thing. Let's go to Google Images. This won't be a bad idea. What the fuck? This is so... Why is this a thing? This is so stupid. One second. Look. Look at this. This is real? Like, you can actually buy this? And that is pretty Deadpool, I guess. That's actually a really, really good activation, by the way. Like Xbox and Deadpool and Wolverine. This is something where like marketing executives and partner managers and everything like that, when they're trying to come up with a cool idea to integrate with a partner, this is like perfectly on brand for both things. Really smart. Look at the shirt below. What, this shirt? Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. Max, thanks. You should now add a mouse pad to complement the setup. What would a mouse pad booty cheeks even look like? Oh, would you have like a mouse pad, but then like you'd have like a desk-sized mouse pad, but right where Deadpool's ass is, it would have like a wrist rest for your mouse or your keyboard, kinda. That kind of makes sense. That would kind of go crazy. I can see the vision. Google it. They probably exist. I've already seen enough today. I don't want to go. Okay, I'll Google it. What am I searching? Deadpool booty cheeks mouse pad. Yep, I'm glad I didn't look at this on stream. Holy shit. All right. Yep, nope, not doing that. Let me just say that some of y'all anime enjoyers are some fucking freaks. let's keep it a buck for a second. There's some weird shit I just saw. That's all good though. We ain't denying it though. Alright. Fair beans. Max, I will likely be the 5% magic buff Havoc DH for my raid. Should I be dooming? If you care about a raid spot, probably not. Why is this man out here still shrimping? I'm not shrimping, bro. Anyways, I'm powering down. Just kidding. I'm fucking growing. You guys are all beneath me. See ya. I can't even see you guys anymore, by the way. You're fucking beneath me! Alright. Where's my fucking chair, dude? Alright. Wait, it's too low. Too low. Back up. There we go. This is such a weird stream. My chat, I've never seen my chat be like this. You guys are so hyper right now. Max, what's your favorite flavor of grass clippings? Okay. Well, okay, I'm not gonna like just rip. I've never tasted grass, but like, actually, I probably like tasted grass as a kid one time. You guys ever just threw a little grass blade in your mouth as a kid? Just try it one little time when you're like 6 or something. Probably did that shit. But yeah, I don't know. Dude, freshly cut grass smells fucking incredible. That is an incredibly good smell. Okay. Are we just gonna, guys, are we gonna move past the fact that someone in my chat just tried to get away with saying grass is legit good? And then we're just gonna, chat's moving fast enough, we're just gonna move right on past that? We're just not gonna talk about it? They said it for sure. I just fucking see it. See it right there. Max, did you hear about esports Olympics being announced, like from the actual Olympic Committee? No, wait, what? Let's see. Olympic esports. IOC enters a new era with the creation of the Olympic esports games. Oh, is it just the like Saudi World Cup shit? IOC enters a new era with the creation of the Olympic esports game. First games in 2025 in Saudi Arabia. History was made today when they decided to create this. The first edition will be held in Saudi Arabia. In Paris endorsed the proposal as... Oh, for the organization of games, the IOC has partnered with the National Olympic Committee of Saudi Arabia. So it's going to be in Saudi Arabia for 12 years? Yeah, I mean, if it was just the first one was going to be there, and then... I mean, if it's always going to be, that's pretty tough. For sure. Yeah, not sure about that. What is it? Wasn't there one of those a few weeks ago with a big prize pool? Yeah, Liquid was involved in it too. Wasn't a huge fan of that. Yeah. Max, I don't think it'll only be there since the IOC is involved. I mean, maybe, yeah. Like, hopefully good things are coming with it. But it says, like, they entered a partnership with specifically Saudi Arabia for 12 years. Which means it would be held in one place. And if, like, they're running it and they're owning it and it's very similar, like, the Esports World Cup thing that just happened, I don't know. For a lot of reasons, I'm not a fan of that. Max, as a shrimp, how would you go about eating grass? Guys, we need a new bit. Wait, did any of you guys get title, by the way? The title cutoff for Season 4 is 36.49 in NA and then a little bit higher in EU. What's in an EU? Oh, same thing. 36.77. Is that above or below normal? It's probably like a little lower than normal because I imagine like a lot less people are playing in this season. Wasn't it like 3,700 something last season? Although like points are probably totally different. It's a totally new grading scale. People push Season 4. I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, I bet the Mythic Plus community isn't super different in Season 4 than it would be in other seasons because you're kind of just getting the same thing. Like, if you talk to, like, a hardcore Mythic Pluser, they'll tell you that they even preferred expansions where they had the same dungeons for the entire expansion. Like, that's not an uncommon take by them. So, like, the fact that they were all old dungeons, who cares, right? And they just log in to do Mythic Plus all day, every day, so... those people aren't going to be dissuaded from doing like Season 4. Mythic Plus players are the ultimate degens? Usually, yep. Is there any reason to come back and pre-patch if you plan on playing the War Within or just wait another month? I think if you want to play the War Within and you want to have any gear when you're leveling, I think playing like the week before the War Within is probably really value. I'm not sure if like starting next week you can get a ton of gear. Like there's not a huge reason to play this week. I'm probably not going to play super long this week. This is just a normal daily stream for me. This is just what we do every day. We just yap about shrimps and bricks. Bricks and shrimp. daily. Okay, yeah, not daily. I do this like... Okay, I've been streaming not that little. What do you think I've been averaging for the last little bit? Like... Well, like, at least 3 or 4 days a week, right? Usually 3 to 4. And... Oh, yeah, a couple of... for a few weeks, they were Terrace Land. Yeah, I know you guys don't like that. And then... And then I only stream for, like, usually... I've been doing this thing recently where... The second I get bored, I turn my stream off. And I think that's good. Because I think my content would be worse. And, I mean, it's good for me, no matter what. But, like, I think it's good for you all, too. The Terrace Land streams were complete dog shit. So happy you're done. Holy fuck. Dude, so true. Every stream in that game was bad except for the raids. The raids were actually good stream content. I had like 6 or 7K viewers the day we killed that game's Halandris. It was like a nice 10-hour progression session. It was insane. But that was only like one day. The rest of the bosses weren't that good. Oh, there's one other boss that was pretty good. Right until they nerfed the absolute fuck out of the bosses. Yeah, that's why we quit. I was actually really upset because I really wanted to, like, we weren't going to, like, main that game, but the 10 of us would have played that game's raid content, like, forever. It was, like, just so randomly had raid content close to WoW. And it turns out that was by complete accident, and then they made it, like, more... Which, like, totally makes sense they would make it easier, because it's, like, a fucking mobile game, but they just randomly made it impossible on mobile, and it was, like, WoW-level difficulty and WoW-level good boss design. Which is just how a game that bad randomly achieved that, even for the short time it did, is so strange. Max, when will you have people on to chat about Priest? I don't know, man. Whenever. Guys, don't ask. Guys, do not ask me to, like, do class talks for your class. It's just when it happens, it's gonna happen. I won't be persuaded. I'm just gonna randomly do it. Like, for example, I didn't think about talking to DKs yesterday until I was streaming, and it just popped in my head. It might happen, but nothing will change that. Please don't do a class for my class. No, okay, it's not reverse psychology. It's not like I'm it's not like I'm saying if you ask me, I'm going to spite you by not doing it. I'm not like vindictive. I'm not like fucking holding it against you. I'm just saying it's not gonna persuade me. You don't have to, like, fucking, you know what, will you ask me to? Well, no. Blarg. Yeah, I think Reptar did do something, because when he doesn't come over here, he usually... Reptar, hey. Reptar, come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come on. He's wagging. Come here, Reptar. 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 Reppy. Come here, Rep. Come here, Rep. He definitely did something. What did you do? Dude, he actually did. He's looking... Do you see the way he's looking at me? He normally comes running right to me. He 100% did some shit. Oh, Reppy, you came here. Hey, hi. Come here, Rep. Come say hi to all the people. Oh, he's so cute. Come here, buddy. Oh, he's so big. He's so much bigger. You guys see how... He's still got puppy eyes, doesn't he, though? Hi, little buddy. Hi. He's a very handsome man. He kind of runs shit in this house, too. He kind of bosses them around. Good boy. Little rep. Do they all sleep with you at night? Yeah, well, they sleep in the same room, but the two Danes sleep on the floor and Reptar sleeps on the bed. You just can't, you can't get a good, you will ruin your sleep by sleeping with two Great Danes in your bed. Even if you have a king-size bed, it's just, they're too cuddly and they're just huge. It just doesn't work. Reptar is the king then? Yep. What is it? For some reason, wants to put her butt right next to your face when you sleep? Yeah. Yeah, Reptar does something similar. He goes to sleep near my feet, but then when I wake up, he's, like, on the pillow next to my head. Someone said class talk today, question mark. And then someone responded and said, yeah, just request for him to talk about your class and he will, exclamation point. Oh, yeah. That'll help. Just do that. We are going to do some content soon. Wait, what did Dorky just link me? This is what Dorky just linked me. In Dragonflight, you need 420 crests to upgrade from 522 to 528. That's for your entire set of gear, I guess? How much is that? That's not for one piece, right? Isn't that like your entire set of gear, I guess? Has to be, yeah. All mythic gear, yep. Okay. Mythic plus needed for that. 45 runs. Raid boss killed 54. So, okay, like a couple weeks of raid and then that. Okay. War Within. So it's not... They didn't increase crest cost, right? They just increased the upgrade path? Or is that wrong? Did they increase the cost per upgrade as well? You're going up 16 eye levels instead of 6. I think people are looking at... So, I think you're looking at it kind of wrong if you're just like, oh, no, they increased it. They didn't increase it per eye level, as far as I know. They just gave you more room to grow. So if you're looking at it staring down the barrel of needing to upgrade a new character and then all crests are unlocked, that's shit. And it is shit because, like, if you are... if you're trying to, like, level a new alt, you'll just not play the alt because it's just going to take too long to do this. But I think this is kind of a disingenuous thing. Like, people link this and you see the initial shock value and you're like, it almost looks like they buffed crest or something. But really all it is that you just have more room to progress on your gear. Everyone's going to be the same eye level every week as long as you're not missing weekly aspect crests. And even then, I think you can catch up to it. But... you just have more weeks at which you could do that, right? Right? Doesn't this mean Rage should need less nerfs as well? Yeah, it does. The original Twitter post was specifically in context of how dog shit this is for making an alt. That's true, yeah. Yeah, so this is going to feel... The new system is going to feel as good or better for your main, the first character you're playing. But this is terrible for alts, and the entire reason this is stated is purely to point out how dog shit it is for your alts. So yeah, I mean, that's not new to me, guys. I've been preaching this forever. I have been preaching, please, for the love of God, make the second character that you're aspect crest capping faster, or make the upgrades on your second character after you've done them on your main cheaper, because even this, like, forget about the new one. Even when you're about to level, if you're about to play an alt, and you're like 3 or 4 weeks into Dragonflight, you could be looking at a fraction of this number right here, 45, and you're like, all right, I'm just not going to play then. Right? That's just too much to where it's going to take too much homework to get to the point where I'd have fun playing this character, so I'm not going to play it at all. And this is going to be twice as bad, so. Will this affect splits for the race? Nope. This won't affect any of you at the beginning of the season, and how you play your main, or even an alt from week 1 will change nothing. Nothing is different from Dragonflight. It's the exact same. All it is there's just a longer upgrade path. Therefore, it's harder to re-roll to an alt later in the season without it feeling overwhelming. And the gap between normies and the highest geared players will grow. Amen. As it should be. Fucking praise him. Alright. Dranos is ready. I don't know if Pete is around, and we could use 2 to 3 more drafters for fun. What is it? That's bad? That's bad? Why fuck the normies? Well, because they're not me. Fuck everybody but me. You know what I mean? And you. I like all of you. But everyone else, fuck them. Even people who are joining the stream right now but weren't here 5 seconds ago. You had to meet the threshold. All right, let me get some drafters. Who do you guys want to see draft alongside Pete, Dratnos, and Dorky? The idea is we are drafting a WoW raid class. Offensive CD, defensive CD, movement ability, CC, raid buff, raid cooldown, coolest spell. It goes in order of draft. You can draft any thing first. And people can steal your picks, so whichever one is the most important to you, you need to do it early. If you feel like there's like a few raid buffs that are super good, maybe you take that before the best offensive cooldown or something. Different ways to look at it. Get Jack? All right, adding, let me message him. Want to do a build a class draft. All right, message Jack. What is it? Yummy TV is Pete. He's already in. I mean, I haven't even heard from him, though. I don't know where he is. Get the real Jack this time, not the phony. Oh, yeah, dude. I hosted Automatic Jack the other day with like 5K viewers, and I hosted the wrong Jack. I hosted Automatic with like a K Jack, I think. Or with a C. I don't know. Whichever one is wrong is the one I did. Hey, I bench pressed 280 pounds today. Stay big, buddy. Sky butter. Max, will you get angry again when you lose the popular vote? Nope, it's impossible for me to get angry, and it's impossible for you all to troll me because I will not be participating. That's what it's turned into now. Stay mad. I am fucking mad, bro. All right. Get spinning, kid. No fucking way. All right, Jack's not responding. What about Makes? She did one before. Wanna do a build a class draft? Makes is gaming. It's like 11 p.m. EU. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what time it is. Wait, let's see. What is she doing? Oh, never mind. Never mind. You gaming. She's playing some other shit. Rather you ask Asian Bunny X. Okay. Ask Megaset. Alright. Wanna build a class draft? Oh, Pete's here. Let's fucking go, Pete. Let's go, Pete. Let's go, Pete. Venruki could be interesting. Ooh, I like Venruki. Tally said you need to make an LFR boss tier list so he can use the assets and do his. What? Max, you don't even follow her. Okay, alright, fuck, whatever. I followed, alright? Guys, I don't follow a lot of people because the people I watch always show up here. My follower list here is like who I follow. And then, like, that just extends into this where Twitch shows you follows of people you, like, normally watch, I guess. And then, like, this just becomes another follower list. So I don't follow anyone because, like, if I watch them, they end up showing up there anyway. Max sub to her? Alright, shit. Well, I can use that little free little primer. Throw the prime in there. Alright, fuck it. Max now gift you a sub to her. Alright, shit. Brick Ross. Is that it? I hope so. Well, whoever that is getting a fucking gifted sub. Let's fucking go. Dude, she's probably so confused. She's also gained over 100 viewers since we've opened this. What are you guys doing? Just fucking... Oh, she might have just started her stream, too. That makes sense. Alright. Host her right now. I'm in the middle of my stream. Megaset said, "What's a build a?" Or no, Meg said, "What's a build a class draft?" I'll just send her a picture of this. Snake draft like last time for fun thing. Making a class where you can pick from all of them. But you're gaming, it's all G. Alright. She said, oh. Maybe she stopped gaming? Oh, is that why she responded to me? Guys, do not post the fucking... Hey, do not... No, I'm closing it. I'm closing it because if I say do not send birds, you guys are going to send birds just to be funny. If I close the chat, you can't be funny because it's not showing up on stream. God fucking damn it. God damn it, man. Wait, dude, weren't you a mod in here yesterday? You were. You were a mod in here yesterday who posted the tip, and I had to delete your mod because I had to time you out because you posted the fucking tip. What is wrong with you, man? Stop. All right. Okay. Bro just fucking loves birds. He also just posted the full one earlier. Let's fucking... He's in the zone. Yeah, he's fucking... He's losing it right now. All right, we might just do it with the people we have then. It's just... I mean, we need like at least one more. Because I won't be doing it. Just do it. Can't be doing it. Where's Dr. Atnos? He's ready. Fuck. This is the problem with never planning anything ahead. You gotta YOLO it all on the spot. Tettles? I could ask Tettles. Build a class draft? All right, I asked him. Kalamazoo? Ooh, great idea. I'll do Kalamazoo. Let's see. Build a class draft. Can pick from any class. Tettles says, sure. All right, adding Tettles to the group. Sure, what time? Says Megaset. Now. Ish. So, like, 10, probably. Alright, Megaset might be down. She said, okay, adding Megaset. No, no Prax. No. Guys, no tip. And do not post the forbidden fucking shrimp bird. What is that? It's not even the right way. You'd have to flip the bird's head around. That's not even... That wouldn't even be how that works. It's so stupid, man. Oh my god. What am I... Dude, people say that your chat is like a... If you stream for long enough, your chat becomes a reflection of you. What does this fucking say about me, man? What a fucking doomer moment. It's all fucking over. Alright. Going, let's see. Going in 5 minutes. Everyone good. All right, let's actually fix the sheet up. Let's make this look good. Let's make it look good. Here we go. Okay. Sheet 16. Wait, how are there so many hidden sheets? Okay. Okay, so we'll do... oh, we have to figure out the order. But instead of the numbers, it's just going to be... offensive... CD... I can make this a little bigger. Defensive... Civ CD. What were the things I had? Movement ability. CC ability. Let's center this. Let's center all of this. Raid buff. Raid cooldown. And then let's say flavor ability. So like it can be just like it's kind of like a wild card. But I don't know, like an example of this could be like Flap or Army of the Dead, or maybe like, I don't know, just something fucking cool. Like, yeah, like Flying Serpent Kick. It's like a movement ability as well, but like it's also just like fucking cool. Just something cool. This isn't about power either. It's more cool. Just like what's fucking sick. Resource system? I feel like every resource system is the same. If we're keeping it a buck. No, I feel like, okay, I'm like lost on the flavor ability. Let's just say like cool ability. I don't know. Just an ability on any class you think is fucking cool. It gets points for how cool it is. It's kind of subjective, but that's maybe the point. And is there any Ooh, and then at the end, have everyone name their class? Wait, that's actually super fun. That's a super good idea. Hey guys, what was the website where you could randomize numbers? It's basically like this, right? I need to go to a website where I can just have a number, right? It's like 1 is Dratnos, 2 is Dorky, 3 is Pete, 4 is Megaset, 5 is Tettles. And I just need a website to put these 5 in random orders. I mean, I could also literally just do... Oh, we could do spin a wheel. Yeah, I guess you could do that. This is like the stupid way to do it, but all right. We could it's more fun. Dratnos, Dorky, Pete, Megaset, Tettles. And it's like, who gets to pick first? And you. No, I'm not doing it. You all lost that privilege. I'm punishing you. Blarg. Jack never responded. Dude, the amount of people saying get yummy TV that don't realize that's Pete is crazy. Insane. Yeah, Jack said he can't do it today. Let me show them what I have right now.
So he said 5 minutes, and then it's been 5 minutes. So
Oh.
Oh, you started.
Yeah,
the
I've
call.
never. That was very.
All right, Teddles is the new host. He's just
Yeah, that
taking
was
over.
very alpha. I was not expecting anyone
That was
else
actually
to start
alpha
the call.
shit. I joined the call and it's just only Teddles, and I'm just like, what
Yeah,
the?
he just fucking ripped it. He's ready to go. I
All right, see
appreciate
you
it.
later, Max. We don't even need you anymore.
All right, we're picking the order though. Here's the idea. Do you guys have any cool ideas before we start though? Of like, I have offensive, defensive movement, CC, raid buff, raid cooldown, and then like cool ability. That's like purely subjective, but it could just be something you think is really fucking sick. In the game.
I think your coolest spell is just like a freebie, like anything that you.
You
wanna
could
put.
literally,
like wild card.
yeah, it's kind of like a
Yeah.
wild card, but like I don't think you should try to seek power there as much as just something that's really fucking cool. Although
Yeah,
it is
my goal is to make something cool. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna make
exactly,
it
yeah, it's
less.
not. It's purely subjective.
Well, it
on
might
the,
be OP as
I mean,
well.
it's purely subjective, but also chat will be voting on this, so you know, it's kind of whatever. Just do whatever your heart makes you want to do. All right, so
my heart knows what it wants.
that is good. All right, so I'm spinning to figure out the first pick. It is a snake draft, so it doesn't matter too much. First pick will be. I hope this website still cheers when it picks it. I think it's gonna be Dratnos. Does it cheer? Yay, Dratnos! Yay, clapped. All right,
Oh,
Dratnos is first.
Let's go. Give me divine.
No. We
Shield.
are not going yet, Dratnos. We are still picking the other goers.
Okay, well,
let's
I
fucking.
could pick almost anything as my first pick.
Yeah, that is true. You just leaked your own pick. All good. Going second. If it's Dratnos again, I'm mad. It's gonna be Teddles, I think. Teddles is number 2. I love the applause. Yes, the applause is the best part of this fight.
I'm taking Divine Shield.
No, okay.
You can't, man.
Dude,
I'm
okay,
picking
the
first.
best part, if you guys have ever, I should turn this up. If you've ever used Wheel of Names before, it does a little clap, but someone screams like woo at the top of their lungs like 2 seconds after the clapping starts, and it goes fucking crazy. All right, here we go. Who's going third? Looks like it's Pete.
Me.
All right, going fourth. It picked Pete again. Roll again.
Me again.
No, you do not get to go again. It's going to be one of them. All right, I'm just going to roll 1 out of 2 if it doesn't land on them after this. Oh, I could remove them. I'm so stupid. Dude, you are on fire right now. Okay.
Pete.
Remove Pete. I should have removed the other ones, but it's definitely going to land on one of them
Max,
now.
are you not on the list yourself?
I'm not doing it. I'm fucking
Max is retired.
yeah, I'm
Oh my
retired
God.
from drafting, yeah. My chat is not mature enough. Megaset will be going fourth.
Flames is chat.
Yep. It's bro, I'm so spiteful against them right now. They've been calling me a fucking shrimp all day. Oh, someone fixed it so the bird makes sense with the shrimp pick. That goes fucking crazy.
And it does.
All right,
Now people are gonna start posting Robins in girls chat.
they love that. They love posting birds.
There's no world where you looked at that and you said it made sense.
What, the shrimp bird?
Yeah.
It used to be backwards. It looked way worse. I'm glad that someone took the time to fix it. Oh, there's one with a THD head on the shrimp. Oh my god. Okay. All right. So Dratnos, you can. By the way, you guys can do any category first, and we can also. Are you guys sure there's no like slam dunk extra category to add before we go?
I think either legacy ability or cool ability should just be all time.
So like legacy ability would be a really cool ability from the game that has been removed.
Oh, a removed
That's a
ability?
really fucking good
okay.
idea. That is actually a really good idea. That's the last one we'll add though. I don't want to take it too long. Beta or pre-patch should be up in an hour. Copium. So.
Oh shit, Copium, right?
Yeah. Okay. Drados, you are on the clock. You can have anything in the game. You're number 1. Which one do you want?
I want Divine Shield.
Is that your defensive cooldown?
No, man, it's my offensive cooldown. Yes, of course it's
Well,
my defensive.
I mean,
What
it
do you
could be technically like cool ability, but yeah, I think you could. I think it's good to go for that. You really think if you could pick any defensive in the game, you would take like the longest immunity, or do you just think Divine Shield's sick?
I think it's just the coolest. You know, it's
Okay,
like the most defensive.
yeah, I
It's
fuck
like-
with that.
And I think that when I was doing some strategizing before this, and I was thinking like, man, Divine Shield is like the pinnacle of, you know, it's just like a full immune, doesn't stop you from doing anything. Ultimate Poggers defense moment, and I don't think there's anything as good as it in any of the other categories.
One thing that reminded me of Divine Shield when I was playing Terra's Land recently, which is a game that just ruthlessly ripped off a bunch of like WoW ideas over the longest period of time, except they took old Divine Shield, and I forgot that Divine Shield used to nerf your damage in half when you pressed it.
Yeah.
And in that game, that's how it is. So it's like you just are awful when you press it. But okay. Tettles, you can go in any category. Which one do you want?
I'm gonna take Symbiosis as the legacy ability.
Oh, that's a fucking
Yeah,
banger.
I was
That
expecting-
is a
Ooh.
fucking
As soon as you
banger.
said removed ability, I knew you'd take
I
symbiosis.
mean, I wanted it. That's why I threw up the category. I was like, I want this really
Yeah.
bad.
I mean,
I was gonna try to pitch it for cool ability, but I'm down for this new.
Dude, I
category.
think like Tettles, it might be really hard for him to lose because like Symbiosis is. I mean, I was a Druid main back there, so maybe I'm biased, but I feel like it is probably the coolest ability that's been removed from WoW. I think. Like the potential of it is insane. You could give yourself an immunity. You could give yourself Soul Swap. You could give.
I could get Ice Block and take Dratnos Divine Shield if I wanted to.
You could even get Divine Shield with an extra button click, or you could just have Divine Shield.
You could give other classes immunities. You could give them defenses. It was so fucking good and also really fucking cool. So, damn, that's a absolute banger pick. I think Growl was a baby when that expansion was out. As far as WoW playing, WoW, you started playing like super late, right? Like Legion,
Like
or
BFA, yep.
yeah. So like you were.
BFA.
Yeah, I've watched enough Hyrule Red videos to know about Symbiosis, but yeah.
That is good. Rumor Red based. All right, Growl, what's your choice?
So I'm going to pick my offensive cooldown is going to be Combustion.
Okay,
Nice.
that's
That's
high
on my
tier.
short list there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everyone wants to do that.
You guys, okay? Do you think Combustion is the best offensive cooldown in the game?
It's 100% crit chance, and Blizzard thought, man, 100% crit chance isn't enough, so let's give them damage on top of it.
And your whole guy is just surrounded in fire. Like, everyone sees that you're in combustion.
Yeah, you're
just
combusting.
blasting.
Your body is combusting,
And you're always combusting.
and
Yep.
also you it gets reduced, so it's up just all the time. So, or at least currently. So super insane. I just had a banger first chat. Holy fuck. Okay, here we go. Mega set. You can pick anything. What do you want?
I think in honor of Essence Font dying today, I'm taking Legacy ability for Essence Font.
You're taking. Okay, so shout out the Mistweavers. Like, wait, Essence Font. Is it
It's
actually
gone today.
gone?
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Oh.
As of 7 hours ago.
They took it out today, thank God.
Okay, yep. Shout out the Mistweavers. All right, all right, Dorky, you fucking stupid tank. What do you want?
I will take, as a stupid fucking tank, Dark Simulacrum.
Based.
Ooh.
Huh?
That,
Dark Sim.
don't
you
hit
gotta
him with a
watch
Dark
more-
Sim, dude. Okay, Growl, Dark Sim. Do you actually not know what it is at all?
No idea.
So as a DK, you could use it on anything that had mana and could cast a spell, and you could use it on NPCs. You could use it on other people, like in PvP, and you would just get granted the next spell they cast after you cast it on them.
Oh shit, that's some Guild Wars shit. Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah. I don't even want to. I'm going to try to spell this. Simulacrum. Did I just. Is that. That works. Everyone knows what it means.
Dark Simulacrum.
All right, Dorky, you are now going again. This is a snake draft, so you would be going back the
Oh,
other
this
way.
is good. Wait, that's nice.
You are not prepared for this, are you?
Defensive cooldown,
Okay.
I will take Bear Form.
What? That's so bad.
really?
Titles
That's
has literally
so
had that whole
funny.
expansion and doesn't press it.
Dude, this is that has to be the most tilting thing to all Moonkins is in a class draft, the second defensive taken is fucking bear form. That is
Yes,
so
dude.
good.
I have no words.
That is so funny. Oh my god. Okay, Megaset, what do you want?
For defensive, I want to take evasion, actually.
Ooh. Okay.
I love evasion because I don't have to heal rogues, and that's part of it.
Okay. Only against like physical stuff again and like certain abilities, but it is.
That's one of
Yeah.
those defensives that would be OP on tanks.
Yeah, like if this was like a
Yeah.
create a class to solo all content in the game, evasion would be like insane, right? And that's not necessarily what this is, but also it could be up to your subjective opinion. Growl, what is your ability? Seems like
All right.
okay, good.
So I would like to pick a movement ability, and I would like to pick, let's say Shimmer.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Nice.
I was wondering how early someone was going to take Shimmer, but also I think the new hero talents added a movement ability that I foresee being taken very early as well. But I was wondering if that was going to go ahead. But anyways, Tettles.
I don't think any. I don't know. I don't think I'm supposed to take a defensive ability here. I think I'm supposed to take wings.
Like offensive
Reptile
cooldown
and
wings?
wings.
So
Yeah,
you're
for offensive
talking
cooldown.
that can kind of be up to anyone's opinion. So I guess Avenging Wrath is what
Yeah, the Ret Paladin Avenging Wrath, I guess, would be what I'm specifically referring to.
and that, yeah, I guess that could be a lot of things. It could be Crusade, and it could also be like the When You Wake Up Ashes, you get wings, which is like the new version of it. But just overall, also it's like cool as fuck, right? Like
Yeah, you
one
get
of the
wings. It's like it's the other like visually very cool offensive CD.
Growl, is your bit that you're just making a mage?
What? I picked 2 abilities, man.
Okay, don't worry. I've got my fucking, I've
no.
got my eyes on you. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking at each category, and I'm picking the best ability that I think is available in each category.
Wow, you are gonna end up making a mage. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah, if he's hitting, if
His
you don't
next pick
take,
is Mass
if
Barrier for
Tettles,
sure.
if Tettles does not take Ice Block, it is fucking gone. Just that's all I'm saying. Dratnos, you have 2 picks in a row.
All right, I will take as my raid cooldown Spirit Link Totem.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Dratnos is gonna have the best raid build. He's just gonna have like the negate every mechanic build.
Dude, Spirit Link Totem is crazy. You can't die in it. It's really good. And then for cool ability, I'm gonna take Stormkeeper. I know that's also kind of an offensive CD. but I
Oh,
think
that's
it's
a
also
good
just really
choice.
cool.
It's just like when you press it, it's one of the most visually satisfying things to look at in the game, and it's also really satisfying to press, right?
Yeah.
That is a banger. I was not expecting that actually. And also it kind of doubles because like chatters are going to look at this in a different way. There are going to be some people in chat who are for sure like power lords. They're just going to be like, "Oh, well, I mean, it's going to be way OP. He just has 2 offensive cooldowns." So, so you're going to gain with those people too. So you took Spirit Link and Stormkeeper, strong. All right, back to Tells.
CC ability, I'll take Sigil of Silence.
I was just gonna say. Did
That's
that get
good.
changed today, or is that not until later?
Well, the thing that reduces it is changed today. Yeah, where like you,
Okay, yeah.
only Sigil of Flame I think gets reduced by that talent now. So get on, Demon Hunters.
Still an overpowered ability.
Oh yeah,
still
Sigil of
pretty good.
Silence, is
Still-
and you
still
can
very
still
cool.
you can still spit before it too, right? And get the longer silence.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. All right, Growl, don't you fucking do it, man.
So, based off of the abilities that are left, I think I'm gonna have to select a raid buff.
Arcane Intellect.
Arcane.
That's not
I'm
even the
gonna be
best raid
selecting-
buff.
Arcane Intellect.
That's not even the best raid buff. Okay, this is such a stupid bit. All right, that's objectively not the best raid buff. Okay, whatever. You're such a clown. All right, Megaset.
I'm gonna do Divine Toll for cool ability.
Dude.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking facts.
I love that one.
I think
That
Divine
one
Toll.
almost made me play Prop Pal.
I also think Divine Toll is the reason that a lot of Covenant abilities are in talent trees now, because Divine Toll is like the first Shadowlands Covenant ability I saw where like this is just in the game now. Like when this expansion ends,
Yeah.
there's absolutely no way that Divine Toll can go away. Maybe is Divine Toll the best Covenant ability actually? Like,
Yeah.
not power, just like combination of just like thematic with the class, also powerful and good. I think it might actually be the single best one. Convoke, the Hunt, dude. Shut the fuck up with the Hunt.
Abomination Limb and Convoke, I think, are both.
Yeah,
close,
A-Bomb's
but-
Limb.
A-Bomb Limb.
A-Bomb's Limb is, yeah, probably at the same tier. Okay, look, yeah. Divine Toll, that's a banger for sure. Dorky, 2 in a row.
Okay, for movement ability, I'm gonna take Vengeful Retreat.
What?
Now I can be a bear. I get a backflip. That's gonna be so.
Oh
fucking
wait, that
fun.
is fucking true. So wait, yeah,
Especially can you imagine with the fucking
Wait,
gorilla form?
dude, you
Holy
fucking wait. It
shit.
could be even better. You could have picked like the DK mounting thing with Riders of the Apocalypse with a bear on top. That would have also went. But the bear backflipping is better. Vengeful Retreat.
You got another pick, Growl or Dorky as well?
You do, yeah. So Dorky's
let's
going for the
see.
stupidest fucking class. That is
Yeah.
that
No,
is
it's not
definitely the
stupid.
move.
Don't call my build stupid, okay?
I'm sorry.
I'll just take. I'll take raid cooldown. I'll take rally and cry.
Okay. Is this like a meme? Like you're picturing the flipping bear screaming and like buffing people?
Well, I mean, it's my class fantasy, okay?
Okay, yeah. Like objectively the worst raid cooldown that still exists in the game. You are definitely going for the Dorky's going
Look,
for the
man, it's
you're
flavorful.
You're
okay?
going for the circus bear build. I fucking respect it. All right, mega set.
I have to take Rop for CC. I don't want to build a monk, but I kind of am a little bit.
I mean, I think keeping it close to like what you care about is sick, right? But also, is Ring like? I guess it depends on the context, but I would say Ring is probably like a top 5 CC ability, right?
Definitely.
Just in the game in
Yeah,
general.
it's versatile
It's
too.
definitely one of the best.
And then if you also consider coolness factor, like thematic with monks and stuff, I'd say Ring is probably like maybe a top 3 or 4 pick in this entire category anyway. So I think it makes sense.
And it's also for like skips and stuff, not just CC, so it's kind of a bonus.
Yeah. Okay,
I was
Growl.
about to pick some fucking nonsense.
Growl, what do you want?
Let me think. Think I'm gonna take. Let's take Ring of Frost as a CC.
You're
ability.
so stupid. I hate you. This is such a bad button too.
What the hell? Ring of Frost is not bad.
Yes, it
You should
is.
take a dragon's breath like 10 times out
Bro,
of 10.
are you
but instead
fucking
just
kidding me?
Ring of
The only
Frost.
other 2 things picked in the category so far are Ring of Peace and Sigil of Silence. Ring of Frost is nowhere in the same world.
Holy fuck.
Dude, what you guys should do,
It's a very critical setup, CC.
There are
you don't
some-
realize how important it is.
there are some true. There are some insane other mage abilities left. You guys could hard grief him and make him have to pick the worst mage abilities ever as well, by the way. Tettle, do you have-
That's hold on. Let me just go back to that. You think you can stop me from picking a good mage defensive?
Oh, actually,
Yeah, there are only 4 of
Yeah,
them.
what are you
man.
gonna do?
You think you can?
Take
You think you can
alter
stop me from? Oh no, I
It's
thought
crazy.
this through.
It's crazy that we
I
would
thought
get
this
one
one
apiece.
through.
Actually, there's 5 of them.
You guys could all
that's
team
actually,
up on me, and I
no,
could
you're-
still make.
You're
mage.
kind of right. Yeah. I mean, okay, go ahead, Tettles.
For cool ability, I'll take Gateway, Demonic Gateway.
Oh fuck, that's good.
Oh, that was a good one.
That is a banger, yeah. Because it's like I feel like Gateway is obviously sick for the raid, but even just personal use Gateway is something that you see Warlocks use all the time for movement on fights where it hasn't been figured out yet. All right, Dratnos gets 2 in a row.
All right. Give me Mass Grip for CC ability. Gorfine's Grasp.
Okay.
And Metamorphosis for offensive CD.
Ooh. So let me look at what you've got. So right now you have a Metamorphosis DH with the
Are you spelling
ability.
half of these wrong as a bit, by the way, or is that just...
Yes. It's definitely a bit.
Oh, just calling out his spelling.
It's
Holy
definitely a bit. Okay, so wow. You have a Metamorphosis DK or DH who can pop Divine Shield, can Mass Grip with now the choice node to also silence on the Mass Grip. Does that I'm assuming that counts, right? You can do that. And then you can also drop Spirit Link Totem. That is cracked. Oh, you know what's gonna be fun at the very end? You guys can start thinking about this. I want you guys to name whenever you have all of your things
Oh.
done, you have to name your class before they vote.
I wonder
And
what
you can
Growl
name
will
it. You can
choose.
name it whatever the fuck you want.
2024 Mage.
Yeah, Growl's gonna be a sick name. Okay, that was both of Drynus, right? So back to Tettles.
I'll take Fell Rush for movement ability.
Very good. Pound for pound, is that? Well, I mean, it's kind of weird.
I think people hate Fell Rush because Demon Hunters end up using it for DPS, but I think if you didn't have to use it for DPS, it's pretty sick.
I mean, even when you do use it for DPS, you use it for both at the same time. You just account for both and you use it for both. It's not like you just use Fell Rush for no reason and you have to move and you didn't save a charge. That's just bad, right? I think Fell Rush is like for example, would you Fell Rush versus Roll, right? Like Monk mobility versus DH mobility. Like I feel like Fell Rush outplays Roll, but like maybe gets beat by like Flying Serpent Kick and all that other shit. Ooh, that's another good ability. Maybe I just gave that one to someone. Okay, Growl.
So, let's see here.
Prismatic
I think-
Barrier.
I think for raid cooldown, I'm gonna select Mass Barrier.
Okay, that's good. I was typing that before you even said it as well. That is good. I can't wait to see what Growl's name for his class is. Megaset, you're up next.
I'm gonna do Rewind for raid cooldown.
Ooh, that actually goes hard. Because
It's
Rewind...
basically what I have, just better, so...
Well, it's also just, like, completely unique, too. Like, there's nothing else in the game that really works like that. And they actually pulled it
Yeah.
off. That is a banger.
What the hell's a rewind?
Yeah, you wouldn't even know, man. All right, Dorky.
That's right.
×2. This is, we're going to see Dorky, almost Dorky's full vision here.
Offensive cooldown is gonna be Blade Storm. That's a banger.
I'm just picturing the bear doing all of the things.
This
and
is actually a
and
sick build.
it's getting me.
Watch this thing go.
It's fucking sick.
If I have cool abilities, I'm gonna do Blade Dance with the dodge.
With
Oh,
the
nice.
dodge.
What do you? Oh, so like
Like old
like
Blade Dance
BFA,
with
like
dodge?
BFA Blade Dance,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
that was fucking sick.
And it's just a bear doing all of it. That is sick. Permanently in bear form, by the way. All right, back to Megaset.
Breath of Sindragosa for offensive. I don't know
Oh,
if it's good, it just looks really cool.
Okay, you lost the vote of all Frosty K players that hate this, but you gained the respect of me and many others. So love that.
Alright, I'll take it.
All right,
Polarizing ability.
all right, Growl.
So now there's a really strong defensive ability still available. So I mean, I think I have to take it. I'm gonna have to take Ice Block.
Which also includes the ability to be ice cold, I guess. That would make sense. Or fuck it, you don't even need it. Fuck it, just take normal ice block. Alright, Tettles.
I'll take Time Warp.
Oh,
For
let's fucking
raid
go.
Cooldown. For raid cooldown, I'll take Time Warp.
Does that count?
Yeah, I was thinking about that one. Like, you can have it, but
It's a raid CD.
that's your. See, now it's your job to press Lust. I'm not fucking pressing Lust. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
I'm a
even
mage.
better, yeah.
You know, you're just buffing other people.
All right. I'm gonna take Chaos Brand as my raid buff,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take Metamorphosis, the Demonology Warlock version as my legacy ability.
I gotta pay really close attention to my spelling here or else I'm gonna get slandered.
Two Metamorphosis.
Okay. One more thing and you have a movement ability. Okay. Tettles, you have 2 more picks.
I'll take
What is-
Sky Fury Totem as my raid buff.
Do you think Sky... I'm actually really interested to see Sky Fury and a couple of these taken before Mark of the Wild, actually.
I had Chaos Brand, Mark of the Wild, and Sky Fury as my like short list for
Sky
that.
Yeah.
Fury is really good.
Oh, it's really good, yeah.
Mark of the Wild's also very good.
All right, Grell, you have... Do you even know a mage legacy ability?
One of my favorite abilities, iconic for its multiple different uses, for that I'm gonna have in the cool ability that I think is one of the coolest abilities, is Alter Time.
Okay, that's actually true, though. That is
I mean, all the
insane.
picks have been true. I mean, I'm truing.
Okay, I think Alter Time might be like the coolest. You could even put this in movement ability, but like I was like Alter Time. I guess maybe not as useful as Shimmer, but like for its position, it can just do things that nothing else can do. Like there's some clips of Alter Time where you're just like, okay, literally no other class in the game can do that
All
thing.
right, Growl, I'm sending you the legacy ability that I think
No,
you're
no, no.
supposed to
I already
pick.
have it. I already have it.
You have
You
it?
can
Okay.
send it. You can send it, but I mean, that was not my ability.
That is
Okay.
the ability, I'm pretty sure.
All right, Megaset, what's yours?
Movement ability, warp.
Fuck.
What is that? Is that Evoker Hover that
It's the new
Yeah.
Evoker
ports you?
blink.
Yeah.
It's
Okay. I haven't even tried that. How does it work? Is it like a mini blink?
Yeah.
Is it like
it's
uh,
very
into it.
clunky, actually. It blinks you a half a second after you press the hover too.
Yeah, but is it an actual blink? Like for example, if you were to have like an Anduin style blasphemy thing, if you blinked through someone, would it blow up?
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, I think that works on. I think literally blink kills you that way, so it would.
Yeah, I think Blink kills you in that as well, so I think this does too.
Okay. That's kind of okay. I'm kind of reading through all these now. I think I have a favorite. I don't know if it's going to be the same as what I don't want to say it though because I want to influence my chat in a negative way. By
That's
the
gonna
way,
be mine.
If I like said I really
Dude.
liked one of yours, you would lose. So
Honestly, all of these are really like everybody's got a different like way of building theirs, and they're all so good.
Yeah. Okay. Dorky, you can finish yours off right now. You are the blade storming,
Alright,
back flipping bear that is screaming, and then Dark Sim is kind of random, but I can see the vision.
I'm gonna pick the most OP raid buff. It's gonna be decomposing aura.
It's
Huh?
it's
And-
DK.
Okay.
That's not a raid buff, is it?
Well, kind of. It would be
Why
like
not?
if Chaos Brand counts, then Decomposing Aura would if it worked on raid bosses.
But it doesn't work on raid bosses, right?
yeah, but you know, if it did,
Let's just fucking make it up. Decomposing aura. Okay.
Actually
The
goes hard.
mobs take more magic damage or some shit, right?
No,
it
it
like
makes
reduce
them.
max HP.
Oh.
Yeah, it makes them lose 3% max HP every 2 seconds. It's pretty good.
Okay.
And then for CC ability, I'm gonna take leg sweep.
I can picture the bear doing it right now.
Very good. He's just spinning over and over again. It's crazy that he just took spinning abilities the entire time.
Yep, just spin. Wait, that is true. Wait, I didn't pick that up until now. He's just a spinning bear. But then the backflip is spinning in a way. It's just spinning backwards. Okay. Megaset, last choice.
It's Mark. It's boring, but it's Mark. So.
Mark of the Wild. Absolute banger. You get a free Mythic Plus spot.
Yeah.
Whole expansion. Easy.
Yep.
Growl, what is your legacy ability?
So here's the thing, okay? Now everyone expects me, based off of my picks so far, that you may think that I'm trying to pick the most powerful class, right? I'm simply trying to pick the most cool abilities. So you might expect that I would pick Amplify Magic here, right? That would make sense for me to pick, right? But that's not fair. That's not fun and cool,
Pick
right?
prismatic crystal.
So I'm going to go back to a time when Mage was even better, when Mage was even cooler, an ability that would synergize well, and I'm going to pick Prismatic Crystal.
Yeah, I was just about to
as
say
my
it.
legacy ability.
Oh, that is a sick ability, actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't made that when they like did the talent trees. They didn't make Prismatic Crystal. Did they like build the Prismatic Crystal into the class in other ways, like the playstyle of it, or is that just gone now?
They kind of went into the Kyrian thing as opposed to having Prismatic Crystal. That's kind of what Resonant Spark.
Oh,
turned
yeah,
into
you're
a little
right.
bit, right?
What was it? Well, the last time Prismatic Crystal was insane, wasn't it with that trinket in Hellfire Citadel? And you
Yeah,
like
the glare trinket from
The Arcane Mage. Yep.
Yeah, from Ishkar. It would proc on the crystal and blow it up with a ring.
Oh yeah, I remember. I
Arcane
remember you
Dream.
used the rings in HFC, and you had speed kill raids that included like only mages, and then that was it. That was the only
That was
class.
sick.
Which hasn't changed since then either. That's all good. All right, Tettles, what is your defensive?
I'm between Dark Pact and AMS. I think I'm gonna take AMS because that one
Yeah.
you can like immune a bunch of abilities, but Dark Pact is also very, very cool. And very
Dark
good.
Pact? What
That
the
shit is
fuck?
that shit is mad OP.
I think AMS dunks on Dark Pact. I think if Warlocks were to
never
have
used Dark Pact
AMS
in my
instead
life.
of Dark Pact, they would be ecstatic.
Oh, that one. Wait, never mind.
Wait, what do you think it was? Do you think it was like
I think they have Death
the
Pact.
DK heal?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that thing stinks.
No, the Warlock OP ability.
Yeah, the one that actually gives you an absorb, not a healing absorb that has to be healed off of you. Okay. Last pick. It is the movement ability for Dratnos.
I'm gonna go with Shadow Step.
That's a good one.
That was a good one.
I'm surprised no one picked Riders of the Apocalypse horses. I feel like that
Ooh,
is
that is
so
a cool one,
cracked.
yeah.
Like, so cracked. Shadow Step. All right. We now have... before we vote, you guys will name your class. You can name it whatever the fuck you want. I think I know what one of them will be called. But starting with Dratnos. Dratnos, do you have a name prepared? We can pass to someone else who's ready if you need time.
Yeah, give me a sec. Let me.
Is anyone ready to name their class?
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Okay, what's your...
So, I'm kind of looking at all my abilities, thinking about the theme, what my class might look like, you know, the class fantasy of it. I think I'm going to call it the Magician.
The Magician or the Wizard, it could be.
The Wizard.
Yeah, okay. Is anyone else prepared to name their class?
Mine will be the Giga Demon Bear.
Giga Demon Bear. Megaset Tettles Dratnos. Anyone ready?
Yeah. Avonker.
That is good. That
I
is a
didn't know we had
fucking
to
banger
name them.
name. That is a banger name. They're gonna vote for that. That is good. Fucking Evonker. Okay. All right. Tettles Dratnos. Whichever one wants to go first.
I'll
I
go
don't
with...
have a good name for mine. Do you have a good name for yours?
Yeah.
All right, go.
Cool Demon Lightning Guy.
Cool Demon Lightning Guy. And Tettles. I can, if you want
I don't
time,
know.
I can start making the, here, if you need more time, I'll start making the poll. Did we use straw poll last time? I think we did, but it's like, straw poll changed. I don't like it. You know, like you see your friends every now and then, you're like, you changed, man. Dude, straw poll changed, man. Totally different.
Is straw poll worse now?
It is.
I haven't seen straw poll.
Bro,
in so
look at this. It's like fucking blue, and it's not like a parchment color. It is not good. Oh, let me... Should I say the options, the names of the person, and then the name of the class? Or... I don't know what I should put. I don't want
Alright,
that...
name mine Dratnos, just to confuse everybody.
Man,
Wait. Okay.
this is the
This
last
is gonna
ditch
be
move that might win.
This, yeah, that is actually a fucking crazy move. Okay, Crazy Demon Lightning Guy Dratnos, which is first, and the second one is Dratnos in parentheses Tettles, which will be very obvious what it should be. Okay, beautiful. I can make this another tab.
You
Oh,
could name
dude.
it Dratty. That also works, I think. Avonker is such a good name.
Oh yeah, yeah. Vonker is an absolute banger. I've never
I
heard
realized
that
I
before.
had picked 2 from each, and I'm like, oh no.
And I have not told chat what I like or don't like, so I have not swayed anyone against you all, at least to the best of my ability. Giga Demon Bear. All right, I'm creating the poll. Let me make sure you can't vote multiple times. Multiple choice is correct, right? You have to pick one. That is what multiple choice means. I think. Yes. Wait, what are the other options? Meeting poll, image poll, ranking poll. It's multiple choice. Okay. Create poll. Sending it. It says block VPN users. I don't really see the reason for that. I'm just going to uncheck that. Maybe you guys are trying to dodge some ads.
Oh, good. I can get a bunch of votes in.
Should we do
I
voting?
swap around
Oh,
from
yeah,
VPNing
voting
from.
security. 1 vote per IP address. So get your all's VPNs ready, actually. I've created a backdoor into this. All right, linking it in chat.
I'd also like to shout out Max's sponsor for this month, NordVPN.
That is
With code
not...
maximum25 at checkout, you guys can also get a discount on your VPN services.
I'm just simply not sponsored by them right now. They did sponsor me last year. That would have been a sick shout out if that was still true. I just want to show results. Okay, it's actually really even right now, except for okay,
Holy moly.
Tettles' ruse did not work, or it worked on slandering Dratnos because now people don't know who to vote for, so they just chose to vote for someone else.
I feel like Meg is winning just off of the name.
Yeah,
think so as
I
well.
actually think the name.
I think Avonker goes ham.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the class would work pretty well. You got what, Divine Toll, Warp, Breath. So you have the ability to blink with Breath. Divine Toll for like resource generation in Breath, if that's how that would work. Some people in chat wanted to add a resource as something you picked, but I feel like all the resources in the game are just like the same thing. I don't even think that would. I mean, I guess it would give like a little flavor, but
I feel like you need the abilities to go with them. To make
yeah,
it
exactly.
interesting.
I mean, they're all the same thing. You're building something and spending something else, right? It's the same. How is Growl in second and he literally just made mage and called it mage?
What do you mean?
People love
What-
mage.
It was just
Max,
a
what you don't
coincidence.
understand is that all of these
Well, he just made the best
polls,
class.
they're never serious. They're just all for
Yep.
memes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? This whole thing is just a fun
Yeah.
exercise. And I'm pretty sure Growl giving a fucking 1 minute monologue just to pick an obvious mage ability this whole time was chat's favorite part. So, oh, I have to refresh results.
Oh wait, they're saying link on YouTube. I think I have.
Oh, you think you have a bunch of YouTube?
Yeah,
okay,
this is like
we'll
how
link
the
it.
libs got all the mail-in votes. I have all the YouTube viewers. Come on, get in there.
Stop the count.
Wait, oh, I clicked the results page. I have to, fuck. Back to.
You know
poll.
what? I think that Growl streaming is also weighing in on this heavily.
I didn't even vote. I didn't do anything. I didn't tell anybody to do anything. I just selected the best ability in each category.
I mean, Ivonker's just fucking owning. I'm surprised at how little votes Cool Demon Lightning Guy and Dratnos, aka Tettles, is getting. I feel like Tettles' class is really cool. I also feel like, look at Dratnos' class. Dratnos has the best raid cooldown, arguably. The second best raid
Yeah.
buff.
I made like a good class, but Growl, Meg, and Dorky made really fun picks.
Okay.
Mine was a sweaty tryhard draft.
Nah, I think Growls is a sweaty tryhard.
Yeah. I
That
think I
one's
had
a
just
little OP.
yeah. Like that class would never work on live.
Dude, it's actually crazy. I think the name's hard carry. Well, Growl's
I
whole
think
bit.
yeah, I think I didn't have a good name. That's definitely
Yeah, the name's
cost me.
definitely hard carried. So maybe I should have let you all know to think about that ahead of time. It would have been more fair. Not that that really matters. This is just fun, but
All right, what's the next draft? Because we got downtime extended.
oh, did we?
Yeah,
That's what everyone in my chat spamming.
Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, actually, I don't even think I'll be able to be live until then. I'm pretty sure. I have
So, what are you guys trying to do on pre-patch?
a hockey game. Well, you can't even really do anything till next week, right?
Well, yeah,
Because-
we're just farming viewers because everyone else is waiting. Once the pre-patch goes live, I'm just gonna go AFK.
Actually, that's
That's actually good. We should
That's
probably put up a
low-key.
tier list video.
that's low key. Low key.
Dorky, can you make a new tier list video so I can play it while I go AFK? Because
Yeah, I got
the
you.
most recent one. Yeah, okay, thank you. Because the most recent one I have is kind of old. People get confused. They still watch, but
Dude, is it true that
Yoda-
Paladin
see the
really got
Yoda
that
tank one?
owned by the tank changes?
I mean, they were already owned. That's the problem. Like the
Oh, are you
tank
talking
changes
about-
doesn't like
It
they
was
were
like
already
Yoda's
fucked.
tier list that put them below Frost and Unholy for tanking.
yeah.
Yeah, Frost and Unholy got nerfed, which was probably needed to happen. Wait, what's wrong with Prop Pound? Does it just not have any coverage? Like, it just doesn't have defensive coverage anymore? Or they just, what?
It just does no self healing at all.
Dude, maybe that's just like a WOG problem, because I had the same issue on Ret. Like, I feel like WOG actually heals you for like 5% of your HP. It's like they're missing a 0 on it or something.
Yeah, because part of the problem is like they raised all our HPs, but relatively the AP scaling is like much lower.
I agree with someone in chat. I want to see the animation of a bear blade storming or blade dancing. Both of those things would just go crazy.
Dude, I think Vengeful Retreat would be so sick as a bear.
Dude, this is where Dratnos is pretty rarely off meta. Like, this seems like the exact thing for Dratnos to show up and just make a stupid class and win that way. Like, that's Dratnos' personality, but he randomly took all the cool abilities and then he just got beat by someone that named their shit Ivonker. I feel like you kind of got owned. Dude, this is so nice when I'm not in this because I can't get owned because I'm not doing it. Holy shit.
Yeah, I would like to announce after coming in 5th in this one that
You
I
will
be
no
retiring
longer
from drafts from
yeah,
now
yep,
on.
yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna be staying small from here on out.
All right.
What do you mean by that?
Bro, my chat thinks I'm a coward. I'm just spiting them, that's all. You need to punish them every now and then or else they won't act right. And they post these fucking stupid shrimp birds. But I realized earlier that your chat is like an extension of you if you've been streaming long enough, so really it's just a bad reflection of me. And then I'm sad, right? Instantly mad.
See, the thing is, I say that when my chat's behaving and I'm like judging other people's chats, but when my chat's out of line, like, no, they're just fucking idiots. Like,
Listen,
that's
it
not.
could
They're
be a
not an
lot worse.
extension of me sometimes.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse. It could be
some of the
streams some of the streams that you love to hate watch.
Is that like how like recommended channels, like it recommends the type of channels that you watch, or is
Well,
that like what your viewers watch?
No, it is. No, it is. See, here's the thing: is my viewers always say that, right? Like every time I'm streaming, they're like, "Oh wow, look at all those recommended viewers. It's all hot tub streamers." But they don't understand the way the algorithm works. Is it sees the type of streams that my viewers watch, and then it recommends them to me because they're like, "Oh, they're your viewers," right? And so, like that, they don't understand. They're just caught. Like it's not me. It's them.
I literally watch you watch Amaranth play GeoGuessr on stream regularly.
well, that's mainly for the geo. That's like
he is known to love GeoGuessr. That is true.
Yeah, that's
He'll
for the
take GeoGuessr
geography.
content wherever he can get it.
And whenever you pull up Asian Bunny X on your stream, what is that?
I'd never.
My chat links me Asian Bunny X all the time. She actually has a surprisingly like large amount of info. Like you could get you could get like she has like patch notes when new patch notes drop. She has takes on them. They link me that. During the Race to World last, she actually repeatedly was having really low pulls of Vyrak.
Oh yeah, she was in the multi-stream too. Every time I asked my chat for the multi-stream for TGP, her stream would randomly replace one of the
Oh yeah, they're
one of the
big
player
fans of
streams.
linking the old Asian Bunny.
Yeah.
She's part of the culture now. Anyways, I was thinking of honorable mentions for this. Does anyone think, and maybe you haven't played with it yet, the new like Crackling Jade Lightning AoE ability looks fucking insane.
Yeah.
The
it's
like
fun.
I don't know. Wait, does Mistweaver get that?
No, I've been raid testing as Windwalker though.
Yeah, it
I
goes.
wish Mistweaver got it.
You can even get like red chi lightning. You can do some like Palpatine shit. You can just be looking absolutely crazy. Best raid cooldown. Sorry, what's that?
I have some honorable mentions.
All right, what is one? Oh my god.
So some of them that I considered, I think Spell Steal is a really fucking cool ability. The fact that like you can get a buff that a mob has in a dungeon or a raid, and then you get the
That
buff
is actually really
with it,
cool.
I think is actually a really
That
cool
is cool.
ability.
That is cool.
You can do a lot of cheesy things in dungeons like that.
Movement ability. So another movement ability that I thought about. Now it's caster specific, but ice flows. So being able to, while you're casting, to use the ability and then, okay, now I can move during just this one ability that I'm casting is like really cool. You like manage your charges on the fly. For defensives, I mean, mirror images I think is a cool idea. You know, it kind of like, it's like very thematic to like a wizard who's like, you know, oh, you don't know where all this magic's coming from.
What about Greater Invis?
Yeah, I consider that for a raid buff because it is, or I mean for a raid cooldown for Arcane, you do get DR on the Greater Invis. So I was actually thinking about that for a raid cooldown as well. It's a pretty good one. It's Mass Invis, I think, or whatever it's called. I don't know if they still have that because no one plays Arcane, but
I mean, mirror images are sick. You can just make copies of yourself.
yeah.
I'm not letting him mage the legacy ability. I'm gonna put Burst of Speed in from Rogues.
Ooh.
Oh, shit,
Well, wasn't
burst
that
of
just
speed.
like they just
Yeah.
you were just like permanently sprinting? You just had to spend energy for it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, they
think
were
that,
RBG flag carriers.
They were
I think
also.
Surrender to Madness also should be in the honorable mention for legacy ability
Ooh. Yep.
or offensive CD, I guess.
It's like the pinnacle ability that's ever been released into this game, where there was just a complete disconnect between like super degenerate tryhards at this game and people who play this casually, and like they just basically removed the ability because the skill cap was too big, and everyone got sad that played the game well.
Yeah, hitting third Void Torrent was almost impossible unless you were like sick and you had your spell queue window set correctly.
Oh yeah, dude. You know is that one of the things in WoW that the average player doesn't even know about? Is just anything related to the spell queue window.
People don't know anything about spell queue window.
And to be fair, it's not like they should, right? It's like the most weird fucking no menu for it. You wouldn't even know it exists. Also, people make shit up about that all the time. Like, you'll set your spell queue window to, like, 80 MS, and they're just like, oh, no, you need it to be exactly, like, 120 or 150 more than your MS. Any more than that, and you're losing. They're just making shit up. Goes hard. Any idea for CC ability? Maybe Polymorph? I don't know if that's good enough.
Yeah, I was thinking Polymorph. I was thinking Frost Nova's another good one. Dragon's
What about Dragon's
Breath.
Breath? Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Cone of
Blast Wave is
Cold
pretty
is
good.
kind of a unique CC ability too. Blast Wave. No, I like
Ice
Blast
Nova.
Wave because you can use it as a knock or just like a disrupt.
Supernova, that's a cool one as well.
You
Ooh,
can't skill into mass
I think you're
polymorph.
fresh out of raid buffs, though. Right? Am I right? You
Fort buff.
you might have to. Well, for mages, you might have
Oh, for
to
mage.
go back in time. What was that buff they used to give that was kind of like PI, but it wasn't PI? It was like a PI type support a friend type shit, but it's old as fuck.
Oh, it was like Amp Magic or something?
Yes, or focus
Fire-
magic.
Focus?
Focus
Magic.
magic. I'm
Focus
pretty
magic.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not really a raid buff, but yeah. What about porting your friends to different cities?
Conjure refreshments.
God.
That's real though. That's real.
Yep, that is
Laser
real.
keys.
That's been literally an iconic raid buff ability in like boosting your party literally since Classic. What ability has been that iconic that has existed since Classic WoW in 2005?
How about Arcane Tactics?
Mage portals as well?
Holy shit.
I know a lot about mage portals.
Dude, did you guys see when they posted the build changes? They have like 1 million. Wait, where is this? We're within pre-expansion patch content update notes. You like read this shit? You go down and like every single class has. Oh, this isn't the right thing. Every single class has just like 1 million entries, 1 million notes. And then you get to Demon Hunter, and it's just like there's 2 nodes, and it's just nerfing Vengeance.
Yep.
It's
That sucks.
That's so good.
I never believed that developer RNG was a thing for having a good class designer, and
Oh,
having
yeah.
seen some of the stuff that's gone down this beta cycle, I'm now a believer in
Yeah.
developer RNG.
Ever since Mistweaver just randomly appeared as a class that they cared about, I'm like, wait a second.
Dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
the
that is
change
true.
of Mistweaver, like in the middle of Dragonflight, went ham.
We
Oh, that
got more
class is just
changes.
amazing.
We got more changes in Dragonflight in like the first half of it than we had in Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands combined. We
I
got
believe
so
that.
much.
I believe that, yeah.
Well, also, I don't know how much of it is developer RNG as much as specifically Demon Hunter and Rogue were just like we keep going through this rotation of classes, and whenever they do the like retouch on a class, they're choosing like the one that's taken the longest, right? So they kept rotating through those, and just Demon Hunter and Rogue had the unfortunate problem of just getting reworked in season 3. So now they're just at the back of the list, and they were like, oops, ran out of time, have to tune now. And then they just
Reels
get
did-
nothing.
Reels did both of those classes, and I heard he got a promotion.
Oh, is that actually what happened?
All the classic.
I think
Oh, let's
that's what
let's just name drop and blame devs. That should be good for them. The
I'm
community
not blaming-
community will take
Blaming
that
somebody
well.
for getting a promotion at their job, like what the fuck, dude? It's clearly on Blizzard for not having somebody to go fucking work on that class.
You
Like,
are
there's no way I'm
vastly
blaming-
overrating the intelligence of the average person who
It's
would
okay,
slander
don't
a
worry.
dev on the
I
internet.
know for a fact there's no Blizzard employees listening to this right now, so don't worry. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, good
Yeah, it's a
point.
safe space.
Yeah. So Growl, who's your least favorite World of Warcraft developer?
Yeah, just say their full name. All good.
Yeah, say
Just-
their actual name.
Let's just get there. What about their Twitter handle, maybe?
Wait, so does this mean that specs are probably not getting any more reworks? It's
Let's
all
do a
just,
dev
like,
tier
number
list.
tuning.
Yeah, right? I mean,
Because we're pretty much at pre-patch, right?
I don't think they were even going to do the enhanced changes that they did like last week. They even said like, yeah, we'll work on you guys in a patch. We're running out of time. And then enhanced players just like lost their mind, and then they threw them like basically 5 lines of changes, and it was like, yeah, we like gave you like 3 or 4 spec points, have fun, and then they were like, yay, this is good, enhance is amazing now, and then they were really happy. But like they weren't even gonna do that. They just, I mean, I feel like they have to spend the rest. Does anyone else feel like they have to spend the rest of the time until the expansion working on tuning? Tuning's like insane. It's insanely
Yeah.
all
They
over.
get
It's
code
wrong.
locked soon. I don't know like when there's a code lock coming up soon to where they can't actually change the functionality of how the classes work, right?
Well, they can make. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you
They
just
can
said.
only
actually,
hotfix
what
at that point.
What are
They
you
can-
talking
they can only
about?
hotfix.
What
What are you talking about,
Tettles? What the fuck are you saying right now? It's a fucking code lock.
Are you allowed to say that?
Are you just saying words? What are
Yeah.
you?
No. That's like a. So there's like a specific point in the patch where like all the tooltips are like locked, right? And I think
They
the
can't pull the
classes,
ripcord.
I
That-
think the classes' abilities are locked, and they won't change it unless it's on like a major patch update.
That sounds turbo made up. That's okay. First of all, you might be right. I'm just like that sounds like something that'd be true for because I know with games that are on console too, they have to like make change. They can only make changes around like a console update. So like everything is super backlogged until you can do that. But I'm sure what you're saying is right. But it's like I don't know. I remember things being changed like. Star Surge does 30% more damage and whatever, like stuff like that. That can happen at any point at hotfixed at any time, right?
Yeah, there's some stuff that can be hot fixed, but like in terms of like class design is more of like an expansion level or major patch level feature, whereas class tuning can be hot fixed.
Oh,
in
okay.
after
So
the
you're not
fact.
you. I thought you were talking about tuning. That's where I was confused. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be almost any more design changes until the expansion.
Yeah. I think that they're approaching their code lock for the expansion soon, to where they're no longer going to be making like large changes. You know, they're not going to like be reworking like a hero talent into like a major patch or something like that.
And like demon hunters, rogues, priests aren't going to want to hear that. But I think the game needs. If you're a class developer at Blizzard headquarters, I think every single bit of your time needs to be spent tuning this game. Like it hasn't probably dawned on a lot of people yet because I think like people wait until the expansion is closer and they're waiting to hear what other people say. Not what you guys, but like viewers and stuff. But like as someone who spends a lot of their time before an expansion knowing exactly what is good and when and why and all that stuff, you usually that's like set in stone 2 months before the expansion comes out. Like not set in stone, but like what's good is good and what they're good at that stays. But that. It's just it's a complete circus right now. Like nothing makes sense. The hero talents do all of people's damage, none of people's damage. Classes are going to be nerfed, buffed, plus 50, minus 50% from what they are right now. No one could have any idea what is good or bad. Yeah, it's so weird.
I mean, at this point going into Dragonflight, we had Enhancement Shaman receive a 30% aura nerf.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Remember that? That was so sick.
Don't worry, it's just beta.
Just beta, guys. I don't know. I'm gonna inhale some copium here. Like while the tuning isn't perfect, they have still a while. Like assuming that they've been gathering data, they're paying attention. Like I still think it's pretty reasonable that the game comes out in a good state. And they have not only do they have
for
release,
sure.
like there's 2 weeks of just questing. There's heroic week where there's no M plus. Like I feel like I don't know. I'm kind of high on copium. I think the balance will be fine. And even if it's a little rocky when it comes out, I
You have
think
heroic week.
they've already shown that they're willing to adjust things in the first season to like try and fix them.
That is true, but there has not been an expansion where it's been like this. This is definitely a brand new. This has never happened before thing.
Oh yeah, well also it's like turbo shitty for like world first race, right? Because you're like trying to figure this shit out and you know it's not how it's gonna be on launch. It's turbo shitty for you, but for everyone else I wouldn't worry.
Think
about
it's
it.
less shitty because like
okay.
we're gonna have the options. Like if it would suck, but if they buff or nerf something by, let's just say something crazy, by like 30% a day before Mythic comes out, we will be able to acclimate to that where some random person's guild won't. You know what I mean? Like your character.
I mean, our
could be
guild is gonna take 500 pulls on Silken Court and lose half of our roster by the end of the tier, no matter what. So,
I kind of agree with Growl. I think that Blizzard. This feels very reminiscent of Season 1 of Dragonflight to me, where we were coming up. We're a month away from the expansion. Blizzard will probably end up having to spend half of Season 1 actually like tuning classes and stuff like that, but I think they'll eventually get into a spot where it's okay.
I don't know if I'm worried about the tuning so much as I'm worried about all the bugs.
What's bugs?
Like, I don't.
What do you think
Monk
is
has a
That's true, many
ton.
things are bugs.
yeah, there's a lot of
there's a
talent bugs.
lot.
Yeah.
I heard
Mostly
Frost
hero
Mage
talents.
doesn't even work. One of their hero talents.
Yeah.
That is always very concerning.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird. There was like I think each class Discord has like a spreadsheet of just like ranked bugs. I remember I saw one from Dryny about Holy Paladin of just like, yep, this talent doesn't work. Like when this talent and you have this hero talent, this doesn't work. Like, and it's like, oh no.
Specifically, Dragonflight was weird. We had like our DPS comp for the last 3 bosses done 2 months before the expansion came out, and from that point till the raid went live, things were buffed from that point, including those classes, plus or minus 5% in any direction at the absolute most, including the pre-mythic tuning. And it was like you could just see what was good and why that far out. Now it's like, if I were to do that now, like try to tell you what the best classes would be for the last 3 bosses and like actually explain to you why I think this class would be good or whatever, I would just be fucking making it up. Like I wouldn't feel confident enough about any of those things changing. But I'm optimistic as you in the same way that I just can't imagine like a raid going live with it being like this. So I imagine they'll just slam it down. Not to mention that they probably did more this beta cycle than they even did in Dragonflight, right? Because like in Dragonflight, you could say hero talents aren't as much of an undertaking as like class and spectre talents, but I feel like they kind of spent this entire beta like redoing class and spectres like almost completely, and then they're adding hero talents on top of that. So I'd imagine they're getting like very similar amount of workload, and they'll probably have time to get it done.
Do you guys think they'll be able to balance the hero talents between like the specs? Because at least for the tank specs that I know right now, it feels like there's one hero talent that's just like significantly better than the other.
Well, what do you mean by that? Do you mean?
Oh, you just mean
like choices, like you know how? Yeah.
So you mean like a class?
Like
I can pick between these two. You're gonna balance those two between each other, not necessarily like a mage's hero talents versus a warlock's.
Yeah. Because like you know how like in Covenants there was always like a clear better choice that was like vastly better than the rest.
I don't know.
I don't think so, but only because everyone in WoW is so min-maxy. Like, even if one hero talent tree is like 1.5% better, literally 95% of the population is gonna pick that one hero talent tree unless the other one is like absurdly cool. So like, I feel like it's hard for like I think that's a really really tough goal. But I mean, if tank one, so like I think the most likely hero talent trees to see different choices are tanks and healers, because it's less about throughput and more about like how do you get through the situation. So to hear tanks are like, okay, we're not even picking the other one, that's a little bit of a red flag though. Like I feel like tanks and healers should have the most choice, right?
Or you could,
like, I'm looking at like Bear Tank for example, and it's like there's no world where I would play fucking Druid of the Claw. Like Druid of the Claw is fucking sick, but there's no shot I'm playing that when Loon's Chosen is significantly better.
Well, Growl, like think about what you said, right? You said like one of you said I don't like tanks and healers if those are not balanced. But I could even see it being the other way, where you're like a paladin and you really love the healing playstyle of Herald of the Sun, but you're forced to play Lightsmith the whole expansion because it does big damage and you can give someone else damage too, right? Like that's kind of something we've interacted with before that could happen.
I mean, there's like ridiculous ones. Like, isn't there one? I don't know. There's like a lot of like really secret, very good nodes in there. You know, like regrowth reduces damage that you take by 10% or something, or like I think there's one that like increases your fortitude health or whatever. Like there's a lot of really secretly OP defensive ones that I can see people taking only because it's like really good to live during prog and live during high
That's
keys.
so stupid too. Like that they said that on an interview earlier.
That was really dumb.
There was an interview with Mr. GM and they were like we wanted to make sure these were easy to tune, so we made sure to add like a movement spell and a defense spell on top of like all of the offensive stuff. And I'm just sitting there thinking like, isn't that going to make it infinitely harder to like balance and tune these against each other? But either way, I don't know, look at Covenants. The first thing I go to is Covenants, right? You went into Shadowlands and you had 4 different Covenants to pick from, and the balance between those historically not very good, right? But like didn't Covenants have an infinite amount more going on, even including Dratnos? Weren't you talking about this at one point where you were like what went into a Covenant was like what soulbinds, conduits were kind of whatever, but like there was so much more than there are with hero talents, and there's only 2 instead of 4, so it has to be not too hard to
yeah, I mean, in theory, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Like, the hero talents, you pick all of them. Only a few have throughput choice nodes. Mostly it's, like, random utility choice nodes. So, it should only add, like, 2 extra things per spec, but...
Well, but a lot of
they
them are
also they have the
interconnected with
ability to
your
balance them
tree, too.
independently of the 2 classes as well, or the 2 specs. Like, Spellslinger, they were independently balancing it between Arcane and Frost. So I don't know. As long as they do that, like in theory, it's not that much of a undertaking. Like I think it's a smaller undertaking than Dragonflight launching with all the new talent trees, and it's definitely a smaller undertaking than the Covenants. But I don't know. Like from the beta so far, I think it's a case of like it is a little bit of extra work, but it's a question of like how much are they going to, like how high of a priority is it going to be for them that if 98% of enhancement shamans are playing totemic or whatever, how high of an importance is it going to be for them to go and buff Stormkeeper or whatever whatever the lightning one is?
I mean, I feel like whenever they were looking at designing the hero talents, though, they totemic was designed for like enhancement, right, or whatever. I feel like they designed very specific hero talents for specific specs, throughput wise, like the nodes or the abilities that they're using to proc those talents and stuff like that. I feel like were pretty strictly designed for one spec.
Some of them are, yeah. Like I think there are a few where it's like, okay, this is primarily fire and arcane secondary, right? Like flavor wise, but I don't know. A lot of them are not. Like a lot of them, there are a lot of specs where it's like, oh, this one feels less like my spec, but it's better.
Did I think?
Is that AI art?
Yeah, I think it is.
Probably.
No,
someone just linked it in my Discord.
Yeah. Somebody drew this up in the last 30 minutes.
They've been adding me with what? Oh wait, someone even linked a new one. This one looks fucking crazier. Holy shit! Look at this thing. Holy fuck!
Wow.
That is a
AI
beast.
art gone too far?
Wait, did Dorky's thing have
like
wings?
Smolderon.
Oh, Vengeful Retreat,
Dor-
kinda.
Oh, Vengeful Retreat. Okay, yeah, I guess that works.
That's kind of like Dratnos' guy, but he's a bear. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it because, like, can't you imagine a like normal single target breakdown of a raid boss? You're used to what that looks like on Warcraft logs, where it just has all the bars. And like raid single target was really, really well tuned, pretty much all the way through Dragonflight. And can't you imagine that you could just see a bar, but not one for each spec, but also one for each hero talent in each spec? And I mean, if you're Blizzard, I feel like there's easy enough tuning knobs using that information and also their internal logging information to balance them at least and have the decision be a little bit easier. I for some reason am cautiously optimistic that it would be not bad for that. I think tanks and healers are going to be weird. And I think defensives could certainly be weird. Aren't there some defensives that some classes have where it's like you take passively like 20% reduced magic damage and like...
Oh, there's that one from Fatebound Rogue that is the most broken shit, where it's like their evasion makes them take 20% reduced magic damage and their cloak makes them take 20% reduced fizz.
Wait, which one?
Damn.
It's Fatebound, I think.
Rogue.
Yeah. I think it's like the bottom left of Fatebound. Maybe it's Trickster.
Is that
It's
Trickster?
one of the... Yeah, maybe it's Trickster. There's one that's in the Rogue one where you're just like...
I know, I've read this before. I'm just trying to remember which one it is. I mean, DKs have... Bro, the fact that DK gains 5% passive DR and then up to 20 when they use their cooldowns, and they're already, like, unkillable, and they're also gaining insane movement, I feel like it could definitely be a situation where you have to play one of these things. Dude, this is going to be so funny if we're, like, rogues are the most down bad about their hero talents and their spectries, and imagine we're sitting here, like, with fucking 10,000 I did 10,000 viewers just being like, you know what's too strong? This rogue hero talent.
That's gotta go.
I saw a guy who's the main one of the main theory crafters for Rogue kind of talking about it. He's like, dude, sub's probably going to be strong tuning wise, but it's going to be just like completely awful to play. Oh, that's the one, bait and switch. There it is.
Yeah, there it is. It's for Deathstalker. Yeah, the evasion becomes a 20% bar. It becomes like a bark skin against
That's so
most
insane.
damage. That is so insane.
Insane talent. Like,
I just find it's
I'm not like, oh, yeah,
so
perfect,
funny that
like,
super broken defensive classes get more broken defensives than like the best thing that like a balanced druid could get, which is with the shaman changes recently. I think easily are like, you know how Hunter's last expansion graduated from that like super squishy class to like, okay, they have enough now, and they're still squarely in the we are not super squishy compared to every other class in the game thing. Shamans, I think, recently probably graduated into that. They made like Earth Alley a little bit better. They gave Stone Bulwark Totem as like an absorb on themselves. They obviously still have Ankh. I don't know if they're going to graduate out of that, but it's going to be close. But like Druid Moonkin is still kind of squarely there, right? Like you have to go all the way into the Guardian side of the tree to get Oakskin for some stupid fucking reason. And then also all you get in your hero talents. I think the best thing is you can regrowth yourself and get...
That regrowth one's not bad, but if you're playing a Lune's Chosen, which is like the highest DPS one, that regrowth one's not that bad. Like you get 8% DR when a regrowth is hots on you, but the alternative is...
Isn't that like kind of the same argument as when people tell you to just go in bear form though? Where it's like,
Kinda.
yeah, lose a global to just do this and then lose a global to go back. I mean, casting a heal on yourself when you wouldn't otherwise be doing that to get a defensive when other people are getting it for free still does feel bad. But I mean, being able to get a 8% DR on demand is definitely not bad. That is strong. Wait, what is the defensive on this one even?
It's the top right now. It's like 3% passive magic damage or something.
That's not bad either, right? Yeah, it's fine.
You know, whatever the alternative is 20% DR from magic effect whenever you press your evasion.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Like, if the really broken classes are... That's kind of how it works, right? If the really broken classes are getting even more tanky, then, like, you getting tanky, if it's not at the same relative rate, you are still becoming weaker because the game is going to have to challenge you by trying to kill you somehow, and you're just going to fall behind.
I think they should have done massive defensive pruning and utility CC pruning across the board.
Oh, you're going to get a retweet from everyone in this chat about that. I haven't spoken to Megaset about that, but I know everyone else here strongly feels that the defensive problem in this game is very, very massive. Yeah, I think they even mentioned in an interview. They were like, we are aware of the community's problems with this. Well, I'm not like saying the community thinks it's a problem, but they're like, we're aware that this is potentially one of the issues with this and is a problem, but it's not something we're going to do going into the War Within, but it's something we could even do mid-expansion. It seems kind of like way too massive of a thing to do mid-expansion, but they have introduced an entire new fucking spec into the game mid-expansion, so I think my gauge on what they're willing to do or not do is off.
Have you done a bunch of beta dungeons, Max?
I've probably done 10 or 15 at the most, so not a lot, but I've done them all.
They've changed basically every single ability. Whenever you press a stop on the mobs, they just automatically recast every single one.
Yeah.
One of the worst changes I've ever seen. It is so bad.
Yeah, we've talked about Blizzard. We've talked about trying to find a way for Blizzard to understand how much they actually want you to deal with in the dungeon. Because right now it's really hard because you can stop, and higher level groups are better at stopping, and they run comps with more stops, and they're actually using them. So what they're experiencing in a pack is so different than what someone is experiencing in a +5, because so they're almost doing a harder version of the dungeon. So it's like almost like, what would Blizzard, if Blizzard were to design a dungeon where no stops happen at all, just for like a concept, like make a dungeon you can never stop anything, how much mechanics would you actually want us to deal with? Because it's kind of like it's not clear how much they want you to deal with, because they clearly keep adding more mechanics to make up with the increasing amount of stops we get. It just feels like an arms race. I don't know how they stop it.
It's especially problematic for uncoordinated groups, and I mean, we feel this on beta, right? Because we're not like tryharding, we don't have Omni CD, we're not calling kicks and stops, so you run into so many situations where people are tossing their kicks into a stop, and it's like, because like, you know, like you see a volley about to go off, right? So intuitively you're gonna press a stun on it, but if you stun into someone's kick, they essentially waste their kick, and it will just recast the volley right out that stun. So it's like, it's so rough in pugs or uncoordinated groups.
It also discourages healers from playing. Like, beta's really not fun a lot of the times when everything's just going off, but even on live, we get a lot of people, like in peaks and class discords, asking, like, is it always this bad? And yes and no, I guess, but it certainly has an impact on healers.
Yeah, I mean, it especially highlights the pugging healer experience, because, you know, like the pug healers are always having to deal with that.
I wonder when they made that stop change, I wonder if that was I think they even said this, they were like, it's going to remove an importance on stops, because stops no longer are like a solution to a cast. You're going to have to deal with it eventually, but it's like, it almost makes stops more important by doing that, because you can just kind of keep delaying it. And maybe they're like, okay, well, you're going to have to deal with this. But then isn't that weird that they're like, okay, you know what? We're going to do this expansion. We want stops to not really stop the things from happening, but then doing that at the same time is also increasing the total amount of things that are happening in general. That's kind of just like one massive change all at once, right? Or maybe the way they're thinking about it now is, hey, for high keys, you no longer have affixes, so we have to add something in the key to make that difficulty there somehow, which, I mean, obviously some people in the community would disagree with that line of thinking, but I just wonder how much of that plays into it too. Speaking of that, how do you guys, if you were to guess right now, how are people going to react to the high keys, they're developing for high keys for the first time, right? We're here, you guys. No more push weeks, all that stuff. No affixes, whatever. How do you guys think that's actually going to
go? I think it depends. So, like, here's the problem, right? Is let's say people play less of the season, right? Like, the game is sort of like how it was in Season 4. You gear up, you get your cool items, you push where you want to, and then you quit, right? Like, is that better or worse if you're only playing for 1 month or 2 months out of the season versus playing 4 months? I mean, a lot of people would say that's better. And, like, if you're an Omega Sweatlord and you want to play 1 month and then push, and then you're like, this isn't enough for me, well, there's TGP and there's MDI literally every single season. So, I mean, like, I think the section of people that it's really bad for, I think, is small. It's mainly the people who want to play all season but don't want to do MDI, but do want to do high keys and play for, like, 6 months. Which is, like, I think not that many, but I think also those people will just play no matter what anyway. I don't know. I'm kind of optimistic about it, but I do think we're going to see participation numbers drop off quite a bit. Especially if, like, so the big talk today is Now posted that image where he calculated, like, how many keys you're going to need to do to max out your thing. And, like, the big alternative is, okay, well, now you can play alts, right? But if they make it so you have to do a lot more keys to gear up your alts, I feel like the most important thing with this system, I think, is that they make it very, very alt-friendly. So that if you're a person, you play WoW, you play for a month, you get to the IO that you're happy with, or whatever. Like, if you still want to play, you can make a mage, you can make a monk, you can make a whatever, and then you can push up again. And the alt process should be quick, and it should be fun. I think that's the most important part for the changes to M+ right now, is that gearing up alts and M+, if you already have a geared up character, is quick and easy and painless.
Well, I feel like Go ahead, Dorky.
I was gonna say, my theory is that they're trying to go for an extremely seasonal model where, like, you know, you're rotating between retail, SOD, Kata or Mob eventually, and then, you know, you're just, like, going between the modes. Because they've sort of, like, captured the WoW players in a WoW bubble, been, like, their thing.
They've been doing that for a while, though, right? Like, I feel like that's been their plan for
I would
years.
say that's how the majority of people play the game anyway.
Correct.
Like, we are the minority of the people that want to play for 6 months every patch.
The sub chart showed that. Like, when I don't know if you guys saw that information where they, like, showed at some convention, they showed, like, how the sub line and, like, all the releases in the past, like, 10 years or so. And, like, if there was anything that was clear from that, it is that a large majority of WoW players play both classic and retail, and they do, like, the 2 months of one, and then that's why those staggered releases happen, because just a crazy large amount of people are doing all of it, and they are rotating like that. But isn't this thing kind of misleading? Like, I looked at this earlier and I was like, holy shit, this sounds bad. But, like, I think the thing that jumps out initially is, like, the number of crests to upgrade, but then you also look that you're just able to upgrade more eye level.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. I wanted to ask about that. So is that saying, like, so right now there are items in the game that are, like, very rare, quote unquote, or whatever, right? Is that what that means? Like, you can upgrade every item to very rare, or are they changing the way?
Myth is up to 6 instead of 4 now, so
yeah.
There's 2 extra tracks.
So it's just basically like where you would normally upgrade to the 4th of Mythic track. There's just 2 more extra things, and that's where the extra aspect crests are coming from.
So what does the last boss drop? 6 of 6?
No,
yeah, 4 of 6, and then 6 of 6 for the very rare.
Yeah, but
okay, so you can basically upgrade every item now as if it's a very rare item, or as if it was
correct.
Like, so when we had what was it called, the bullions or whatever, the items that would go to 14 of 14 and some would only go to 12. It's basically now everything goes to 14 of 14. I mean, to me, that's kind of a dub.
M+ gear out of the vault always drops at 1 out of 6. So if you ever have to take an M+ slot, it always drops at 1 out of 6. Whereas some of the raid gear is going to give you a slight discount.
Well,
Yeah,
I
wait,
think
all of it? I thought if you did like a +10, it's like a 2 or a 3.
No,
No,
it is
it's
a
a
1
1
now.
now.
No,
It
it's
is
a 1 now.
Always 1 now. Okay.
Yeah. So one thing that I think is definitely a thing for this, and it's actually a current problem in WoW, which is like current retail, is playing your main. As long as you're catching up every week, you never feel behind, and it feels manageable. Or even if you were to start a new alt 1 or 2 weeks into a patch, you're like, okay, I can get caught up, right? I think the big thing is when you started a little bit later, and that's when you're looking to play an alt, right? You're like, okay, I've kind of done everything on my main. I'm looking to like go deep into an alt or something. And then you stare down the barrel of what you're looking at right here, and you're like, oh, I'm not going to do that. That's the problem with the extra upgrade tracks, is like you're just going to look at that as an alt and be like, this fucking sucks. But I feel like as a main, I don't think it changes that much unless you are someone who purely Mythic pluses. If you're purely Mythic plussing, I think this is definitely a bigger gap before, because I think the only way you can get Mythic track items if you only Mythic plus is you can get 1 a week, and it's going to cost you more upgrade things to do it because you can only get 1 a week. But also then that's like a bigger conversation of like, if you were to just only raid, your gear would suck, and if you were to only Mythic plus, your gear would suck. They kind of want you to do gear for both, but they certainly increased the gap for just Mythic plussing, right? Isn't that the way to look at it?
Yeah, 100%. Because like, if you're someone who only unplus, you're not gonna be able to get the free upgrades, and you're gonna be way more limited on crests. It's gonna be especially noticeable later in the patch.
Profession gear's a lot worse
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, Teddles, you made a whole video about this too, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, they
it's
nerfed
like-
crafting. Crafting sucks now, right? Isn't it like 10 eye levels below max?
It is
10 eye levels down
garbage.
instead of 3,
You don't even
which is
want to
like
use
that.
it.
I mean, you're just never wearing that shit anymore.
Well, it's kind of interesting though, because early season it's still not bad, right? Like crafting an item early in the season still isn't that bad. It just won't be a bis item now that you.
Well,
need
you
to
still need
craft,
2
right?
embellishments. So.
Well, right, but you
That's
won't be
gonna
crafting
stink.
in every slot. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess that's true. I guess
gonna
embellishment.
feel
No, but
really
even with
bad.
the embellishment, you're not
Embellishments
gonna want
will-
the embellishment over the item level. I'm pretty
Well,
Yeah,
you are
I-
gonna want the embellishment. You're gonna put it on your bracers and your belt or whatever, and you're gonna.
embellishments
wear
It's
it
gonna feel
heavily.
really bad.
and bells have been nerfed heavily. I don't know if they're actually that good anymore.
Okay.
I mean, they'll probably get buffed if you're not wearing them, but like.
Man,
they're
I feel like
pretty
what's
bad right
the
now.
like? What are they doing? Like if you don't even use an embellishment, like what are they even doing?
I will say that for M+ only players, like I think if they just added something that's more deterministic in the vault, that lets you actually pick slots that you're getting M+ gear for. That way you're not just like completely bricked on your vault and not being able to get any myth track gear. That would be nice, because it's like some people are like, oh yeah, you should actually just whenever you do a +12, you should get myth track gear dropping from Mythic Plus, and I just think that that's completely outrageous. That
Well,
would be so silly, but
with
I think
war
there should be something
with
else.
warbands like seemingly like streamlining the alt process more, this should theoretically be easier. Like I would think it's, in my opinion, it's a failure of the warband system if you play your main for 4, 5, 6 weeks, you feel like you're in a good thing, maybe you want to start an alt, and it's no easier than it is now, and every upgrade you do on your alt is the same cost. You can't send them any warbound crests or warbound mythic track gear or whatever. Like in my opinion, that would be a failure, because I think that's one of the biggest problems currently with this entire system, is just why does it cost your alt months into the patch the same track your main went down, and it takes that long to. There has to be a discount on upgrades, or like an increase of crest gain somehow, or like is it possible? As anyone who's played a lot of the beta, is there warbound like mythic track
there is
gear?
warbound gear, but it's not. It'll never be
It's
myth track.
beans.
It's
It's
always
beans.
a lower track
It
than
is,
whatever the non-warbound is.
So it's like
It's
it'll
champion track. Or
so
some
it'll
shit,
help
like
you
track.
get at a basic level faster, but it's not going to allow you to like. And this is also a difference in perspective. This is actually usually where we lose a lot of people, because like we have a very unique perspective in this call, where it's usually like a lot of us aren't going to have fun playing an undergeared character in low level content, right? The way you have fun on that new alt is actually having it at high gear and then doing higher level content. Is that correct with everyone in here? Usually that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay, so like
That's actually something we talked about in Pod EC too. Yeah.
yeah, like we view the entire process of gearing your character as a chore until you get to the top, and you're able, and then playing the game is the reward. That's what you want to do. And like the road to get there for us is so long. Now, I don't want to have that be lost. A lot of people in chat are like, that goal of playing a new alt and like doing lower level stuff and getting it up there, like that's part of the part that makes you have fun in the game. It is just a unique thing with us where like we're kind of completely disregarding that. So I think that applies to just more people than just the very, very, very high end. I think some people want to be doing at least like decently like heroic raid or something a little bit higher than that. And maybe that's not going to get solved for us, but I wish there was a way for that to be the case, because I can tell you myself in season 3, I like played my demon hunter for a lot. I was so ready to play my alt, and then I looked at like the catch up, and I don't know if other people have gone through this, but I would have played the patch longer if there was even somewhat of a cheating, like a cheat method to get that alt a little bit faster than your main. But I just ended up playing the patch less because you look at the road you have to go down, like with this picture, right? Like imagine you look at the amount of Mythic Plus and raid bosses you need to get to where you want to be, and it's like, I mean, there's just no way. I'm just not even gonna log in, right?
Yeah, I mean, to take the other side, sort of what you were saying though, like, I don't know. To me, gearing up a character, I would say for a majority of the people is playing an alt. Like to me, for instance, when I made my mage, now I'm a little bit special. You know, I don't play DPS at all, so like, I feel like the whole time I was gearing, I was still getting better. Like I got to the point where like I was near close to max gear, and relative to the people that I was playing with, I still sucked. And like, but at the same time, once I got my character to max gear, it became a lot less fun for me. It was still fun to play, but I feel like gear is one of those like kind of weird, like you think you do but you don't / cope areas of like, while you're gearing up your guy, you're like, oh, you're coping. You're like, oh, I wish I had this better gear. My damage is shit because I need gear, blah, blah, blah. But then once you get the gear, you're like, okay, well, now I'm kind of done playing. Like, do I really want to sit here and grind out my character and like get way better to go from a plus 14 to a plus 18 when it's already your alt, right? Like, we're not talking about your main. We're talking about your alt. Like, how many people are there really who have a second and third character who are full max bis gear and progressing through like title level keys? Like,
Very few,
I feel like this is a little bit of a, I get that people want to, like, I do agree that gearing up alts should be fast, but at the same time, like, for me, gearing the alt was the fun part. Like, getting an item from the end of the dungeon chest is fun. And as soon as I stopped getting upgrades from my vault and I stopped getting upgrades from end of dungeon and I stopped being able to like get anything, playing my character got a lot less fun.
Well, I have a question for you then. So one main thing that this graphic is telling us is like, for any character, alt, main, whatever, the road from the beginning to the end, the beginning being the start of the patch or whenever you play the character, and the end be your character is bis or basically bis or fully upgraded or whatever, right? That road has been extended. And I wonder if it's for that exact reason, right? Like when you're playing a game, let's say you like doing dungeons. For almost all players who are going to get obsessed with WoW or RPGs or whatever, you're going to have more fun in that dungeon if you're not just playing for the love of the game, but you're also like progressing your character in some way. You're pushing a bar, you're gaining reputation, you're gaining eye level, you're gaining crest. You're in, not only are you playing the game, but you at the same time are like progressing your character. That is the feeling that MMOs love, right? So they're extending that by probably, am I reading this right? By like at least like a month, right? Like you're gonna, like the whole, you know, the feeling when you finally spent your last aspect crest in your bis, that character, that feeling in season 2 and season 3, season 4, whatever, like that moment is going to happen way later into a season because of this upgrade thing.
It's like 2.5 months if they go back down to 60 crests per week. Yeah.
So
which
is that
a long time?
That's what I wanted to ask you, Growl, just off of that entire thing. Is that a good thing? The balance between, go ahead.
It's hard because there's two different types of game and like two different ways that you're enjoying the game. And WoW, it has both of those, right? Like you can be fully maxed out in gear and there's still really, really hard stuff to do and a huge level of progression at max level gear because of how difficult the game is and how much like min-maxing there is to do, right? And for someone who plays at a competitive level, like, you know, now or you guys, that's where the game exists. The game exists, okay, I'm max gear, let me level up my skills and get better and learn the encounters. The game doesn't exist there for everybody, and other people like to gear up as well. I mean, it's hard because it's both. Like, give me a game that's really super grindy, infinite Azerite power, all that. I enjoy that too, but I also enjoy just skill-based endgame with equalized gear as well. It's really hard because WoW tries to do both, right? Like WoW does have the gear curve where you're trying to like gear up and make your guy stronger and appear to the more casual, like I'm only playing for a short period of time. But then it also has the end game part of like you're playing for 3 months and you're still trying to like get the last raid boss down or maximize the key. And it's really hard. Like I don't know if there's a right answer to say.
I think mains and alts change it too, right? Like I feel like your main if you normally play for 3 months in a season, and 2 months it's getting this, and then the last month is just playing for the love of the game, you would have enjoyed that third month if you were also gearing your guy. But then at a certain point, it's like a carrot on a stick, and it's just the same. It's the same feeling as like your vault becoming less interesting over time, right? Like,
Yeah.
I just like I wonder if extending the, like, for example, would the season be better just in general? This is kind of a weird way to look at it, but like if you were excited to look at your vault for an extra 3 or 4 weeks than you do right now, would that
Did
just
you like Titan Forging, Max?
You're right. This is the problem, right? Is now we're seeing
there are
the
parts of
other
Titan
side
Forging that
this,
are good, but yeah,
right?
like
We're
I think in
seeing
general, yeah.
Titan Forging, we're seeing Azerite Power. Like, while we don't love those systems, like this is the downside of having none of that, right? The downside of not having any replayability or any RNG is that over a certain amount of time you're just done and there's nothing more to gain. And like, you know, this is I don't really have an answer if it's better or worse, right? This
Well, I
is-
think it's a huge
I have no
difference talking
opinion if
about
it's
like a
better or
main
worse, it's
versus an
just-
alt.
It's way worse for
Right.
alts, I think.
Yeah.
But I think your main, as long as you're caught up every week, I think as long as you're playing the game, no matter when that is, I think you're just going to enjoy playing the game for longer in the season. I'm actually interested, Dranos. What do you think? What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to feel better for mains because, again, you're that feeling of like, oh, now I'm going into raid, but there are no more upgrades for me, is going to be later or not at all. I don't know. For alts, I think that it's like a little, even if you're somebody who likes the process of gearing up an alt, when that road is this long, when you're looking at it at the start, I feel like that's going to be pretty intimidating for. I think there are a lot of places. It's tough. Like I agree that Growl's right that there are a lot of people for whom it wouldn't even be a problem at all, right? Like they don't care about how far they are from being complete. They just like being able to do stuff that gives them rewards. And I've definitely played alts where as soon as I stopped needing, aspect crest or whatever, I stopped playing them.
Tacking onto that a little bit, I think that it's like if they design the content to be really good, people will play. Like I don't think that you have to always have this like.
I mean, I do think though
this
that there
reward.
is a length or an amount of gaming that can be required for a fresh alt that does stop people from creating alts. Like, it's tough because this is not a great example, but you guys remember in BFA back when you had like a 3-month grind to get your corruption resistance back.
That was so troll,
like on a new character or whatever.
Vision
like,
spam.
Now that was a
Artifact
time
knowledge
gate
as
rather
well.
than just like a lot of runs needed, which is it is a different thing. The fact that it was like straight time gated, because this you could grind out in a couple days in theory if you just only did keys, 24/7, right? But like still, I think there is an amount of grind that is too much for. And it's just that line is at a different place for different people, and there are a lot of people that it doesn't exist for. But I feel like this current amount is too much. Like, I don't think it's that far over. I think if they just made it so you got like a little bit more crests every week, that would go a long way. Delete the crest reduction when you deplete a key. That part is egregious.
There's also a difference in getting gear. Like these two things are not the same. They're both improving your character, right? One of them is looting this item you really, really want, and the other one is just spending aspect crest to upgrade a piece of gear you have. Right?
Right, yeah.
So like you're gonna
that is a lot less dopamine.
Exactly.
Right?
So like you're gonna be done. You're probably just assuming things are the same. It's gonna take you the same amount of time as it did last season to get all the things you want. I don't think anything's majorly changing in the game there as far as like getting the items you want from Raid or Mythic Plus or whatever. It's just gonna take you longer to just upgrade them all. So I feel like it's not necessarily gonna be extending the dopamine feel of the season. It's more gonna be like at a certain point, it's just you're logging in to look at your vault. I mean, you might be logging in to play the game. That's kind of a static, just ignoring that. You're not really getting the dopamine of looting new items. You're just spending the aspect crest to make your eye level go higher. So it's like eye level increase simulator after like 6 weeks. And it's just that is being extended, not the gearing acquisition, right? So like, I don't know how much of it will feel good with that. Like you could even extend this. You could use the argument of extremes, right? Season 2 is probably a super extreme, right? That was the shortest it will probably ever take to get like Biss, Season 2 of last expansion, Dragonflight. And then think of an argument where your eye level actually is infinite and you can just spend an infinite amount of aspect crest and you get a certain amount per week, and it literally takes all 6 months of a season to be Biss. Like, I think all of us would agree that would probably suck, right?
God, I hate that.
I mean, I'm going to come back at you and say that I think suck is like an interesting term because I think there's a world where that's actually super fucking fun. Like, if you're really enjoying the game and you're playing keys and like you're constantly going ham, like, I'm not saying this is for everybody and this is for all the time, but I'm sure everybody has known a time in their life when they played some sort of RPG or like MMO that was really just grindy, but when you're into it, like, you're into it and you love it. So I don't want to say that, look, I'm not advocating for that at all in WoW, but I'm just trying to not shoot down the merit of like making the treadmill super long and always being able to power up your character can be giga fun. It's just not really the type of game that WoW is right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that would be maybe a disliked change. Like, this is the reason I brought up that extreme was just to talk about the correct choice of how long it should take to fully aspect upgrade your character is somewhere in the middle of right away and at the very end of the season. And the question is, they moved it closer to the end of the season, and is that a good thing, right?
Just make it progressive. Like, as the season goes on, you get more crests from doing dungeons. I also think it's really weird that you don't get aspect level crests from the end of like heroic raid. That seems to me like
super
kind of
true
weird that it's only from mythic, especially since you're able to get it from like a 7.
Well, yeah, man, yeah. Like, think about the difficulty of a heroic end boss versus a 7, right? Like, clearly that's the reward game there is off. Yeah.
I think that suggestion of increasing crest gain later in the season is actually huge. I think they should learn from that, because the biggest problem, the counter argument to what I'm saying about like gearing up an alt, when it's 3 months into the season and you have some stinky low item level DPS guy, it is so beans to try and find a group. Like, when you're just some low level DPS, like, you're just sitting there, right? Why? Because everyone who's doing a +8, there's already people who are max item level who are just doing their weeklies, right? So you're literally competing with people at max item level, even if they're just like, you know, whatever players, whatever IO, like, it's impossible. So I feel like, while if you play like a healer or a tank, it's like not really that bad to play alts, but yeah, I think like 3 months into the season, like having it a thing where like on the 0.5 patch, you just like crank up the aspect crest and everybody just gets like 3 or 4 times more aspect crest, and you can just
Wait,
like
but
gear
what
up
is,
really
does this
fast.
defeat the whole purpose? I mean, you were literally just saying how like you're gonna just get bored when you max out your character. I don't understand.
I think my point is only 3 or 4 months into the season. Like, I'm saying, like, at that point where you've already, like, you know, if you're playing, you've maxed out your guys, I think you should crank it up. But I wouldn't do it earlier. I mean, I sort of see, like, I do sort of see what you're saying about it, but at the same time, I don't know, it's hard. Because, like, I think there's just a huge difference between classes that can get into groups and classes that can't. Like, if you play a DPS and you're trying to pug, the rate that you're gearing up your guy is just miserable. But if you're playing like a meta healer, then you're just joining every group and you're gearing up mega quick.
We were at 1 30-minute dungeon for 12 crests. That is the conversion rate we have here. It is just such a journey to.
That's
gear
a
the
lot
character.
That's a lot. Yeah.
And if you deplete the key, God forbid, we're only getting 5.
Oh, Dratnos did mention that before. The idea that you get less crests for depleting a key literally makes no sense, because you're making people do this monotonous low-key grind. Aspect crest should just scale a key level. Like, if you're able to do a fucking 15 or a 17, you should get proportionally more aspect crest for that. It just makes sense. And also, if you deplete it, you should give you the same amount of aspect crest. You shouldn't discourage people from trying harder content, right? Like, there's everything about it doesn't make sense.
I think I mean, even on week 10, you could just be progressive, where it's like the starting week you only get 10. Week 2 you get 11. Week 3 you get 12 per dungeon or per raid boss that's killed that's supposed to drop them, right? And then it's just like, I don't know, it's just a much faster thing. And that way, if you want to start gearing up a character on week 10 or something like that, you're getting 20 some odd crests per dungeon.
I kind of want to walk it back a little bit to a more broad look. How do you guys feel about the difference of old gearing, not Titan Forging, but like pre-upgrade system? So basically, what, this replaced like Valor, kind of?
Yeah.
Like, how do you guys
The
feel
only thing
about this versus
I don't
that?
like about this is that like you have to, like just the whole upgrading your gear isn't as exciting as getting loot.
Well, getting loot's the same, right?
No, not really, because
The
you know.
dopamine's way down. You never get a
Yeah,
Titan
it's very
Forge.
different.
You never get some crazy.
Oh, no, you're
piece.
right.
Like it's always just oh, finally after 20 runs I get the base trinket of the trinket.
Like it's
that
a
I
different
needed, you know?
feeling of looting a 489 item than looting a 476 item and knowing that eventually it will be a 489. I guess that too for sure. Like I know Mythic Raid, like not caring what boss you get it from, it's like all the same is really weird.
Yeah, there's also like a lot of weird stuff about like, do I take an item to save aspect crests or like the weird dynamic in raid. I mean, like if you're in a guild that only cares about getting world first, it's different. But when you're in a guild where you hate everyone in your guild, like, oh, I'm gonna need on this. I'm not even gonna take my vault, and then oh, I'm gonna need on this item because this is gonna save me.
Have you ever done that?
What about the legendary?
I would like to invoke my Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
What about
such a rat?
What about the people? This
You're
happens in
DPS,
every guild, right?
Okay, so the reason that anyone would do that is so my item doesn't go to some stinky ass fucking boomkin that's just gonna log off after the raid for the week. Like, you don't have to do that.
What about
You
guilds?
guys also don't
That's
realize he's in Drogo's guild.
What about guilds that
He
run alt
shares the loot
runs?
with Drogo.
What about guilds that run alt runs where you put a lot of effort into your alt and run a bunch of Mythic Plus, and then you start your alt raid, and obviously the best piece of gear to go to progress farther is to give it to the person that spent no time, and that's the
Dude,
reason.
that's not
they
even
should
alt
be-
runs. Like a lot of guilds, that happens in the main run as well, where it's like, like start of the expansion, right? Think about like September 20th or whatever, when a lot of guilds get into Mythic for the first time, or they're doing their heroic clear for the first time, and you've got like 10 people that do M plus and 10 people that don't, and the people that don't do M plus have much worse gear, so they get all the upgrades. And everybody's like,
Here's the situation.
get punished for gearing.
Alt run. There's someone's main who's in there, or their M plus main. Now that the tier's over, they already have max item level pants. Then somebody's alt who's in the alt run does not have max item level pants. They have heroic pants. Okay, so main with max item level versus alt that has heroic. Then a max item level avoidance piece drops. Who does that go to? The main who only needs it for the avoidance, or the alt that is in heroic pants?
Probably depends on your guilds and your guild and your goals.
Correct. It goes to Drogo. Correct answer.
I mean that's really interesting. In our guild, it would always go to the alts because everyone's alt that they're gearing is okay. Actually, this is completely unrelatable. Because it's like they all could be their main in the next season, So it's like you don't have a main. It's I think completely unrelatable. Would defer.
Yeah, I think we had that incident happen in our guild.
Yeah, it sounded very specific.
Oh yeah, that was a hypothetical thing.
Because I mean, part of your job in a guild is making sure that everyone's happy, right? So like, even if it's the
Not in Drogo's guild.
not in Drogo, the numeric best
That makes him
decision
happy.
could be to give the piece of gear to someone who it's going to make your raid better, but also like, is that other person going to quit the guild or like start
yeah,
a, or
so
like
yes, yeah.
or like
Actually, so
start
we
a
didn't know
coup?
at the time. We didn't know at the time, but yes was the answer to that.
I will say it's just kind of about goals. Like it's about guild goals, and it's like how hard your entire guild's going to be going as a team, and like what's expected out of your players. I will say that if somebody who's like going super ham and M plus is going to feel slighted because they're over putting in effort, and somebody who's like putting in the expected amount of effort is then getting gear. If they're going to get mad about that, they probably should just like go in a more hardcore guild anyways. Like,
Yeah,
you're
but
never going to satisfy this.
I think I can understand why the raid leader would give the item to the alt, but if you're the person who's alt and someone wants that item, I think you should just give it to them anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like the raid leader makes the best decision for the raid, and then the other person makes a decision on their conscience, and then that
You have to sleep at night knowing that you have those avoidance pants, and that person might be dying on their shadow priest in a 19 Brackenhide because of you.
Oh god.
I feel like a lot of guilds kind of like if you have people who are like really trying to push a bunch of high keys, a lot of mythic level guilds, if a tertiary drops and you're like, dude, I really need this, they'll probably just like give it to you if you're like out of prog and they know that you need it, even if it is an upgrade for somebody else.
Unless it's a healer with a leech item. Healers do not give up leech items.
Well, I think that's part of the problem with like 20-man raids in general, right? Is like you're saying like, oh, well, just join a different guild if like you want to have the same like level of effort that people are putting to Mythic Plus. But the thing is when you have to get 20 people
you have to make a lot of concessions on the people that you have in your guild, and you can't have perfect skill parity. It's a lot harder. You can't have everyone plays the game and has the same amount of time to spend outside a raid. It's a lot harder. You have to have people that just show up for raid to fill your raid roster. So it's like you're always gonna have like extra people that we're gonna have to make weird shit like that happen.
Bring back 10 man. Then you can have better unifying goals for your entire team.
Holy.
That would fix that problem. You would definitely have every raid guild would just be closer, and you would be able to have a closer skill parity, which is probably the most important thing in any guild, and a better vibe, because it's easier to have a vibe with 10 people than 20.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to get a friend group of 10 people. It's like if you have like a friend group of 6 people.
It's 2 Mythic Plus groups. Slam them together.
Yeah, some of us can find 4 people. I can't find 14 people. Like, what
Who
the
would
fuck
be
is
the
that?
2 Mythic Plus groups that would be the most comically bad to throw together to make a 10-man Mythic raid team?
Hope and Pedro's per hour.
You were fast with that.
I feel like
That's a
You didn't even have
banger
to
group.
think.
I feel like
That
in
would already be a
Shadowlands,
group.
Old Ambition and old Incarn would have been
Incarnation.
really funny. Yeah.
Wait,
Even-
did,
even
did
we
you
were
guys
there
have
for
did you guys
content.
have beef?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. It was all in good fun most of the time.
Yeah, good
Except for
fun.
that time that you took they took your strats.
Dude,
Yeah, except for the time they tried to get Dorky's account banned, and then the time that they took our strat and they found our leaked stream and then didn't tell us about it.
Yeah,
Then-
they found the extremely hidden TTB Dorky Bear Z.
That's it.
oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's good.
That could be anybody, honestly.
It could have been almost
So
anybody.
is this the bit where Dorky tried to like private stream on an alt Twitch account, and instead of naming it anything random, he just named it his real name, but just was Z at the end?
That was okay. To be clear, that was not the one that they found, but that was an incident where Dorky did that, and then he had viewers, and so, but he didn't realize it because he wasn't watching his stream. So then one day he's like, "Hey, look at this poll. This is how we got to do it," and he links the clip in our secret Discord, and we see his Twitch name, and we're just like, "Dude, why is this your Twitch name?" So then we click on his profile, and he just has like 3 viewers in his stream, and we're like, dude, you just have viewers. And then we looked at his clips, and one of the clips was like a secret poll that we did that we cooked up, and it's just called like Big Poll, and it's just clipped by some random guy, and it has like 40 views on it, and we're just like, dude, what is this?
I mean, that makes no sense, because like if someone's looking for Dorky, a lot of people don't use their follow list. They'll just like type.
And
I do
I
this.
type it in.
Yeah,
Yep,
you'll type
yep.
the name of the person you want to go to their stream, and it's just like, oh wait, Dorky's not live, but somebody named Dorky Bear Z is. That's weird. Let me click on that.
Yep.
Well,
That
yeah,
is,
why
I
people try to
presume,
find my
exact-
stream like that.
Yeah.
What's the drama with them trying to get him banned? I don't hear about this. If it's too spicy to tell on
My
It's
food
Twitch,
is spicy.
it's not that. It's not that spicy, but you know, there was a period where Prot Warrior was very good, but we were bear, and we were trying to figure out how we could play Prot Warrior. We'll leave it at that.
Oh my god, there's no way.
Can I ask why you guys don't just record through OBS? Does it just make going through the VOD easier? Or
Well, wouldn't that be like
the real-
extremely storage intensive?
private streaming to
Yeah.
YouTube is the meta. That's
The private stream to YouTube is 100%.
The problem is then you
Yeah.
then you have the now incident. But
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
it's
You
mainly,
I've
just gotta
seen that
make
go
sure
wrong
that you
before.
don't.
it's mainly just because like you don't want to have to dig. It's just easier to dig through when it's like not on your computer and you don't have all the storage stuff. Like even
Yeah,
for
that
my
makes sense.
0 to Hero series, I just live stream everything and then download it later. Actually, for some of them I do, not all of them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dorky got a warning on his account on YouTube. I got a warning on my account, and now got his account banned, all from private streaming.
Well,
on
I've lost
accident.
2 YouTube accounts already.
What?
Two?
How? What were you? What did you?
I have
stream
no
on?
idea. I legit have no
I
idea.
have no idea.
So,
Were you streaming copyright
Yeah.
content? What were you doing?
no, I don't know. I wasn't doing anything. Didn't do nothing wrong. But so I started streaming on Kick instead. So like all my private VODs for TDP are on Kick.
Kick.com
Fuck
slash
YouTube, bad.
Dorky Bear Z.
Wish. Good plug.
Dude, what did I just come back to? What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Dorky's now gonna start streaming on Kick because he's got his YouTube accounts banned twice. His private YouTube streams.
Wait, what'd you do? Did you fucking? Did you
I
hit
didn't
up?
do nothing.
Did you go to the hub?
No, I didn't do anything.
That would happen because Dorky does. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. He's 100% of the time he's doing Mythic Plus, he's fully naked. Couldn't believe it when I heard it.
This is not bad. Like, out of the ordinary.
It's not that weird, yeah.
It's actually the only reason he doesn't stream with Cam because he couldn't break the habit. You gotta respect that.
Yo, so what do you guys think about for getting aspect crests? You can just get them from the Blizzard store with like tokens and stuff.
Oh, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Quick little bundle.
Honestly,
get some
yeah,
tendies.
get
Get some.
Ooh, some tendies in there too.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
That won't piss people off at all.
No, people would get so mad.
JB would like that change. Imagine just like the WoW M+ title ready boost. You just boost your guy. You start with all-time 10s and max aspect crest. That would be so sick.
Dude, JB unironically would rather have like MDI practice simulator on live. Perfect gear, you log in, just all dungeon key levels are available, and you just pull them over and over again until it's possible, and then that's it.
Yeah, and then a 12-pack of Bud Light, and that's, what else do you want?
You
Dude,
could get
another
that
change
as a temporary mode.
Another change
instead
they
of
need to make.
punishing.
They need to stop having depletes for noobs. No more depletes below 10s.
Dude, this might be controversial, especially for you guys who just got done doing TGP practice, but MDI practice actually is insanely fun. You just do it too much. Like,
I agree.
You guys actually just do it for like fucking 14 hours a day for like 2 weeks, but like if you pulled that back to a cool 6 and you just got to enjoy it and do other stuff more and probably could stream it, it would just be, I mean, doing it is fun. Like figuring out what's possible and problem solving that is really fun. You guys
Ready
just...
for a fire take? I think it's the same as Race to World First.
No, it's very,
Race to
it's
World First
exactly,
would be
it's
hella
exactly
fun,
the same.
Except for it's all that shit too. Yep.
Yeah. Anytime you're
I
like,
I said it on
constantly-
Twitter.
Yeah,
one
but
time.
then you're doing Tindril with Drogo's guild, and you're 500 pulls in, and you're trying to kill the boss, but you can't.
Bro, Tindril was such a banger, until it was too hard. But it was just
Bro, that boss.
like
that-
it's just the same concept, right? You're especially in TGP, but like you're basically playing WoW and you're just trying to problem solve to make something that is probably impossible possible. And that's exactly what the Race World First is, and that at some level is what all MDI and TGP practice is. And it's just kind of fun testing the limits of the game. It's just you guys do it for 15 hours a day off stream, and you all hate each other by the end of it. Is that still a thing? Do MDI and TGP groups still they're just like...
Yes. Oh yeah.
They're
Oh,
just
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
dude,
100%.
give me
They'll
3 weeks
pretend
away
like they
from this
don't.
guy.
You either
You know,
win or at the end of it, there's one player on the team that the other 4 people all unanimously pin all the blame on as well for not
Oh
winning.
shit! All right, I wasn't gonna go that far. All right.
No, that's true.
Who was that for your all's team this time, Dorky?
I think
That's,
Dorky must have been AFK.
It was Drogo.
Actually, true. It might still be Drogo, even though he's not on
Oh,
the
yeah.
team.
Maybe it's him. Oh my god.
If you don't think that happens on your team, that means it's you, yeah? There's a group chat that doesn't involve you that the other 4 are flaming you in.
That'd be so toxic. Imagine that. Imagine you're in MDI practice and everyone leaves the Discord, and then 4 of them join another Discord that you're not in. Oh my god. Dude, we had a potty tea like drama episode recently with something similar to that.
Yo, shout out Potty C.
Dude, fucking shout out Potty
Amen.
C. Dude, Potty C is
Amen.
I'm so happy with that. We started it like 6 or 7 months ago, and we were like, how many episodes can we do? Like, what do we do when there's no WoW content? I'm just so glad we ended up actually doing it.
Potty C's a banger. I have like a wireless headset or whatever. Potty C's like half of the week it's just on my monitor, and like every time I'm just like go AFK for like 10 minutes, just throw on like 10 minutes of Potty C, listen to one segment, come back, like go back to doing whatever. Big fan.
Dude, we gotta get Megaset or Tettles on the potty. I feel like they would actually both be really good. Well, Tettles is a veteran podcaster.
I love podcasting. Podcasting's fun.
Can you talk about M+ gearing?
What do you want to know?
Dude, I watched a
Well,
little
you're
bit of
no
his
longer a
YouTube
raider,
video.
right?
Bro, he was
Yeah.
fucking mad as fuck. I opened his YouTube video and he's like, Blizzard made this game fucking worse for
It's fucking
Mythic.
annoying. It is fucking
Holy.
annoying. I would say it, dude. They made it worse for me. Like, here's the thing. Whenever I make my YouTube videos, I always advocate in my own best interest, kind of similar to JB.
Similar
And
to everybody.
they made it noticeably worse for me, so yeah, I'm gonna be annoyed.
Wait, Tuttles, you want to join Dratnos' guild?
No, I'm just gonna fucking do some Friday friend mythic because they're opening up Cross Realm Mythic every like immediately, so I'll just do that eventually.
Dude, I actually had
Yeah.
that realization recently. I like remembered that like simultaneous release wasn't a thing, and then I was like Heroic Week. I'm like, oh man, I fucking love Heroic Week. And then some people in my chat were like, actually, I really, especially Mythic Plusers, are like, I prefer simultaneous release. And then for the first time, because I feel like sometimes as a streamer, you feel like you have to like advocate for all parties or at least understand their point of view. But I was just like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like really a lot better for me to have this, and that's fucking sweet. And then like it might
Yeah.
suck for you, but it turns out this is my channel, and I'm just gonna give you my opinion. This shit rocks.
I will say that I don't think Heroic Week for the whole like community is that bad, and I'll also say that the whole community basically more or less watches the Race to World first, and the Heroic Week makes watching the Race to World first so much fucking better. Like it was so dog water when okay Mythic Raid is out, and then
Splits are fucking
all
dog
right
shit.
Heroic
Yep.
we have 17 Warlocks like. Even as someone who I could care less like what miserable stuff you guys go through, but from a viewer perspective, having a Heroic Week makes the Race to World first way better to watch. So I think
Yep.
I think that I wish I don't understand what's going on. Maybe you guys know better why the M0 rewards are bad again, or you know what I'm saying? Like I thought the M0
Oh, true.
rewards
Actually,
were gonna
so
be,
true.
So my understanding, at least before all this came out, was it was only going to be M0 for Heroic Week, but the M0 rewards are like better now, right? Because they're the equivalent of like an
except they're
unswitched
dog
M
shit.
plus 10. But now they're not, right? They're like nerfing them, or does either Tettles or Dranos know exactly what the M0 rewards are now?
It's really low. It's Champion
It's
4,
just
right?
like veteran track.
Veteran.
Oh, is it not
Yeah.
even
LFR
Champion?
track? Yeah, they moved down one
593.
track.
Why?
Yeah, which it should be champion. To,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think it's actually a mistake. Like
That's what I think too, yeah.
Because when you made Mythic 0 what it is now, you're replacing what a Mythic plus 10 used to be, and that the relative power you would gain from a Mythic plus 10 compared to Heroic is just not as big as Heroic being Heroic track and a Mythic 0 being LFR. Like it's just the wrong track. I think it's a mistake. Because like why would you even do
So-
Mythic 0s in that week? It would just be irrelevant.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, but you have to like, so like, if you're someone who doesn't plan on raiding, what the fuck are you doing in week 3? What is week 3, right? When it comes out,
You do Mythic
Like, if
you
you-
do Mythic 0
The
daily
M0s, right?
daily, but like it doesn't give you
Well,
the rewards to
and
make
it,
that
it
sense.
gives you
I
dog
th-
shit.
if delves are uncapped on that week as well, then they're better rewards. Champion track.
So
Yeah,
some
but you can
us-
only do so many delves.
So a random guy in my chat linked a source that I don't know is true, saying that delves were capped at level 3 for that week.
for that week, I thought they were capped at level 3 until that week, and then it's like
Let me try and find it. Because I remember the website. Because I
If
think
they're
it was a
capped at
gold
3
mine
that
website.
week and Mythic Zeros give you LFR gear, that's gonna like that actually doesn't make sense. Like it's not like their favorite like that just doesn't make sense.
I mean, yeah, it'll basically just be like
This
you
is
do,
this is the
you'll
link.
do
Let me see
Mythic
right
Zeros,
now.
but it's like you're getting very minor things about them.
Yeah, but like why would the difference between LFR and Heroic track is massive? Why would you not at least it should drop normal track. Right?
See, yeah, here this says tiers 4 to 11 available on September 10th.
Because not to
Just say it.
mention what is the crest
Oh, okay,
right?
that is okay. I don't know.
What is the crest right now that is below Heroic? So not Aspect, not Worms. It's the one under that, right?
Drakes.
Is it Drake's crest? Who the fuck has spent a Drake crest, right? Like you spend like in the first week and then you just have an infinite amount of them, right? Like you actually being able to use your Drake crest on things you got from Mythic 0 before you like get Mythic Plus and while you have Heroic gear actually makes sense, and it's diversifying where
Well, you do still use Drake's Crest on veteran gear, right, for the last 4 upgrades, which is they drop at 4 out of 8, so you would use Drake's Crest to bring them up to 8 out of 8 if you did, I think.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I do think it's
I just think it should drop champion tier.
I agree.
It feels like
it should be champion 1, not veteran 4. I agree.
like I think it's a typo. That's the level I think. Like I think whoever did that just did it on accident. I don't think it could even be intended.
I think it got moved whenever M0 from the vault, or M10 from the vault got changed because it's down. It's just moved down 1 track. It just is no longer on the normal. It's on the normal gear track. It's now on the LFR gear track. I think I could see it being intentional.
One thing that I think is kind of lame is that there isn't Mythic Plus, just in this way though. Like
let's just say daily Mythic Zero lockout is you're literally able to you're getting gear from higher than what the old cap used to be, which was like +6 or +7 when they had heroic weeks. It was something like that. Like Mythic Zero should be a +10, so it should be harder. I know it's not timed, but you could at least do higher keys. Like Mythic Plus was an available system. You could play the game and push yourself even if you weren't farming gear, right? If you were a Mythic Plus player. That is, but now
yeah,
you,
I mean,
you
if you
can't
think
do
about
that
like,
at all.
The start of Dragonflight was 2 weeks before you could play M+. The start of War Within is going to be 3.5 if you have the pre-order. 3.5 weeks before you can play M+. Like,
It's kind of weird.
just on a gut level, that feels wrong. Like,
Yeah.
M+ is, for a lot of people, the best part of the game. Like, and just not being there for a month at the start seems like that can't be the right way
What's
to do
the
it.
Well,
alternative?
I think M0 again. I think the rewards, if M0 rewards are what they should be, then it's fine. Because actually, if you think about it,
Well, I mean, the
M0
rewards are still too low, actually.
So,
Because if you compare it to Heroic Week before it was like a 13 item level difference, I believe.
You were
from,
able
Heroic
to get
Raid.
just below heroic, basically.
I thought it
from
was
Mythic
like
Plus.
almost identical.
No, it was like
just
just below
below.
Heroic Raid, but like now it's like
13 eye levels below.
anywhere from 13. Yeah, there's like 13 to 20 something item levels below. It's like terrible.
Yeah, I mean that just. I mean, okay, so maybe the play is. It's not just Mythic Zero available. You keep Mythic Zero like it is. Maybe allow
just make it,
Mythic
like, +4
Zero.
or
Maybe
some shit.
allow Mythic Zero the previous week, if it's still going to be LFR track. Why not?
Yeah,
And then-
that's what I don't
And
understand.
then allow Mythic Plus on Heroic Week, but just cap the gear upgrades at like a plus something, so you can still play the game.
Yeah, like
right?
champ track only.
Yeah, because like currently, if you're just like someone who's pugging or like someone who just like does Heroic Raid only, if you're going from week 2 to week 3, or was it 3 to 4, there's gonna be a massive gear gap between like players who are like actually getting gear versus players who are just doing M0,
Okay.
and it's gonna really suck for pugs. Like imagine you're pugging and you're just like 593 item level. You're signing up to groups when there are already people who are like 605 to like 610.
I have a question for you guys. And I want to preface this by saying that it is very possible, and I think we're all aware of the fact that delves are probably not made with players like us in mind, especially everything outside of like the 13th delve or anything about that. But I want to ask you guys, acknowledging that, even knowing that it may not be for you, you guys have done them, I'm assuming. What is your all's opinion on delves, and do you think that players coming back to WoW, new players to WoW, or whatever, more casual players are going to enjoy that as a gameplay option?
I think people are just gonna enjoy it for like 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks maybe, and then it'll just become like an afterthought. Basically, like island expeditions or like visions, like those types of content, right? Like nobody really does them too much outside of like the first 2-3 weeks, but it'll be fun.
My dad's a casual player, and he's really liked them so far.
Really?
Okay.
What does he like about him?
It's
I wanna
something that
fight
he
you.
can do by himself that he doesn't need a group for, because he usually
Yeah.
doesn't play. I mean, he is not a competitive player, so he doesn't play like from the get-go,
Hmm.
and he doesn't go as hard as us because he's adult, has like a real job and stuff. But he also
Please
doesn't.
don't call my job fake.
What does he think about the mage
It's my
tower?
job too. The mage tower. I don't think that he did it. I don't know if he knows what
Oh.
that is.
Do you
I
he
think
would
that
like
is
the
going to
mage
be
tower?
who delves are for, is like anybody that wants to be able to do a flexible size content. And I agree that with Dorky that if you are doing any M plus or raid content, delves are going to be pretty quickly obsolete for you. Like there's going to be a lot of people that kind of never like them. There's going to be a lot of people that like them maybe for the first 2 weeks and then they don't give any relevant gear and so they don't like them. But I think there are going to be a lot of people that, yeah, like if you like logging into WoW and like leveling and doing the world content and stuff, like delves are now a actual thing for you to do that the game previously didn't have unless you were able to find
I
a
mean,
group.
look, I'm not trying to hate on people doing the solo content. I'm actually the opposite. I'm trying to stand up for them. People are so desperate for good MMO solo content or whatever, or just like stuff to do in their spare time, and I just think delves, like whatever this format is just dog water. Like I just think that there's so much good opportunity to make good solo content that's fun for people. Like, and I think it most importantly has to be like role and class specific. like make cool warlock encounters, like cool warlock quests. Like going into a delve that's like completely generic of like whatever class and spec you are, and you just like kill 2 mobs at a time. Like to me, that's dog shit content for MMO. Like I think I'm all for creating cool stuff that someone can do by themselves, but like they need to try way harder to make it fun. Like there's no
Actually,
like
yeah,
to
can it
me,
even be fun for healers?
yeah, like
Elves.
what about a tank? Like even a tank is just like what even is this? Like it's terrible for healers. Like even a DPS, like if you play a DPS that has very little self-sustain, or like imagine if you play a class that has to like be a turret and like cast a lot and can't really cast and move, and like you're just like constantly being attacked and like you have to dodge swirlies and stuff. Like I don't know, it should be way more about like what your class should be. People are saying, give an example. I made a whole video on this. If you look up Yummy TV Delves on YouTube, if you want to watch it later, but it should be all Mage Tower. It should be Mage Tower-esque content where it's like, this is an encounter. This encounter is designed for your role. Like, okay, you're a warlock. Like, you got to blast a million mobs, and like you have to do a little dodging, but it's like mainly about DPS. Or like, oh, you're a healer. Like, you have to keep your party alive for 5 minutes while you defend this rock encounter while you're drilling it through to get the treasure. Like, oh, you're a tank. Like, there's waves of mobs coming in, and you have to grab threat on everything. And then once you grab threat on it, like, your DPS gun it down or whatever. Right? Like, it needs to be role specific and like tailored to what your class does, not just like fight 2 mobs at a time and just auto attack it down and self heal yourself and then move on to the next 3 mobs. Like, I think that's boring.
Like a mix of Mage Tower and
Yeah,
Proving
exactly.
Grounds, kind
Like
of.
it doesn't necessarily have to be like very difficult, like some of the Mage Tower stuff is, but like, yeah, role specific. Like,
Are
very-
the delves
I just
seasonal?
think
What was that?
Are the
Oh, I don't
delves seasonal?
No, there's like variations for what can happen in each of them, but it's the
I
same
should be right back. By
ones.
the way, I'm getting a call. You guys can keep talking.
Oh, and then
Yeah, I
like,
mean, there's no
brand
shot we're gonna be
swaps out
making. There's no
in
shot we're
that
gonna be making
season.
like fucking 13 new delves every season.
I
That'd be
literally never
crazy.
have done them. Whenever I was streaming, I was like, "Is these worth doing?" And I'd ask my chat, and they were just like, "No." And I was like, "All right, well, I'm never doing them. It's fine for me."
All right.
I decided against it. Just morally opposed to the system.
We might get to a point with them too where it's kind of like the Withered training from Legion, where it starts out a little slow and then you just kind of hold W through it and just blast everything.
yeah, I mean, I guess I just worry that like the reason that people like delves or the reason that people are saying it's good is because it's basically like a loot pinata that you can do on your alts or like do solo, right? Which like that's the by far the best thing that people have to say about it, but like that doesn't make it fun. That doesn't make it good. You know what I'm like? That's
Yeah.
my problem with delves is I think the objectives and the combat and like really needs some love and care and like to pay attention to. It shouldn't just be like a delve is literally just like a shitty quest chain. Like, oh, go in here, kill 12 kobolds, like pick up 10 candles, like kill this one guy. Like, I don't know, it just feels so generic and and okay, it's one thing if it's just like, hey, there's this little thing that's going on that you do while you're leveling, right? But it's like literally the flagship thing where it's like in your vault now and stuff. Like, I feel like if it's the main thing that the expansion is being launched with, it should have had way more attention paid to it and like way more like they should be just, you know, showing off all this crazy cool stuff that you can do with delves, because I agree, like solo stuff is very 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 underserved in WoW right now. See, people, I don't know, people keep saying this, like, it's not fun for you. There's lots of people that do feel it's fun. Like, I just disagree. Like, I just
I
think
would
that
have loved
the
it if
reason
they
people,
did, honestly.
I mean, the reason people find it that think it's fun is just because you can do it solo, but like they can just do way better job. Like, why in the world, if you want to do solo stuff, would you play delves when you could play like Sekiro or like some other fun single player game? Like, I just feel like compare delves to Elden Ring. It's like what the fuck are the, you know, like it's just so like how could you even pretend like delves are fun when you look at a single player game or whatever? Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, you guys are just like, I'm reading my chat, but like, I get it. Like, you guys are zombies. Like, you guys just want to go in a loot pinata and hit stuff and do nothing and turn your brain off. And, ooh, this is fun. Like, I don't know, I guess. Like, if that's your idea of good content, is fucking island expeditions and Torghast, then be my guest, I guess.
Is
But
there
I'm
a
just
reward
trying to,
structure?
I'm just trying to get Blizzard to make fun stuff for you guys because I know they can. But if you guys just want to do island expeditions all day, then do them, I guess.
I mean,
What's
there's
the
people
reward
that
structure
main
on
pet
these games?
modeling, so I think it's just there's something for everyone.
Dude, I
Repeat
was
that
just
back?
on the phone, by the way, and I could hear Growl just absolutely spitting. Just fucking screaming.
Growl was letting
Ripping
it
into
rip,
all the
man.
gamer
Yeah, it's like,
dads,
what are
and
you
casual
fucking talking about?
players.
Who are you yelling at?
His chat. You got
Hi,
pissed at his
chat.
chat.
I'm getting one guide.
Dude, can we just get Plunderstorm back? Holy shit.
Dude,
Oh
Plunderstorm
my-
was
thank
so
you.
goated. It was so goated.
That shit was fun.
I hope they bring that shit back. I don't know if they. Oh, speaking of, well, you guys were talking about delves earlier. I'm sure that's what you were just screaming about. But,
Yeah, we were talking about how
did you guys talk about the
delves
13th
stink.
delve yet?
No.
Dude,
No.
I feel like that is something that has. I mean, I guess you could kind of tie it with delve content, although I do feel like it's a little separate. Like they're basically using delves to do this, but like if you guys aren't aware in chat, there's 12 delves right now in the game, and they're releasing something called the 13th delve that they have not tested at all. Blizzard has said they have tested it internally, and like no one was able to kill it. And the idea is it's like a single target boss fight that you go do on your own. I think, or can you do it with a group of people? Is it?
If it's a delve, that
If it's a
should be
delve, you can
fine.
probably do it with any amount of people, and Bran will be in there, or whatever. But apparently, it's really difficult. Oh no, people in chat are saying that one's a solo. All right, who knows? Whatever.
Oh.
But the idea is, and they've used this exact verbiage before. They said it's very similar idea to like Mage Tower, like, and there should be a new boss every season. So like every season, you can kind of, if this goes really well, can look forward to like a solo progression Mage Tower like encounter. And I don't really know exactly how it'll work. We know nothing about it. They haven't tested it or anything, but that to me is extremely fucking cool.
Someone needs to fill up Max's
I have-
copium tank. Max's copium is overdosing, bro. The 13th delve
you don't
level is
have
not going to be
copium?
the Mage Tower, bro. Someone refill his
well,
copium.
what do you mean the Mage Tower? The Mage Tower was something that got easier over
Bro,
the
the
course of the
13th
expansion.
level of delve is not going to be the Mage
No,
Tower.
it's not the
After-
13th level of delve. No, it's like there's not 12 levels of delves and there's a 13th. It's like an entire location and it's separate from delves on its own. It
Okay,
makes
it is
sense
gonna
that
be
it
the
would
Mage
be
Tower. My bad, my
impossibly.
bad.
I think it can be really hard for like the beginning of the patch, but then as you get more gear, it naturally would be easy, just like the Mage Tower, so people can encounter it at different gear levels based on. So if you're a really good player and you want to challenge yourself, you can go right away and make it barely possible and still do it. Or you could do it later. And I just think the Mage Tower is something that was pretty universally liked. It's not just top players who are able to do it fast. There are people who did the Mage Tower a year later in the expansion and still challenged themselves and were really proud of their achievements. And I think that's something casual and hardcore player alike is something that delves can bring to the game that is actually really, really good.
Well,
Who do you
there is
think
something
is going
weird
to be the
about it.
first person to complete the 13th level of the Mage Tower between Sanghelios and Mirez? 'Cause I think it's between those two.
Well, Sang would just do it because he wants the achievement. He's just an
Yes.
achievement guy. I don't know. I imagine if it's possible to do during the race, we just won't have any time. So
Yeah, so what I find weird about it is that like someone who's a non-delver will have like, you know, a shit ton of gear, and the gear difference between someone who like doesn't do like someone who like, you know, does end-game content versus someone who does delves, the gear difference is gonna be massive. So like I wonder how are they gonna tune these delves? Because like I'm just imagining someone who only does delves, they're gonna be what, heroic track gear?
It's champion track from the end of run, and then
you
hero
don't
track
mean
from
the
vault.
13th delve. You just mean delves in general, right?
Just
No, I'm
yeah,
talking
just
about the
delves in
13th
general.
delve. Well, okay,
Oh.
but I'm talking about like, you know, for someone who's doing the 13th delve, if there's someone who only plays delves, they're not gonna have that good of.
You're
gear
gonna get
to-
slaughtered. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
you're
not.
gonna
That's
get
not the. That's
slaughtered.
not the point of the 13th.
Yeah.
Like I imagine. It's. I think it's possible that in the first week that it's available, it is literally impossible. And the point is like you are, or maybe just barely
Well, but like,
possible.
wouldn't
if
that
you're,
suck for someone who's like a delve only Andy? It's like imagine like
Who
you
is a
just don't have-
delve? Who are these delve only people?
I mean,
My
I don't know,
dad.
but
I'm done.
whoever it may be,
Meg's
right?
dad,
Like, say-
man.
My dad.
Yeah, but
Those
the,
don't
you know
even
that
exist yet.
John,
Like
John
the-
is set.
Okay.
John
There's-
is set, man.
the delve 1 through 8 tier players and the delve 9, 10, 11, and then the 13th delve or whatever people are. That's two different sets of people. Like it's not.
It's 0 sets of people. They don't exist.
It could be.
There's no
it could,
delve
Well, if the
people. The
expansion's not
delves
out yet,
don't
Growl.
exist.
You know, he's saying the delve people that will exist. They will exist.
Who are these delve people? Are they underground? Are they hiding? Where are all the delve
Oh, this is going to be
people?
so nice because Growl for the last couple of expansions has gotten to be the man of the people from the big
I'm
M+
losing
community
all my
compared to
points
he
the
is
right now.
losing
Raiders.
points.
I'm
Yeah.
saying, look,
Yeah.
all I'm
He is
saying
losing points
everybody
right
now,
now.
in the next
Everybody
expansion,
who's
Growl's
spamming
just based.
Growl
in the next
L,
expansion, it's gonna be like the vast majority. You're gonna look at stats or whatever, and it's gonna be like 30 times more people do delves than do M+, and Growl all of a sudden is gonna be an elitist.
Yep.
Look, all I'm saying is
Growl's
if
just
you're
based.
getting mad at me right now or you think I'm some elitist, come back to me a month into the expansion and tell me how much you're enjoying delves. And
Actually,
if
I agree with you. I agree with you,
and
by the
I'll
way.
admit that I'm wrong. If you're a month into the expansion and you're still doing delves, then I'll admit that I'm wrong.
I would side with Growl as well. Like I've done them, and again, I'm totally aware that I could just be totally missing the point, but it just seems like complete nothing content. And outside of the fact that it's doing stuff alone, like, yeah, do people like doing stuff alone? Sure, but like it feels like when you're doing a delve, it feels like you are doing like a bonus objective while you're questing. And that's just, I mean, unless you just get out of bed right now and you're like, oh my fucking god, I can't wait to do another different bonus objective. Like, it's just, it's really nothing more than that. It's like an instanced world quest to me.
I just have to gun down this. I'm gonna stop ranting. We're tilting too hard, but I just have to gun down this one guy in your chat.
What?
His name is S7 Weed. He says, like, this is what everybody. This
You want me
is
to
what
take him out?
everybody thinks right now. Who's disagreeing with me?
I'll
right?
take him out. I'll
He
take him
says. He says Growl forgets that 95% of people who play WoW don't do any M+ or any raids higher than LFR.
That's not true.
That's
by the
just
way.
a completely made like.
Yeah,
what
that's
you
not even
just,
close.
Dude, that is
Literally,
like
the
such
people,
a
the people who
common-
disagree with me just think there's this race of mole people that play WoW and just want to do this mind-numbing, drooling content that just exists underground that have been in here with all the Dark Iron Dwarves or what. Like, all right, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the Delve mains, the future Delve mains that I've insulted. I hope that it's fun for you. I'm trying to preach for Blizzard to make better solo content. I'm not trying to shit on solo content. I want it to be held to a higher standard. I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done.
That is too base.
I think wanting it to be wanting it to be better is totally fine, but I do think that there's some people that are gonna enjoy it as is, and that's also fine.
Yeah, for sure. I just think there's a world where like I think they could make this content just be better. That's all. Just the non-13th delve. I just feel like there's so little there. But you know what? If 3 weeks, a month into the expansion, people on the WoW forums or whatever are talking about how much they fucking love delves, I would so gladly be wrong and have everyone enjoy the game more, even if it's something I don't care about. It's just I just feel like it's so fundamentally basic that I would find it really hard to believe that people would be compelled by it in any way.
Bro, I'd rather play classic WoW.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, yeah. But the 13th delve should be absolutely sick. I have my copium for that is, I mean, if anything, it won't be as hard as I want it to be, and that will probably mean that more people like it, you know? Like, so I think it's either going to be like too hard or it's going to be not as hard, and like both scenarios, like I'll like it or other people will like it, so I feel like it's good for the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be visiting Reddit 1 month in.
And it's not for power, right? That delve is purely for achievement,
Yeah.
feat of strength, right? So there's no reason to Torghast it where like you have something cool and then make it dog shit because people have to do it for power. Speaking of which, they should just do Torghast but make it good. That's all.
Torghast had so much potential.
Yep.
It was really fun on beta, and then they just ruined it by tying it to power.
Yep. Make Torghast, make it not a requirement for power, instant banger. Almost impossible to be bad.
Wait, what was good about Torghast in beta compared to?
It had like endless levels, and it was something you were doing purely for fun. And once the expansion went live, it even started with like it's basically a rogue. Have you played roguelikes, Dorky? Do you like roguelikes?
Not really. I mean,
You've never played like
sort
Slay
of,
the
so-
Spire or like Hades or anything
No.
like. Okay, well the whole point of the game is like there's really broken power ups you can get,
right? But you don't always get them, and it's about trying to make your build make it as far as you can before you have to start over. And
Torghast never had that though. Like there was never like build diversity. One thing that's true of Slay the Spire is
True.
if I have one power, it'll change the value of other powers I could see, and that's just never been something Torghast had.
Yeah,
Like, Torghast...
so at a base level, it wasn't created as well as like a good roguelike for sure. But I think it lost a ton of steam in the first few weeks of the expansion when you had it at a baseline be pretty difficult, because that's kind of the point of the roguelike, right? Is like you could have a run and then you don't get really lucky and you don't clear it. That's very possible. Or you're not very good, you don't understand roguelikes. You're one of these mole people that Crow's talking about, and like you're doing Torghast and you've you're struggling with it, and then Blizzard nerfed the fuck out of Torghast because it was required to get resources for your legendaries, and if people couldn't clear it, they just couldn't get their legendaries, so they had to make something that should be challenging into something that has to be trivial, and that immediately would kill any roguelike that's ever existed, well designed or not. So I just feel like Torghast as a concept, you could just bring it back like every season or two. You make like a new Torghast challenge. It's not tied to any power whatsoever. You just get a feat of strength and you have fun, and you just would go back to the maw and go do that. And I think it would be good. It's like it's free content to make, right? It's like the construct is already there. I wonder if they're
Why
gonna.
did THD rank Dragonflight lower than Shadowlands?
He
What was
hates
that
this
shit?
expansion. He hates AUG. He hates well, he also just
Defensive creep.
he hates every expansion after you lost like AP, because he was a big AP gamer.
I mean, the AUG hate. I mean, I understand that. The rest of it, I was like, what? It's insane.
I mean,
to rate it lower,
THD is
in my
just
opinion.
he's a special guy.
I think Shadowlands has the worst system I've ever seen. And what were the Shards of Domination? Shards of Domination had to be the worst system I've ever seen.
Yeah, saying
It'll just
Shadowlands
work.
is better than Dragonflight is a fucking hell of a take. Like, that's an insane take. Like, AUG included. I mean, Shadowlands, like, could they... We were talking about this earlier, but, like, could they have possibly... You get one expansion that's going to happen during COVID where everyone's just at home playing games, right? And that expansion had to be Shadowlands. Like, could you have possibly made, like, imagine if, like, Legion came out during the pandemic, you know? Like, how different that would
Holy
have
shit,
impacted this
Legion.
game.
Legion.
Dude, Legion was the best
Legion had
expansion.
so many problems on launch. I think that people just like to overlook because it was like really good at the end. But I will say, if Legion launched during the pandemic, with like the grind was like really intense, but it was at least like a lot of good content, even if the grinds were like pretty bad.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, imagine if right at smack dab at the beginning of the pandemic, it was Season 4 BFA. Holy fuck.
Holy. I think WoD would have done really bad in the pandemic.
WoD was really bad anyway, wasn't it?
WoD was dog shit.
I think it's mixed opinion.
I mean, WoD was just a bad game for WoW players who only play WoW.
Yeah.
Like, if you play other games for WoW, play what's good about WoW. Like, I've done this the whole time, but, like, whenever a WoW season becomes a little slow to me, I just move on to play other games until the next season. So I'm always happy with WoW, because the beginning of a WoW season is great. But, like, it's not surprising you see people like THD really like the borrowed power expansions, because someone like THD, and maybe a lot of people in chat, maybe some of you in here, you're going to play all 6 months of a WoW season every single time, right? So if you're that person, if you log into WoW every day, you wish there was AP, because it means every day you log in, there's something to do. But if you're someone who doesn't log in every day, doesn't play the whole season, your relationship with something like Azerite or Artifact Power is just kind of objectively bad, right? You're just missing something. The feeling of missing something, the FOMO, whatever, like that is worse than the alternative.
The thing is, it wasn't just AP though, because like, if it was like if you just put AP into Dragonflight, it wouldn't be the same. Like Legion just had so much content. There was just like so much that was great about Legion.
Legion was
It
fucking
wasn't,
awesome.
Like, just of AP. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a very high opinion of Legion. Legion's one of the best expansions of all time. I'm just saying, like, the general artifact thing. Also, you mentioned Titan Forging earlier. You were like, would you want Titan Forging back in the game? I actually had way less of an issue with Titan Forging than I did with sockets. I think sockets were a significantly larger problem than Titan forging. Because, like, even if you Titan forged, like, 20 eye levels on a piece or something, that was, like, not that good. I don't know, like, it was fine, but, like, it wasn't super OP. But, like, if you got a socket, that shit was worth, like, so much power. It was, like, Mickey Mouse as fuck. Like, if you didn't have sockets on your gear, you sucked. But, like, Titan Forging added a little bit of flavor. I think there's a version of capped Titan Forging where it's not, like, plus 50 eye levels that adds a little spice to the game, and I think people would initially be resistant to it, but I think it would... I don't know if it would be good, but I don't think it would be awful. Like, it would maybe be, like, okay, or mid, or some people like it, some people don't.
For me,
I would rather
don't
have
mind
Titan Forging than tertiaries.
Tertiaries.
Yeah.
Tertiary stink. I also, versatility stinks. Versatility, I don't know why versatility exists in this game in PvE.
You're preaching right now.
Hate versatility, hate avoidance, leech is stupid. Get it all out. I don't know if you'd replace it with multi-strike, though. Did you guys find multi-strike particularly compelling? It was just like another stat, though. I mean, I guess it's better than verse. It's better than anything that increases your defensive power, for sure. But
I think they struggled to make it unique from crit. Felt very similar.
It just is crit. I mean, there's some different interactions. Like, if you could get 2 things of a thing to land, it would give you double the resources from it or something. You know, like some stuff like that rather than crit. So it could also kind of function as, like, haste. Or, like, increased... Like, haste is typically the only thing you refer to when it's, like, increasing a resource. It would kind of be like that, but it's like a mixture of crit
Doesn't
and
it do a
haste.
thing with procs, too? So, you know, like, maybe it would proc something more often.
It would proc something more
I don't know
often.
too much about it.
It could also spend your procs.
They
Like,
should make CDR a resource. That'd be sick.
that would be...
Or a stat.
That would be really fucking interesting and almost impossibly hard to sim and figure out what the best number of that is. But I actually think...
I don't think so.
I think it would be kind of chaotic of, like, how potentially game-breaking any kind of CDR in this game would be, but I also think it'd be really cool, and I would love them to do it.
Yeah, that does sound fun.
Because some classes would just scale...
I don't know how balanced it would
like,
be.
if
It
your
would work
class
like
doesn't scale with CDR, your class is going to absolutely blow compared to classes that it does. Like, that's just kind of how this game works.
Yeah.
They did add CDR in the game at one point, right? Wasn't Ineffable Truth just CDR?
Yeah.
I think it was sick.
Yeah, that
Holy
was great.
Pally with Ineffable. Oh my god.
Yeah, and it was actually really fun. Like, people who played it were like, this is amazing.
Yeah, it's
I
fucking
felt
awesome.
really bad to lose it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That feeling. You kind of can compare that, right? Like, Season 4 BFA, Loss of Corruption and Essences, and then Shadowlands, Pick One Covenant. That, like, that, I think that comes close to rivaling End of Legion. You lose your legendaries, your tier sets, and all that shit artifact weapon all at one time, and then you have Azerite armor. I think those two things are closer than a lot of people remember. Is that... Actually, that's kind of interesting. That's the main downside of those expansions, right? Is the beginning sucks and the end is good, and then the fall off feels bad.
Yeah.
This is now... Like, we're leaving Dragonflight. I wonder how that's going to feel. Where, like, you leave an expansion and then you feel exactly the same when the new expansion comes out, or very close. I wonder if
well,
that's...
that's why I was
gaining
saying
hero
it.
talents as we level.
Yeah, like this does very much feel like Dragonflight 2.0.
Good job.
It's like, you know, like an additional patch to Dragonflight.
No,
which is
dude,
not
I think
necessarily
leveling
a
is going
bad
to feel...
thing.
Like, I think it's going to be good. Because there's literally not anything going away, right?
Well, it's
I
more about,
share-
you know, how your class will feel next patch, right? Like
I
your
guess you're
class
gonna lose
probably
people
won't
to
feel
the
I'm
like
kind
this.
of... I'm not looking at it even in a broad sense. I'm actually just looking at it in the very basic sense of, like, the last 3 times you leveled in a new expansion, you felt your character becoming significantly more dog shit as you leveled. And then by the time you hit max level, you felt like shit. And this should be the
that is
first
still
time
going to
where...
happen with haste, though, right?
That's
Like,
it's going to happen
going
with
from 30%
haste, but you're going to
2%
also
haste.
just gain hero talents, and I think that's probably going to outweigh. Like, every time you level, picking a hero talent is going to feel better than picking your spectry points last expansion, or like losing your stats and stuff. I think it should be more positive than it has been.
An insane list, Meg.
Wait, what'd you link?
He
I
updated
feel
his
like
tier
WoD.
list.
I feel like WoD and Mop being on the same tier is crazy.
I fucking love
But
WoD.
I was too young for that.
Yeah, WoD is really simple to understand. I can't speak for PvPers, but if you're someone who was comfortable, you just did the PvE content, you did the challenge modes, you did the raids, and then like when the game got slow, you didn't rely on WoW as the only thing in your life that could possibly entertain you. Which again, the closer you go to Classic, the higher percentage of WoW players that only played WoW and nothing else, right? Like that's definitely true. So like WoD is closer to that than now. So like I think the people who are upset with WoD are people who like didn't do the PvE content, so maybe PvP was bad, maybe didn't do the challenge modes, and then they just felt like there wasn't enough content in the expansion compared to something like MoP, which was definitely true, but that didn't affect me negatively, because anytime a WoW expansion is slow, I'm just not playing it, and that doesn't matter to me at all.
I agree.
Yeah.
The things that I disagree with the most is Dragonflight's placement and Shadowlands placement.
What is this THD's
I would
thing?
just swap. I would swap Dragonflight and Shadowlands on this list. I feel like I can't talk about WoD or Mop because I don't really play them.
Dude, okay, here's the thing that you need to know about THD, is THD started playing this game in, I want to say Legion, maybe the end of WoD. So, and I know for a fact he didn't play Burning Crusade Classic and Wrath. So he's putting these at the bottom purely. He's just fucking making it up and making.
Just throwing them up there.
Yeah, he's just making. He put these in horrible, and he didn't even play at the time. Like he's just completely making it up or just making people mad, which goes hard, by the way. All good there, but yeah, I mean, putting Shadowlands ahead of Dragonflight is like, usually people are pretty negative about the WoW expansion they're in, you know? Like, it takes people time. People are more fond of BFA now than they were when they just left it, for sure. Like, same thing with most expansions. Like, WoW, recency bias in WoW players is usually extremely negative. So, like, people will view Dragonflight as better than they do right now. And even right now, I think it would be extremely unpopular opinion to say that Shadowlands is better than Dragonflight. That would not be a highly agreed with thing.
I do think as a content creator, Dragonflight's been maybe a little bit more difficult to make content for than other expansions. But like, dude, I'm not gonna let my opinion of that like sway how I feel about the expansion. Like, that's insane.
It's actually wild to compare Cataclysm to Dragonflight. What do people do in old expansions? Like, I'm sorry, but I play Cataclysm, okay? I've completed all the raids. Now, granted, the people I play with are very good, way better than me. I literally maxed out a guy, played every raid, do everything. I literally don't even play the game.
Okay, now
Like,
imagine that in WoD, except
It was
for,
different
like,
back then.
2 years.
Right, like,
in WoD, it was way
why
worse.
was it different?
because you played the game all the time, and there was because how
Doing
much
what?
because the level of entertained you could be from video games when Cataclysm was out is outside of WoW is nowhere near the level it's at now. That's why.
What does that mean?
That means
Like,
that
other games were worse.
other games were worse, and now games are extremely niche, specialized to exactly what you want with a million more genres, and how entertained you can be playing games outside of playing WoW is 10 times higher now than it was in Wrath and Cataclysm.
Wasn't League of Legends out during Cato?
League started in 2010, so yeah.
I would have played League of Legends instead. Actually, I was.
I
was
was
doing
playing
at the
League of
time.
Legends.
Why'd you
instead
even
for
ask
Halo.
that?
I quit. I quit RAF, and then I went to
quit
play
League of
League and
Legends to
other
play
shit
World
instead.
of Warcraft. What a fucking mistake.
All I'm
that
saying
was.
is, like, I mean, I guess the take I have is, like, I think the game got better after Wrath. I think a lot of changes they made after Wrath made the game a better game, and I played throughout most of that time, or all of the time from Kata on, and then also I played a little bit in Wrath. I think the main thing that changed is that gaming in general got significantly better in the last 10 years. Like, I think Wrath was the best game in the world, and I don't think that Kata or MoP was probably the best game in the world, but I think Kata and MoP were better than Wrath.
It's hard to compare them sometimes because they are so different.
That's
Like,
what
we
I'm
liked
saying,
them
they're
for
so
different reasons.
It's also old. Like, how can you
Yeah.
I mean, obviously this is a tier list rating expansions that you never played in, which is just such a meme, but like the like rating Cataclysm now, doing it in Classic as opposed to how that would have felt in 2011. I mean, obviously you know that would just be way different. Like, people
I think
had to nerf the dungeons at the beginning because, like, it was the first time dungeons were challenging ever, and like they had to go through that, and like the time you spent to do things, people were infinitely worse at the game, took a lot longer. WoW was more of a thing that you and all of your friends did, and you didn't have anything else. You didn't have a Discord where you played a bunch of different games. You only played WoW. It was just a different time.
I mean, I think Growl says this because, like, he played Kata and original classic vanilla, but he played the fuck out of vanilla, and he didn't play much of Kata.
Yeah, like there's nothing. I don't know. I understand that they're all different games, but yeah, like Kata. Unless I feel like Kata, you have to really, really enjoy alts. Like Kata, you are just doing the same thing over and over again on different characters over and over and over and over. That's all there is to do in Kata. You literally like okay, so for the 2 weeks that Kata came out, like gearing up your guy, doing like leveling up, doing the reps, doing dungeons. It was really fun. I enjoyed all of it. Like I thought all the way up to getting pre-raid bis. I thought progressing the raids were okay. I was a little disappointed on the quality of raids. But once the raid's done, there's just literally nothing to do. Like you're just done with the game unless you want to just play a bunch of alts and do the same thing over and over again.
Dude, I find this so funny. So he updated this. He posted this on July 21st, and then he quote tweeted it and updated it. But in the quote tweet and update, all he did was move BC and Classic down a level to horrible. Which, how could BC and Classic in the last 3 days have gotten worse? And also, he didn't play either of them.
Well, he thought about it longer and realized that they're fucking bad.
Average
That just doesn't make sense.
Oh, fuck.
He thought about it
I
longer.
love that
That
it
goes
was
hard.
just 3 days of thought that he put towards it. He goes, you know what? These are actually horrible.
You know what? These expansions... Yeah, I thought about it more. These expansions that I never played were actually worse than I thought. I will say Kata is I love my time in Kata. Purely, maybe nostalgia, because it was my first expansion, like, really, really playing WoW. And I think maybe everyone would admit that, like, the first expansion where they played WoW, they, like, have just giga rose-tinted glasses towards that expansion, because there's just something...
Oh, hell no.
There's just something
Yeah.
about getting addicted to WoW the first time where you're just like, yo, holy fuck, this is amazing, right?
Take me through a day in the life of a Kata. So like let's say you were take me back to like young Max. It's right now, right? It's literally okay, not Tuesday. Let's say it's like what do you do on like an average Friday? Like you're so addicted to Kata. It's the greatest game. Okay, what do you spend your day doing?
Well, first of all, obviously I love raiding. It's like a love of mine in my life, and that was the first time I like raided at a hardcore level. So I guess at the beginning of the patch, I would just be doing raid. We didn't raid all day every day, but over the weekends I would do like RBGs as a Moonkin, and like RBGs were like fucking lit in Kata. Like there was that trinket and Dragon Soul that like Affliction Warlocks and Moonkins and like daughters could get that was just like fucking hellish. You would do like, I'm not kidding, I would log on like my warrior and hunter alts to do dungeons just to like own. I would just queue heroic dungeons. There wasn't any challenge modes or harder level mythic. Obviously mythic didn't even exist then. Dungeons back then. I just played the game to play the game because I loved trying new classes and getting better and like just PvEing. It was just but it was in that phase of being new. I wouldn't have done that in the future. I did that because it was all so new to me and I just was obsessed with it, right?
RBGs go hard. I will actually agree there that I wish RBGs is like more of a thing in current WoW because I think RBGs go hard.
I love.
There's gonna be solo queue.
When you're
RBGs.
shitting on people in RBGs with your friends, that is among the most fun you can ever have in this game. But
Dude,
when you're
RBGs
losing,
in
it
current
sucks.
WoW, RBGs in current WoW, you have to deal with RBG players, and that is just like...
That's
Yeah.
the problem for me as well.
Yeah, RBG
God.
players are a different breed. I saw Tags used to do a ton of RBGs, and he would just... They weren't allowed to be streamed, obviously. But Tags would, like, Discord stream them, so, like, if you just wanted to watch RBGs, we would just, like, join a Discord channel with him muted and just watch and listen to them. And it was, like, wild zoo animals, man. Like, if a rogue got capped on, they would spend the entire, like, next 10 to 15 minutes of the thing, like, slandering this guy's family. And
yeah.
And all while still playing the game and like attempting to win and like trying hard, but like just no strategy comes before slandering this man's family. And then like the game ends and you expect them to like block this guy for the rest of their life, and they just queue up again. They just fucking queue. They just fucking just send it. Just go next. Like that's just like, that's normal.
Every time I watch PvPers or like consider getting into PvP, I remember how it kind of feels like we teleported like 10 years into the past, where I'm like, I don't want these people knowing that I'm a woman, so I just don't say anything.
Oh yeah, that's gotta
It's
be.
very much like do not let them know type of thing. So I just avoid it.
That is not surprising whatsoever.
Yeah, that is the major untalked about downside that actually is talked about a lot.
Yeah.
Sexism,
RPGs
racism,
especially.
PvP. Yeah.
Yeah. We can reminisce about the days of gaming, but that was definitely a shitty part.
Dude, when are these fucking realms coming up, man? Let me in. Dude, you know what's funny? I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Like, let me into like.
Oh, yeah,
That's
we're
what
just
I'm
stalling.
saying.
Yeah,
we were
not-
talking about like, what are you
yeah.
gonna do in Canada? I'm thinking, what the fuck are you guys gonna do? Pre-patch?
This is
Like, you
peak
guys-
content right now.
Just
Well,
end
I'm
stream.
so-
As soon as the servers come up, just end stream.
I
and
know,
just-
I know.
sorry.
There is many gear. There's many gear to be obtained next week. For like, if you haven't played a lot of season 4, which I imagine a lot of people haven't. Like, I think the pre-patch gear you get from whatever event starts next week is pretty fat. So I need that on all my guys, but that's not today.
How fat is it? Pre-patch gear?
All I know is that a bunch of our players had to like level new characters for the expansion of like what they would play, and they were considering doing a bunch of like heroic runs just to like half mains, half brick characters, like bring your ult and just let them die and just gear them up. And then they stopped doing that when we found out the gear you get from pre-patch. So I'm assuming the gear you get from pre-patch is like would have made all of that irrelevant. So it's like pretty fat. It's enough to make you not feel like a complete pile of shit when you're leveling versus where you would be at now.
I'm gonna log into Delves once the beta comes online.
You sure
Yeah,
you
I'm
don't want to save it for when it's actually out?
Savor it.
Well, they're gonna be so fun and replayable that I'll just do both.
I'm
Dude,
kind of worried about this N plus season, by the way.
when was the
I
last
am
time?
Also, yep.
Oh yeah, I asked you guys that earlier. I just, like I said, I'm really interested to find out. Because it's my gut feeling is that people are going to dislike High Mythic Plus more in the expansion than they do currently. And I could be wrong.
I think the
That's
dungeons are bad.
That's my gut feeling. And it is also, ironically, the first time where they've ever even thought about High Mythic Plus when designing the gameplay loop for them. And I just think that that's crazy. But also part of it might be that the dungeons aren't very good, but it's also hard to tell. While I do trust you all because you've done them on beta a lot, I will say from like an outsider perspective, like I've done them all in PTR when they're about to come out. I do them on beta. And forget what I think. I just hear so many negative thoughts about dungeons. And there's multiple seasons where like you hear that the dungeon pool is so dog shit. It's so fucking bad. I can't believe how bad it is. And then you ask, and then you kind of don't pay attention for a while. And then the race ends and you go back and ask your chat. And you're like, hey guys, how are the dungeons this season? They're like, it's great. Woo. Love dungeons. This is a good pool. Right? I know that specifically happened. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh. I got some barkers.
They're going ham.
I think it depends on the dungeon. Like Siege, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, nah, this is not going to be good. There's no saving this dungeon, right? But some of them improved over time. Like Sanguine Depths, I was a big Sanguine Depths hater in Shadowlands, but it
What the
improved
hell?
and it grew on me.
Dude,
I was not a paladin, first of all. Okay.
they don't let you go to the bottom side of Siege now. You can't run through the horde side. It ports you out of the dungeon.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Since when?
We literally
did it,
just
like,
did it
yesterday.
yesterday. I thought, yeah.
You
Wait,
can.
really?
There
Like,
was like the instance
3 days ago-
portal was bugged.
3 days ago we
but-
couldn't.
I mean, the problem is those mobs are alliance. They're different on Alliance anyway. Like, they still have Ravagers and shit in there, even if you go down there as Alliance.
No,
It's
I'm
not the
saying
same
like
mobs.
we were literally getting ported out of the dungeon whenever
Oh,
we were jumping.
I don't know.
down.
We did it yesterday. We just jumped off and we went over there.
All right, my
Okay,
dog
maybe
stop barking.
What-
Maybe
one
it's
of
just
the-
maybe it's just a bug.
One thing
so
I'm
weird.
worried about, I'm wondering what you guys think. I worry about the jump between like 12 and 13 or whatever. Like once the affixes come off, each jump is like so high. Like I'm almost
Yeah.
worried about like a 12. Like it's just every single key level is gonna be so hard, right? Like
There's
I
not
feel
gonna
like
be
there's
many push levels, basically.
yeah, like there's not gonna be that much progression. Like I
Yep.
feel like they want keys to cap out at like 15, and then you're gonna do 12 and then 13 and then 14, and then you're just gonna be like getting one shot by everything, and everything is like,
yeah, it's
the
just gonna be a
scaling is
wall,
just
and then you're not gonna be able
insane.
to go any further. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish there were more, like, I don't know. I like the levels being a little bit shorter, the difference between levels being smaller.
Well, there's also
because I like the
more.
idea of-
There's more like ladder steps to climb in a way too. Like there's more total things to achieve, even though you could be crossing the same distance. There'll just be less steps in between, right? But like that's my guess is like no push week. There's no like 1 week where everyone's like logging in. It's just going to be every week. There's going to be less total things to achieve. You're kind of just be waiting on aspect crest to like go up a level. And I also think that like no one enjoyed affixes, but I could see a world where like the dungeons feel too similar week to week. I don't know if I could absolutely be wrong. You'd be able to tell like 2 months into this season where people are just like, I don't know, man, it's just the same as last week. I'm not saying affixes would be better than that, but I don't know if there's just having literally zero variation, not even a Fort and Tyran week, but actually just the same, and the only thing that's changing is the gear you're getting. I could see that getting old.
I actually
Homework
don't like
keys
what
are
they
dead,
did with Fort
at least.
Tyran.
I hate it actually. Like in these beta keys, it's so noticeable. Like I fucking hate every boss lasting for like 5 minutes. It's been
Yeah, they
absolutely
got nerfed
terrible.
Tyran, 100%. I'm right with you.
They just gotta make
I actually
Tyran like
have a
go
question as
away
well.
at the
Yeah,
13.
nerf it by
level.
removing it. Just shoot it out into
Yeah,
orbit.
Fortified makes your gameplay experience better. Tyrannical makes it worse. Just keep Fortified, remove Tyran. GG.
Do you guys like when we are like in high keys, if we are fighting against things like not good, where pretty much every boss has some type of one-shot mechanic, but you have plenty of time at the end? Or do you prefer having to do ridiculous pulls and pushing limits on your route to beat the timer?
Definitely
But
the
you're
second.
not really getting
Definitely the
one-shots?
second
That
thing.
one shot sucks.
Universal.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's my biggest problem with these dungeons, is that I feel like I'm taking Dragonflight levels amount of damage with
Yep.
not Dragonflight levels amount of healing to make up for that. And then you're just like, well, I'm just dying. I can't do
Well,
anything
I mean,
about
that's
it.
going to be even worse, right? So, like, not only is there a weird discrepancy in when you're trying to time a key, you really only care about being alive. And if you stay alive, you time it. And people don't really like that. You wish you'd rather have to, like, min-max more to do that. But the 15-second death timer, is that still in the game?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's fucking
isn't that
awful.
like tripling down on that? Like if you ever do anything risky, the whole play safe big IO will never be bigger than it is in this expansion because deaths are brutal.
Yep.
So you're gonna I see that being a major negative as well. Like why even change that?
It also fucks healers over a lot. Because we were talking about this, I think, a while ago, but basically you can take, like, the best healer in the world, whoever it is, put them into a group with random pugs, and they can heal the heal checks, but they can't really impact the healer or the group outside of that. Whereas a really good tank, you might see a bigger difference, or really good DPS, you might see a bigger difference, but the healer is just kind of limited in the group impact, and I think that's why a lot of people have kind of shied away from it.
Yeah.
It feels like it comes down to if your team presses defensives, right? Like
Yeah,
if the
and I'm
healer,
like,
it
I
feels
can do
like
damage.
like I basically like. Have you noticed there's quite a few bosses where, like for instance, first boss of Arakara,
Stone Vault.
where it does a bunch of damage, and there's also infinite swirlies, so you can't even really hard cast anything. And like my first couple pulls on these bosses, I'm dying to the swirlies, and I'm starting to realize, wait, I just don't heal. Like I just literally
can't
just
push up
walk
health
around in a
bars.
circle. Like yeah, I literally just put up a wild growth, and then I just press my defensive, and I just walk around in a circle. And if my team doesn't press their buttons, then they die, and I have no like. It just not even. It's weird to have a raid damage not be a healer mechanic, but like
They've made way too many of those recently. Actually,
there's
It's
way
been, like,
too many of them.
since, like,
Yeah.
Since like when? Like since like Dragonflight season 2 maybe I want to say. Like I remember Dawn of the Infinite was like super egregious for that. Like doing Rise, you're doing the last boss, where Murazan or whoever the fuck it was just like does that swirly mechanic, and your group is just getting rotted down the entire time. It's like how the fuck are you supposed to heal this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in between the intermission, like after the intermission, when the dragon comes down, it's just like you just put 10 swirlies under my feet back to back, and then you're doing raid damage. Like this isn't a mechanic. Like what am I supposed to have done here? Like I'm a Mistweaver, I press revival, and I'm just running around in a circle. Like this
You
is
give them the
literally what I'm doing
shields.
as a healer. It just feels, I don't know. Like I just wish there were more. Like I understand. I don't know.
I don't want to say I wish there was more fights like Kajin or whoever, because it still does, like your comp still
Who
really
the
impacts
fuck is
it.
that?
The third boss of Hall is the rot one where you're doing
Oh
like
yeah, got
800k.
it. Got it.
Rot
yeah.
Or
bosses.
yeah,
Yep.
we call her
The
Cajun.
HPS
like,
boss.
I don't
Cajun
know
Spice,
boss
but
names. I know number of boss in dungeon.
Third of
That
Halls.
also
Like
sounds
I like her because I felt, as a healer, I felt impactful, but I also didn't like her because she was the only one like that. It was the only boss where I had to like sit up in my chair.
Second boss no could too, right? Similar.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
I hate to say it,
You get
but
a bit
like
of a break.
in Shadowlands, there was a lot of critique, and I was one of these people saying this, that the bosses in Shadowlands didn't do enough damage. They were too boring. All you do is DPS as a healer. That was a huge problem, right? But number one, if you're in a pug group in a low level key, that's not true, right? Like you're healing your teammates' mistakes. You're not just sitting there, you know, DPSing as a healer in a +8. And then on top of that, the alternatives are, okay, every dungeon is Ruby life pools where you just die to heal checks, which is very tough for groups, and I don't think that should be the case. Or every single dungeon is one-shotting you. And I think, like, unfortunately, that's just how high keys have to be, is, you know, the healer is just mostly like a DPS role when you have a very, very organized group. Like, because you just can't have these, like, crazy heal checks or crazy one-shot checks for groups that are progressing. It's just, like, a lot less fun for everybody. And as much as I would like every boss to be a rot boss, like, for sure, let's have, you know, one boss in expansion or two boss in expansion where it's just like tons of, you know, rot damage and it's the healer boss, right? Whether it's Galvast or, you know, their boss of Halden Infusion. But like, I don't know. I feel like, and otherwise I feel like they need to, they're just putting too much like raid damage and rot damage in dungeons, and I think it's like a huge load of stress on healers and groups in general with how many, like, how important defensives are.
Bro, do you guys log in and see this new photo sensitivity warning thing?
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
we had that on beta as well.
Bro, I thought I was logging into Fortnite or something. Look different than
I
WoW.
love Fortnite.
Dude, they're putting the Cybertruck in Fortnite.
Oh my god, that goes hard.
Dude, we have so many of those here, and I hate them. I hate seeing them. It ruins my day.
Yeah.
They're so ugly.
One of the guys on my hockey team got one, and he was really excited about it. I like left the rink with him, and he was like, "Look at my new Cybertruck. That thing is fucking girthy. That is a thick fucking car."
I saw some meme that like raccoons are breaking into Cybertrucks because they think they're garbage cans, or like garbage, like whatever you call them, dumps.
The dumpster, yeah.
Dumpsters. There you go.
What's the bit with the
They, like, rip the
Cybertruck? Is that it
plastic off.
it like looks fucking just looks dumb as hell, and I guess it's
It's
like
hideous.
Yeah, it looks. Well, it depends on the aesthetic. I think like rappers are buying them. Like I see rappers and basketball players are buying them. Like every single one of them is buying one. It's like an aesthetic for, like depending on what you're doing. But I know that
They're also just not safe.
yeah, they don't crumple, right? Which is like
No.
kills other people.
And they have sharp edges.
so
Well, it
funny,
hurts
dude.
you. There was a guy
Yeah.
that got T-boned by like a Camry or something, and everyone in the Camry was fine, but the guy in the Cybertruck broke both of his legs.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know if I'm if I would ever buy a Cybertruck, but I can tell you that I'm not a big Elon guy. I think that guy's definitely a huge idiot. But
that guy is a goober.
Yeah, that guy's a dumbass for sure. But I have a Model X and I fucking love that car. Like it is like my. I don't know if I'd ever own another vehicle, and I was so close to like when it was on the way when I ordered it. I was like, man, I had some other things I would never go away from it now. It's so fucking. I love that car.
Dude, Elon reminds me of THD, where it's like the
What a
fact
terrible
that this guy
rose.
tweets makes you realize just how wild some of his takes are. Like if he just never tweeted, you know, you just wouldn't know.
Oh, dude, I mean, someone actually had an amazing tweet about this. It was like, when Elon just owned, like, a rocket company, I just assumed he was some super smart rocket guy. And then he made these, like, cool electric cars, and I assumed he was like a really smart electric car guy. And then he started getting into tech, and then everything he wrote was the dumbest shit I've ever seen. And now I just am, you know, he's now in my space, so I can tell he's an idiot. I saw his Elden Ring build. I play a lot of Elden Ring. That I was like, bro, that ain't no way that guy knows what's going on. Like that's the worst thing I've ever seen. Have you guys seen it, by the way? You guys played Elden Ring, Growl Dorky, right?
Yeah, he plays the fuck out of Diablo 4 too.
Bro, 1 second. Let me find it. All right, here it is.
Didn't he also play PoE or some shit too?
Oh, they did extend it to 7. Oh no.
Oh no.
Did they?
Oh no.
Oh, here's the other
Yeah.
picture. So the dude
Mm-hmm.
is fat rolling. He has a bunch of intelligence and mind, but he didn't unlock any of the extra memory slots for more spells. So almost all of those points are doing absolutely nothing. And the only reason he's heavy rolling is because he has multiple shields equipped that do the exact same thing, and he just has them on for no reason. Like your dad could play Elden Ring in 2 days and figure, actually this might not be true, would end up with like a similar build, right? Where it's just like makes no sense.
I've seen YouTubers who like try to beat the game with the Elon Musk build.
Elon Musk.
The fucking build. You also know that he just put a bunch of points into mind and intelligence because he thinks he's a fucking genius too. That's the part that fucking boils my blood. Fucking RPing.
I can't believe that that's actually true. That is true. He definitely did do that.
Oh yeah.
Huh. All right, I'm gonna get some dinner. Good luck with your maintenance.
If they extended it for 2 hours, I'm fucking out of here. I'm not.
They did.
Yeah, I'm fucking out.
7 p.m.
Are any of you guys streaming? Any streamers in here?
No.
Growl's probably yelling in his chat about.
Is Growl in his chat? Oh, I'll fucking host Growl. The motherfuckers hate me over there. I'm fucking sending them in hot.
You too.
Growl's watching people play Elden Ring with the.
Nah, he's playing Sekiro right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm playing Sekiro. I'll be streaming in a little bit.
Yep, I'm the fuck out of here. There's absolutely no shot I'm waiting for this.
All right, later, gamers.
I will.
All right,
See ya.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks for the call. It was really fun. I'll see you guys. I don't know. Wait, when are we
so
recording
what do we do
potty?
about potty C? We just
Dude, Dranos
we
just left. I
recorded
just
all the potty C.
Yeah, can we just like
Yeah, what the hell,
release this?
We literally just like yoinked
I
all
feel
the
like
possible material
you
for the
could
week.
just cut. We could film a Patreon question and just slap it on the back of like the
slap it
most
in.
interesting hour of this conversation, and we're just
All
fucking.
right, that'll
chilling.
be the week's
That's
potty
fucking
C.
easy.
Yeah, you can use this, so you can just send me a check.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, see you guys.
Bye.
Later, man.
Yep. All right, bye, chat. I'll be live tomorrow. Oh, like Reptar said. Oh. What? What? Reptar, what? Why are you fucking screaming? What are you fucking talking? Reptar, talk to him. Reptar, talk to him. Reptar, row. Reptar, row. Reptar, talk to him, buddy. Reptar, row. All right. Anyways, I'll see you later.